Welcome to another edition of the Aaron O Show. It is Friday, 10:33 on the West Coast. It is Friday, West Coast time. Hopefully everybody is doing well. Quentin, you're not going to get timed out today. I'm in an extremely really good mood, which is normal, so doesn't really matter. But uh let me see. Yeah, I think Quinn, you have to realize I work for myself. So therefore, whenever I decide to start the Aaron O show, it starts when I walk through the door. I hate to tell you, that's how it works. So Quentin, I'm a man of the people, but I work for myself on the Aaron O show. Okay. So therefore, Quentin, I'm never late. Never, ever late. The show starts when I get here. It is what it is. Now, Quentin, seeing as you, let me see where we got my guy Quentin in here because he wants to start the show off. Habitual tardiness will not be tolerated. Let me guess. You, what you gonna do in a protest is you want me to start the show when you want me to start the show. Well, let me do you a favor. Let me do you a favor, Mr. Quinton. And mods, don't time him out. Don't time him out because at least he wanted to be highlighted for this tardiness. Here's the thing, Quentin. You have never ever created a show. Never ever put a show together conceptually in any way, shape, or form. Okay. You are part incel. Okay. Every time we see you, you at your computer, pretending like you at work. We see you all the time. And we know you ain't putting no shows together. Okay. So listen, it takes me a little bit of time between deciding if I'm going to put a show together, relax and just chill, right? Because Quentin is very unappreciative of the work that I do. So I might have to just quit doing the show in general, all because of Quentin. Let's see. Quentin, you put a show. People in the chat, if y'all believe Quentin has put a show together on the YouTube that we've seen, please put a one in the chat. If you think he is a liar, which we know he is, please put a two in the chat. If you think Quentin is telling the truth, that he's actually put a show together conceptually, all that good stuff, put a one in the chat. If you think he's a liar, like I think he is, make sure you put a two in the chat, okay? Oh, and I got enough water for the show. I got enough water for the show, Quinn. So it's gonna be it's gonna be the show. Let me see here, Quinn. Pretty much. Let me see. Oh, okay. I see. The real Q put the show together, and he taking credit for it. I got y'all. That makes sense. It makes total sense that he would take credit for the work of another Q, and he tried to steal Q's name a long time ago. And that's why we gave him the nickname Quee. Hey, little Quee. Little Quee. We see you, little Quee. we see what you're up to. No, I'm just kidding. Queen Lil Quee's my guy. You know, I like Lil Quee. So I'm sure he's put a lot of work together, and we love Lil Quee. So a shout out to Little Quee. Okay, we appreciate you. Let me see here what we gonna do. Let me update this real quick. I'm just gonna put this in the chat. Got it. Save there. Adjust here. Shout out to Quee. Shout out to Lil Quee. Okay. Throw that. There we go. What's going on, Tia? Shout out to Tia Marie. Let me also say this. Let me give you a quick breakdown of what we're going to be discussing on the show. Atticus is here. What up, Atticus? I don't know. Last time Atticus forced me to open the panel. And as a longtime supporter, I have to acquiesce to my people. Everybody but Quee. Everybody get but Quee gets an acquiescence from me, okay? Quee, we working on you. We working on you, okay? Big Quee, nah. You lil Quee. There ain't nobody in the world that go, hey, you seen Big Quee? We ain't never ever heard of a Big Quee. So you ain't about to be the first, okay? It actually makes sense when we say, hey, little Quee. Look, see how it sounds. Hey, little Quee. See, it rang perfect, okay? Big Quee don't actually work. So no, you gonna be little Quee, okay? That's what it's gonna be. So what we gonna talk about? Let me give you guys an insight of what we're gonna discuss. I want to talk briefly about Disney, because I actually am a shareholder in the company. And so I want to talk a little bit about it. Also, we're going to talk about the value of wearing clothes. Okay. It's important that you wear your clothes. Okay. Also, what we're going to discuss is Fan, who was formerly known as Fantasy Island Girl. Me and her had a conversation on Granville show. All right. Shout out to Granville, GBG gang in the building. He's doing a phenomenal job over on the Cheeky Banner channel, running his show. So I will spend a lot of time as I can over there because it's a chill show. And, you know, Granville's like family to me. So anything he's rocking with, that's what I'm rocking with. And so I was over there chilling with my people. And I didn't listen to everything. I came in late. I had to go visit Raw B. Everybody knows I love Raw B. So I was over there for a minute. I'm trying to, I happen to be off from my day job this week. Well, one of them. So I happen to be off. So I've been streaming more, as you guys see, because when I take time off from there, I don't necessarily get a vacation. I actually get harder work. This is being on the internet is harder work because everybody wants to embarrass you. Everybody wants to try to make you an example. Everybody wants to plot on your downfall. You just deal with a lot of negativity. And I don't mind negativity. I think the world needs a balance. So it's not a problem, but it's a lot more work being on the internet, seeing as people hide behind avatars. And, you know, they always trying to look you up. I had people looking at me like, do he really have a job? So on my other show, I actually contribute to my 401k, even though I don't like 401ks, but there's some benefits, but I'm not the biggest fan of them, right? And then JB got mad at me and said, please don't stoop down to the level and show people that you actually contribute to that stuff because everybody knows you can only contribute to a 401k plan while you're employed. That's just how they work, okay? After that, you have to roll it over to a different plan, but we're not going to get into that today, okay? JB, don't worry. I won't be showing anything else publicly online unless it's by design. Okay. And that was by design. I thought about it and I went back and forth on it. But I will stop because you know how this internet works better than me, right? So we're going to get in that. And Fan, she said she wants to tax the wealthy. And so we're going to discuss that. She inboxed me and she left me a few posts in there. And I saw them and I was like, you ain't saying nothing. So I said, you know what? I will put her on my docket. I will put Fan on my docket. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to absolutely put Fan on my docket. Is what I need to do. Okay. That's what we're going to do. So that's what we're on. Disney, helping people put their clothes on. And Fan. Okay. Hey, R Streets is here. Hey, R Streets. That's what we're going to be on today. I do not know if I'm going to open the panel up. It's contingent upon a couple different things. If I dive into a topic that I think should be presented to the broader people, because sometimes y'all get a little reckless. And Quentin, you got a cursing problem, so I'm definitely going to put the cursing jar out for you. Is that my brother Ray Midnight? Shout out to Ray Midnight. So the shows that I do solo, by the way, here, you know what? Let me just show you guys. I think I can actually show you guys this on my YouTube studio. Let me see if I can. I'm tired of this BS that people got going on. Can I show them? Yes, I absolutely can. Here we go. Yeah, I'm going to show it to y'all. Hold on. Pull it up. so you guys can understand what I'm talking about, to why it's necessary for me to have a freaking swear jar for people like Quinn. Okay, here we go. Let me see if I can make that a little bit bigger. All right, so what you'll see here is there is the monetization corner and the highlighting of if you can monetize the actual video. So you'll see one video is ineligible, which has nothing to do with the swearing part. There was I don't even know why. I might have to challenge that, but I really don't care that much to do that. But I really care about the green and the yellow, which you'll see here, right? So you'll see green, and then what you'll see here is this yellow right here, okay? You guys see that yellow? Let me make it a little bit more brighter right here. You see that yellow? That limitation comes from verbiage, okay? That limitation comes from verbiage. So what you'll see is more there, more there, more there. Whenever you see a yellow on my channel, it's from panels. Whenever you see a yellow on my panel, it's from channels, okay? Just want you to understand that, right? The yellow comes from the language, right? Now, me, myself, I don't use this filthy language that everybody else does. So any show that does not have yellow and it's green is primarily because because of me. What do you mean my address is showing? My address is not showing on there, buddy. My address is not showing there, Quentin, because one, this YouTube entity is under my it's under my LLC. So it's definitely not my address on there, but I wouldn't care if it did. I mean, listen, people can find me if they want. I'm not that hard to find, but it's definitely not on there. My P.O. box on there, Quentin, though. My P.O. box is definitely on there, okay? Why do people keep saying that? My address is not on there, Kojak. That's not my address, okay? That's literally, oh, you guys are so delusional, man. Right there. That is my P.O. box. Okay. So just for y'all, but shout out to legal counsel. Shout out to legal counsel. That is my P.O. box. Okay. That, that is empty, but I have it just in case for future needs that I have it available. Okay. That is my P.O. box. Do not worry. I have a couple of them. Don't worry. I have access to many P.O. boxes. It's not a problem. Okay. So if someone goes in to vandalize my P.O. box, well, it's technically not a P.O. box. It's under a suite for a multitude of reasons, but don't worry. We good. Don't even worry. I wouldn't make that simple mistake, but this YouTube channel is not even under my individual persons. It's under my LLC. So don't worry about it. Right. We have it done properly. Okay. Hey, look, Kojak, we good. We good. Don't worry. I'm not adding I'm not adding no more to your monthly retainer. Okay. Don't worry. You're not getting overworked today. All right. Now, every time I open a panel, those yellow things pop up. Now, I appreciate it, Quentin. I appreciate it, brother. I appreciate it. Because you know what? You right, though. People they are looking for the kid. They looking for me. But if they want to fly to San Francisco, tell them to come through. We have a lot of room on the streets for them to sleep on. We have a lot of room on the streets for them to sleep in. All right. But like I was saying, all those streams that are yellow, yellow, yellow exist because open panels, because of the verbiage in the language. So I am going to implement a swear jar, which will prevent a lot of y'all from bothering me because a lot of y'all don't know how to stop with the filthy language. Okay. It's just the truth. It's just the truth. I think it's a better thing to do. Shout out to KRWN Crown. See, I think it's a better thing to do than to increase your language, your verbiage, your vocabulary than to just curse every 5 seconds. Also, YouTube feels like that. Who had the Aaron O show tatted on her left cheek? Easy, stop messing with me, Easy. Don't mess with me unless you're gonna send me ain't no woman gonna get the Aaron O show tattooed on her left cheek. I'm not Kobe Bryant, okay? So that's what we're gonna get into. But first, of course, we must always acknowledge the sponsor of the last show, Roddy. Thank you, thank you, thank you for supporting me. And now, by the way, Roddy is like an alias name. So only the person that knows who they are is the actual sponsor of the show. Okay. It's not their actual name. It's not their actual person that supports me in the chat. This name is of an alias. So they will know who they are. I want to acknowledge them for supporting me and making sure that I feel the support and that I keep up the work that you guys enjoy that I do. Everybody outside of Kwee. Everybody outside of Kwee, okay? Now, what we're going to do is, yeah, we can do that. And I will definitely, we'll figure out if you guys want to open the panel up later because I don't know how long I'm going to be streaming today because I still got to get prepared for later. And I still haven't put together how I'm going if I'm going to change the structure of Fight Club because if I change it, then it has to go right. Otherwise, I shouldn't do it. Right? It's going to have big time impact. So I'm pushing that back slightly, and I might make it like a one show thing instead of Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It may just be a Sunday thing concept. And while I figure other things out, but it's going to take me some time to make sure that it's right because I don't want to necessarily be how would you say hasty and make those wrong changes. Okay. Travel One, shout out to Travel One. Travel One has recently been unblocked because Travel One has been a thorn for me everywhere I go. Now, I cannot wait to meet Travel One in real life one day because I do not believe for a second Travel One will act this way in person. I never talk about how people act in person because I don't care, but I do not believe Travel One will say the things in person the way that she trolls this chat. All right, so yes, I want to adjust this. Let me adjust this. Yes, there we go. Now, I want to give a big shout out to Roddy for being the sponsor of the last show. So we're going to get into the show today. But first, and of course, I have to shout out the sponsor of today's show, which is none other than my very own Trinidad Tea. Thank you so much for sponsoring the show. Trinidad says, I love your shows and I appreciate you. So thank you, Trinidad Tea. I love having you on the shows. I love you being on Fight Club. So I really, really appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting what we do here. Now, for the rest of you, Kwee, fan, let us get into the show. We're going to start off. Let me adjust this view a little bit too. There we go. We're going to start off with Brittany B says, shout out to Haircut Aaron. You're going to give me, don't start, Brittany. You bringing attention to me, and you know I don't like attention, okay? I don't like attention, so don't force no attention on me, Miss Brittany B. But thank you for the super chat. I do appreciate it. And also, I think Empress Carmen said I have a gray hair somewhere. I have like 3 of them, and I'm not ashamed, and I'm not going to dye them. If I do dye it, I'm going to dye it all gray or like a whitish gray. I want to be an old man, and I'm not ashamed. I'm embracing it. Y'all better learn to get on board with this embracing of becoming older. Otherwise, since y'all on this frequency stuff and y'all got this low energies, right? Think about if y'all don't want to get older and y'all want to stay young. What does that mean? You want your life cut? All right, I'm going to leave it alone. We're going to start. Listen. Hey, Aaron, the press conference is about to start with authorities percent. Well, we'll get into that. We can get into that, Sarah. I kind of already know what a lot of these charges are going to get into. But yeah, definitely keep me updated on that. Carly Russell and the charges, and we can do that in real time because we kind of know where that's going to go. Okay. But other than that, let me close this out. Real quick. Go to my dashboard and we Gucci. All right. Now, for all you people that love to meet people on the internet, Tinder. I don't know what this other stuff. I heard of Tinder. I heard of what is the other stuff? Christian Mingo. Is it Hinge? I'm just making up names right now. And that one app for the ladies specifically is the one where you get to respond to the man. I forget what it's called, something with an H or something like that, right? Be careful how you meet people, because sometimes you think that you're falling in love with somebody on the internet and you about to change your life. You about to change your life and good things. Bumble, there it is, fan. There it is, fan guy. Bumble, right? Lord Jefferson Bumble. Yeah, that's correct, right? And so is that Jack? Jack, what up, Jack? So y'all think y'all meeting somebody online and y'all think y'all getting into a situation and you just never know who anyone is. You just never know what could happen. Now, you think that somebody gonna help you out with the rent. You think that you're gonna have a place to stay, because I know a lot of y'all women think y'all on your own, y'all need a man, y'all got your own apartments and all this stuff. But what we finding out is a lot of y'all losing jobs. We find out a lot of y'all need a place to stay. Homeless rates for women is shooting through the roof. I'm not going to even get into what Anton was talking about this morning about this syphilis stuff going on in the H-Town. Look here. I was thinking about moving to Houston, right? Because there's some pretty cool people that I know down there. But I'm going to might have to change my mind. If they out there passing out syph left and right, here you want some syph? I got some syph for you. Y'all just passing out left and right. And it's primarily affecting women. So I'm guessing the women is bumping each other. I don't know. I don't know if y'all been watching too much The Queen Maker, where y'all just want to leave men alone and do the little scissor bump stuff. That's on y'all. But it's costing y'all. It's costing y'all health-wise. So y'all might want to get back to dealing with men. I know that y'all think the women is the way to go. You might want to get back to dealing with men, okay? So be careful who you run into. That's what I'm gonna tell y'all. Be careful who you run into, because you just never know what's gonna happen. I'm just be honest with you. You just never know what's gonna happen. Prime example. Okay, here we have a couple here that met another person online. This is how it works, okay? So be careful.
Tonight, I think we've learned the man and woman accused of kidnapping and holding an 18-year-old hostage and repeatedly raping her for the last month are new parents to a 2-week-old child. Thank you for joining us at 10. I'm Keith Garvin.
And I'm Daniela Guzman. Well, investigators say these parents, Jose Reyes and Jacqueline Macias, sexually assaulted that 18-year-old teenager repeatedly during that time at their North Harris County home. KPRC2's Bryce Newberry is live outside the jail tonight with the disturbing new details.
Now, yeah. Y'all see how crazy that is? Now, that is an 18-year-old woman, grown woman, right? It can happen to anybody. Everybody is at risk. You have to be extremely careful. And what makes this scarier is that this couple here have like a 2-week-old child now. Man, some of these stories you cannot make up. Some of these stories that you cannot make up. They were a couple. In their mind, they're thinking, oh, these young kids, yeah, these young kids, they like thruples and all this kind of stuff. Sometimes they just don't know. Sometimes you just got to introduce them. So I'll meet her on the internet. I'll tell her we'll be together. We'll start a relationship, and then I'll introduce you to her, and then she'll have to if she loves me, she'll have to agree to having this throuple. This is why it's getting crazier and crazier. Y'all got to be careful. Y'all got to might stop being so outspoken about the type of things that y'all like or don't like. Might have to be quiet because it's getting dangerous. It's getting extremely dangerous. Okay. Jose Reyes, Jacqueline Macias or Macias, I don't know how to say her name, are some very, very dangerous people. And you have to be really careful with how you meet people, the people you get into relationships with, the people that you give a level of trust to with your persons, right? Once you remove the level of protection you have of your family, your home state, your city, etc., and they isolate you, right? Because this is a very important thing, right? And this is why a lot of people that move from their hometown and their state and all that, they may benefit, but there's a lot of risk that comes into it because you leave your security, you leave your brothers, your cousins, your uncle, your mom, your dad, your resources, and not necessarily just financial resources. There's mental resources, right? There's an emotional resources, right? There's a lot that exists where you grew up at when you leave. So if somebody's able to isolate you and say, hey, come on out here. I see you struggling a little bit. And maybe you don't want to rely on your parents. Maybe you want to grow up and you want to show that you're an adult now, right? Maybe you're willing to go live with a guy, live with a woman that you don't know too well because you guys made a connection. This stuff can be very, very dangerous. Don't listen. I'm going to just tell y'all now, don't do things in secret. I'm going to just tell y'all this, right? I don't do this stuff, right? But when I tell y'all I think a lot, right? I'm just going to give y'all this real talk. And please, please implement it if it's something that benefits you because it's a level of protection, right? I'm very, very protective of myself and where I go. So if I'm going to go meet a woman, right, which doesn't happen a lot, is extremely rare, right? Especially one I don't know personally and whatnot, and you get invited to her house, you know, you're a guy, you're 6 feet tall, 6'5", 6'8", 5'5", like me with brown eyes, you're not really worried about a woman. So if she's attractive and you want to have fun, she might say, oh, you can just come over to my house, we can chill. And a man is naturally not going to be terrified. Like, don't get me wrong. It's not a smart idea for nobody because she could have somebody there wanting to rob you. They set you up in Atlanta a lot. They set you up everywhere. But what you do is you don't meet people in secret because you're ashamed, right? What you do is you tell somebody where you're going, when you're going, time, send pictures, addresses. Hey, I'm going here. This is the person that I'm such and such meeting with, okay? You can't prevent anything 100%, but if you get kidnapped, somebody should know you're missing. Somebody should know you're probably gone. And it's a probability that you just went to the house and they just locked you in that house, right? It's a lot of setup. So you have to have a lot of systems in place. I'm not going to go overly in depth into the things that I have in place, but trust me, if I go somewhere, people know where I'm at. They know the people that I'm meeting, the address, etc., and things like that. And a lot of the times, and this is why you probably the dangerous part of going out of state and out of city, I will have people that I trust be like, yo, I'm about to go such and such here. Just hang around for an hour. If I don't get back to you, you know what the next move is, right? Just, it is what it is. It might be a little paranoid, but I'm just telling you, you have to put situations, you have to implement systems in place to protect you. And if you're a woman, you're even in the heightened level of you're at a higher level of risk. So you have to put other systems in place if you're going to do this stuff. I know that you might be a little embarrassed, that your friends might say, girl, you don't even know him. You don't want to be judged. But listen. Y'all got the city girls, right? They up there. They got, what's that one girl name? The red hair girl that's around talking about all this other stuff. Y'all, they getting real comfortable with expressing the type of stuff that they into. So it is what it is. Just protect yourselves because this is really dangerous. it's disheartening and it's sad because this is somebody's child. I know for most of y'all be furious just hearing this. And knowing that we can't really do much, but luckily they are locked up. They're in prison. But this stuff is real dangerous, man.
Precinct 4 investigators have been interviewing that 18-year-old today, and a source tells me they've learned she moved to that home to pursue a relationship with the 31-year-old man accused in this case. But when she realized another woman was in the picture, she tried to leave, and that's when they allegedly held her captive.
See what I mean? See what I mean? She's young. She's dealing with an older guy who's more, and we've seen this picture. He's more, obviously, right? We're gonna presume he's more of a physical specimen than she is, right? She said, "Hey, I'm gonna move to you to pursue a relationship," which we know two things come into play. One, who's vetting this guy? Does your dad know about this guy? No. Does your mom know about this guy? No. Brothers, cousins, uncle, anybody that would tell you like, yo, let me meet this guy or whatever the case is, right? I know y'all think it's so safe, but there are things you need to put in place, right? Most of us would have sniffed this out from the jump. We would have sniffed this out from the jump. Oh, he on some other stuff. Nah, stranger danger. No. But when you want to do things on your own, you put yourself at a huge risk. And it's really sad because it's not your fault. You're 100% the victim in this case. It's not your fault that there are people out here that are willing to do this stuff. But the best thing we can do is try to protect ourselves the best we can. All right. And this situation is, I'm guessing you're young. You probably don't have much money. If you're 18, 19, whatever the case is, you probably don't have much money. You're probably in a struggling situation like most young people are. And you might have a little bit of pride. You might, for whatever reasons, right? Callie Bev says 1831 is wild. He might have lied about his age. We don't know. He might have lied about his age, or she might preferably want an older guy. We don't know the specifics, right? She might have messed with a younger guy and said, I'm done with that. I want an older guy that's more established, that has a home I can live in, or he lied about his age. We don't know. Maybe I haven't seen the full clip of this. I just saw the title. Maybe he lied to her about his age. So that's a possibility. And I wouldn't be shocked if he did, because clearly he's a psychopath. Clearly he's trying to manipulate her. Clearly he got her into an environment where, and honestly, I don't think that he needs to be 31 and do that. He could be 21 and deranged and insane, right? But it is just, at the end of the day, got to be careful with who you're dealing with, internet or not. Trying to move for a relationship and nobody's vetting is dangerous. It's dangerous.
Inside this North Harris County home, Precinct 4 constable deputies say 31-year-old Jose Reyes and 29-year-old Jacqueline Macias have held an 18-year-old woman chained and zip-tied against her will for the last month.
She was forced into a bedroom, and her hands and feet were bound by the defendants.
The victim lived in Pasadena, and Reyes allegedly lured her to the home about 30 miles away. Investigators say that was under the guise of furthering a relationship with him. But once she realized he was in a relationship with another woman and tried to leave,
she was kept chained up and locked in the room for approximately 30 days and sexually assaulted.
Overnight, after the suspects left her alone for a few minutes, she climbed out a bedroom window and ran to get help from neighbors.
And she did everything in her that she could, all her fibers she could bring to her strength to get out of her restraints. Just a very, very evil thing.
Both are now charged with kidnapping. And
Oh my gosh. 30 miles away from a location. How far is 30 miles? I don't know. I'm trying to visually decide like how much distance that is. 30 miles. You're going 30 miles an hour. I don't know. I can't even envision how far away that actually is. I don't know why she wanted a relationship with him. I don't know why she wanted a relationship with him in the first place. Maybe, is it the house that he had? Did he show her some false pictures? I don't know. I've never made a romantic relationship on the internet, and I'm better at dealing with women in real life. But man, I tell you, this is not a one-time thing. This is not a one-off. This is a normal type of situation, y'all. This is not a one-off. This type of stuff take place all the time. It's pretty dangerous. Somebody says it takes about 20 minutes to walk a mile. So 30 miles, 20 minutes. Somebody do the math on that. Hopefully, he might have had a car.
Investigators searched the home for evidence Monday afternoon. During their first court appearances, a hearing officer set his bond at $100,000, hers at $50,000. Her public defender also revealed.
What the heck? Why is her bail lower than his? They set his bail at $100,000 and her bail at $50,000. Why is her bail lower than his? I don't know. Maybe there's something in the case that I don't know about, but I'm guessing that they both participated in the situation. I wouldn't be shocked if they both conspired to lure her in. I don't know why hers is half. I think it both should be 100,000. If not, $250,000 to 500,000. I don't know. I'm a little wild, insane with that, but yeah, you shouldn't really get out. But this whole bond stuff, look what they doing in Chicago, and they making bond, more available so that rich people can't get out of crime because they have money, and other people that don't have money, so they're just making certain crimes just out on bond, like you can just get out. I don't know. I think that's a little dangerous, but I don't know. I have to be open to understanding that people can be falsely charged and all kind of stuff. So people do have rights, but half you $100,000, $50,000 bond, that is insane. Okay. Somebody, Atticus says, what state is that in? Let me see. It says North Harris County. I'm not sure where North Harris County is. Let me do a quick Google search for you. Let's see here. North Harris County is in Texas. And all indications that is in Texas, which that couple kind of look like some, I should know, I'm gonna get in trouble. They kind of look like some Texans. Yes, Atticus. They kind of look like some Texans. So I'm gonna be chill. I don't want no problems, but they kind of look like some Texans to me. Okay. Protect your family because it's very, very dangerous. Okay. These type of situations are life-altering situations. You can't, that type of trauma, you cannot come back from. You cannot come back from this stuff. I have trauma from not eating for like a day or two, right? And be like, dang, I really had no food. And so I think about, dang, I could really be starving. So think about it. That it's been a long, long time since I've experienced that. But I still think about it and feel it. So if I'm still experiencing trauma, potential trauma, I might be a little hyperbolic, right? From that, I can only imagine the type of trauma that she's going to go through for the rest of her life. Please, please, please protect yourselves. Man, this internet stuff is something else. To be able to get you to go 30 miles out of your current area to pursue a relationship. Now, I'm going to say this, and y'all not going to like this. This ain't got nothing to do specifically with her, okay? Listen, this ain't got nothing to do with specifically with her, okay? This has something to do with, they say a lot of men are lonely. But if you look at what women are willing to do to get a relationship, I don't believe that men are the only ones feeling this loneliness, okay? I don't believe that. Now, men may report loneliness. They may have a more difficult time getting attention from the opposite sex. But listen, This is not a one-off story. There are a lot of women willing to travel, go to other states, et cetera, to get a relationship. So when y'all hear these type of stories talking about men are lonely, we're going to have to discuss that, okay? We're going to have to discuss that because that is not a one-way road. It is not a one-way road at all, all right? All right, let me move off that. Now, for the rest of y'all, okay? For the rest of y'all that have issues with people that like to wear clothes in public, for people that like to, carry themselves in a decent way, right? I know that y'all think y'all supposed to be free spirit, and Amber Rose got y'all thinking that y'all can just do whatever y'all want because you're a woman, because y'all just free. I don't think y'all should do that. I think y'all should put some clothes on. I think that you should, if not for you, for us. Let me give you an example. If you walk outside and they go, you need to put some clothes on. Put some clothes on. You probably don't have the shape, the figure, the design that people would want you to take them off. So put them on, okay? Now, if they don't tell you to put them on, that means you might be looking like what you should be looking like, and disregard my last statement, okay? Disregard my very last statement. But I assure you, I think it's in your best interest to put some clothes on. Now, gentlemen, if a woman don't want to put her clothes on, y'all be careful, because if you try to make her put some clothes on, it might be trouble. If you try to make a woman put some clothes on, it might be trouble. Now, we're going to have to take a trip to Northern California where we will experience a woman deciding to live her best life, okay, and do what she want to do, right?
In traffic lanes, a naked woman armed with a gun and shooting at passing vehicles.
It's a lady.
Now, I don't know what she's wearing on her head. That's clearly not a bonnet. So that's not a bonnet, guys. Don't judge her. That's not a bonnet, okay? It's just different. It's to clear. Maybe that's like her wig. I don't know if she's wearing a wig. Maybe she was feeling herself. But she decided to walk off in the middle of traffic for whatever reason, and she was sending shots. Now, a lot of y'all laugh at me. A lot of y'all laugh at me and say, Aaron, you need to be an adult. You need to get a car. Let me give y'all a secret. See, I can't be on that freeway because I don't have no car. See, all this time when I'm like, you know what? I'm not getting no car. I can't afford it. I'll buy me a skateboard, maybe a scooter, but I'm not doing it right now, right? Did you realize that if I had a car, I could be one of the potential people getting fired at by a naked lady on the freeway? Now, we know she was on some type of drugs, most likely, but it's a possibility she was probably not under the influence of anything, and she just had a desire to get some target practice with other human beings. She didn't have enough money to go to the range, right? But she let them shots off. Amazing, right? This is what's amazing, though. Check this out, though. Yeah, I know that freeway. I know that. Look, I know all them X's right there.
In traffic lanes, a naked woman armed with a gun and shooting at passing vehicles.
It's a lady. Oh,
Whoa! This dangerous and bizarre scene unfolding on the Bay Bridge right near the Oakland Toll Plaza.
she ran out.
She ran out?
Yeah, the gun's.
Holy dude.
A number of drivers calling 911 and dispatchers alerting all available units to the threat.
Again, she's completely naked out of the vehicle.
Now, I'm gonna go back. You said you couldn't see the video. I got you. Don't worry. My bad.
Bay Bridge right near the Oakland Toll
My
Plaza.
bad.
She ran out.
She ran out?
Yeah, the gun's.
Holy dude.
A number of drivers calling 911 and dispatchers alerting all available units to the threat.
Again, she's completely naked out of the vehicle now.
Now, the first thing y'all have to acknowledge is that she got decent form, right? It's not perfect form, but it's decent, okay? Both arms extended, elbows locked. It looked like she got some type of practice, okay? Y'all see her, you see her both arms extended, elbows locked in. She has some type of training here, as you guys can see. So she know how to fire, okay? Now her leg positions are not in necessarily ideal posture, but it's decent, okay? It's decent, y'all. It seems that nobody was hit, but she definitely fired off, and then eventually she did not bring any extra ammo. She was out of her clip empty, and her, obviously, you know what happens when a weapon runs out of what we call out here batteries. At that point, she realized the game was over. But I must say, this is some dangerous stuff, and I'm going to delay getting the car even longer now. Y'all can make fun of me and laugh all y'all want, but I'm going to delay getting the car even longer than I am now, okay? Oh, they said she hit somebody. I saw her hit a vehicle. Like, I definitely heard it, but they didn't necessarily report it, but I didn't watch the whole thing. So let's see.
Shooting at a car now. She's shooting at vehicles now. But she is actively shooting.
Two co-workers were heading across the bridge when they came upon a car parked sideways and blocking multiple traffic lanes. That's when they noticed the naked woman.
I heard the pop. Yeah. Like I saw her walking around and I was like, oh, that's a gun. That's actually a gun. How do I get out of here? I can't just stay here. We're sitting ducks. You have nothing but a windshield protecting us.
That woman later dropping the gun and then arrested by responding officers.
Now, I must say, that is quite amazing that she fired, reports of her firing, and two things didn't happen. One, they didn't run her over with the car. Now, I'm going to just be honest with y'all. If it was me, I'm smashing right. Boop. What is y'all doing just sitting there watching her fire at people? This is the problem with this is the problem with Northern California. All this liberalism stuff. Oh, what if something's wrong? Well, we're going to find out after she ran over. We're going to find out if something's wrong with her after we run her over, okay? Because I don't understand why nobody didn't run her over. How do you take out your phone? Listen. This how you know most of them ain't never had no shots fired their direction ever in their life. They ain't never, ever experienced being in that environment. Ever. Because there ain't no way anybody that know what that is would have just been sitting there like this, watching. You're supposed to run her over. All right, maybe I'm wrong, but I would have ran her over. I don't care what nobody say. You getting ran over because my life is in danger. You're clearly erratic. You clearly fired at another person. Now, I will agree. They could have done something to you. I don't know the circumstances, but if I see you waving that at random vehicles, I'm just going to take the ability to go, you might try to do something with me. It's a problem, right? That's just me. Now, the second part, officers allow her to drop the weapon and arrest her. Okay. Maybe this is the new style of policing. Maybe maybe you drop the weapon. Maybe you drop it and they normal it, but back in the day, they didn't report it like this. They said they had a weapon in hand or not. But listen, please, ladies, put your clothes on. I don't want to walk outside, rent a car for a day, just be my luck, all right? I be my luck. So, rent a car out. Go ahead. As a matter of fact, a sugar mama, she might go in and tell me, hey, I'm about to rent you a car. Pull up on me. And you know what I'm going to say? Ain't no problem. That ain't no problem. So I would be in the rental car that she didn't rent it out for me. You know what I'm saying? Because there's probably a height requirement to rent a car, and being 5'5", brown eyes is not going to cover it. So imagine me on a freeway, and I see this lady. And most likely, I probably would be in like a Prius or something. This is Northern Cali, right? So she going to rent me a Prius or something. You know what I mean? I'm not bougie-ish, okay? I ain't got to be in a Lambo or one of them Corvettes. You know what I mean? I can be in a Prius. It's no problem. But I will be sad if I got to hit her with my little old Prius, but I'm going to do it, okay? Because that is embarrassing to just sit there and watch all these people just pull out their phones and record her shooting at people. I don't want to say what the situation would be if the circumstances were different, but all I'm going to say is put some clothes on. Put some clothes on and keep us protected because it's getting dangerous, okay? it is getting a little dangerous now. That's what I'm gonna say. It's getting a little dangerous. Now, what we're gonna do is where Quee at? Quee, did you leave? Quee, where Quee go? All right, now we gonna take a trip to talk about Disney, right? Let's talk a little bit about Disney, okay? Just a little bit. You know that Disney is dealing with the streaming wars that's going on with, you could say Apple, right? Whatever. But mainly their competition is Netflix, right? And it's Warner Brothers Discovery as well. HBO. There's a lot of streaming services, right? So it's a big deal, right? Now, Disney's company right now, their stock performance, their business is not necessarily doing exceptional as they're trying to adjust to be part of these streaming wars. They spend a lot of money, a lot of capex, a lot of money to get into these streaming wars, right? Now, what we all know is that there is a strike right now, right? As far as actors, writers, etc., right? There's a strike, and there's kind of like a little bit of a freeze, right? There's a little bit of a freeze that exists. And so what you're seeing is a lot of things happen, right? So we're going to play a little bit of that interview from the CNBC about current. Shout out to OG. I'm running her over, OG. Look, as they say in the town, on mamas, I'm running her over. I don't care. She getting ran over. You craziest. Listen, OG, honestly, I wouldn't be caught in that section because we would have, we going to maneuver about that situation. We not about to pull out phones and record. I'm going to just be honest with you. You saw the people that they interviewed. Wasn't us. That we not on recording that stuff for the most part. Maybe some young kids, but us a little bit older, we getting up out of there. We hitting reverse. We turning the opposite way. We don't know what's going on, or we running you over. We not playing this sit right here and just watch her walk around with a wet. We're not doing that, bro. We're not doing that. But shout out to OG. But let's get into this Disney stuff, right? So Bob Iger is current CEO of Disney. He replaced somebody that was horrendous during their tenure, and us shareholders are glad that Bob Iger is back, okay? Let's get into the breakdown.
Largely aimed at Bob Iger and a few others in the wake of his interview with David Faber 2 weeks ago, where he weighed in on the heightened tensions in Hollywood following the start of the writer's strike. Remember this?
There's a level of expectation that they have that is just not realistic. And they are adding to a set of challenges that this business is already facing that is, quite frankly, very disruptive.
Now, this is important, right? This is important that you understood. You must understand what they're saying right now, right? Because this streaming wars affects everybody. There's market consolidations. There's smaller companies that don't have the content to sustain this current industry that are going to get bought up. You've seen Disney buy Fox. You've seen them trying to get their Hulu stake, getting either selling to Comcast, etc. It's a lot of content concentration and trying to gobble up as much content as you can, right? Now, Netflix is the clear leader as far as spending costs and, for the most part, users, although Disney's up there with their user base, right? But they're currently the leaders in this space, right? For many, many reasons, right? Here's what you guys need to hear based upon what Bob Iger just said. This is what I'm going to highlight to you guys, what you need to pay attention to, right? Because as you know, I'm a Disney shareholder, for disclosure. I'm not telling you what to do, but I'm going to tell you what I've done, right? Now, HBO is the leader of what? HBO is not the streaming leader. Right? Lou, don't start, Lou. HBO is not the streaming leader. We're not doing that. You're looking at just as user base, right? You have to look at the cost of the content and how much money that they're actually making. So the full encompassing of the business, right? I understand that if you're just looking at the user base, no problem. No problem, Lou. I don't know the exact streaming numbers right now to date, but when you're talking about the business model, it's not just the user base. It's more than just the user base. It's how much the cost of streaming is costing you, the content, etc. So there's a lot in that business, right? And as you know, Lou, we could get into that extremely deep, but I'm just going to not go that far, right? I'm going to touch on another aspect that you guys need to pay attention. This is more important, right? Now, and this is going to blow your mind, right? What Bob Iger said in that clip was this. What the writers are asking for, and you guys know the actors are on strike too. I don't, whatever, right? I tell you like this, though. Tom Cruise not on strike. Tom Cruise not on strike. Denzel Washington ain't on strike. Send that 40 million. I'll be there, sir. They not on strike, okay? Robert Downey Jr., they not on strike, okay? A lot of these people not on strike, but the ones that's getting paid $23,000 a year, which is I make 22. So I can understand why they're complaining, right? But let's be honest. Big Bad Boy, what up? So let's be honest, right? There are some struggling actors in Hollywood. The writers are an issue. And listen to what Bob Iger just said. I'm going to pull that back again so you really understand what he just said.
Of the writer's strike, remember this?
There's a level of expectation that they have that is just not realistic. And they are adding to a set of challenges that this business is already facing that is, quite frankly, very disruptive.
Now, Robert Downey Jr. is not on strike. That's just for, and look, you can believe whatever you want. He can go there with them and be like, yeah, I'm on strike with y'all if you want to. But I'm not falling for that, okay? I don't fall for that, all right? I look at things differently. But let's get, don't get hard on the actual individual actors. This is more important. Pay attention to this. Because I'm going to give y'all a bunch of key things to look for, right? This is very, very important to pay attention to. One, Bob Iger said we're already in a very dangerous climate with the market that we're in and the industry that we're developing, right? This is important. It's unreasonable what they're requesting. It's unreasonable, right? So two things are going to happen. And let me guys help y'all guys so y'all think that these so-called billionaires, and Bob Iger is not a billionaire. No, I don't think Bob Iger is a billionaire, right? But then again, he might be because he's been in charge for a long time. So but I don't think he's a billionaire, right? Here's the point, right? Y'all familiar with AI, right? Y'all familiar with AI. Now, when y'all look at the restaurant industries, y'all look at the Burger Kings, the McDonald's, all this stuff, right? What you're seeing is that they're putting robots as servers. They're putting robots as the people that are making your food, and they're eliminating those positions. Why? Because it was a hard job placing people in those positions. When the pandemic happened, a lot of people said, I'm not going back to work. So we didn't have people that were at the restaurant. We didn't have enough. Restaurants closed. Places in y'all city that's around for 30, 40 years are gone. Gone. You understand? Now, what does that mean? This is important, right? With the assistance of AI, all these bots, etc., you now have bots that can write code, do some development in cybersecurity, all this stuff, right? Predictability. Do you not believe that these AIs can actually write a script? If I had JB up here with me, he could break this down in the technological aspect of it. But you don't think that they can write a script? You don't think that they can see what type of movies that y'all really, really like? You don't think they can go through all y'all comments on Twitter, Instagram, all the stuff that y'all like and say, maybe this is what gets their emotions going. Look, I love this, right? This is why none of y'all are running these businesses, right? Look, Lou says AI can't create Game of Thrones, right? Yeah, I love this, right? This is why y'all probably not running these businesses. This is probably why Netflix is not giving y'all that $900,000 position for product manager, because if y'all don't believe that this technology is going to start doing this stuff, y'all are out of your mind. If you don't understand that cybersecurity, right, when you have leaks in the system, you have the technology to where they can go and find the issue, fix it. Listen, I'm not even going to get into that. Pay attention. If you don't believe that they're going to start having these systems in place, all this predictive things, all these things in place to start replacing these writers, you're out of your mind. You are so far out of your mind, you have no clue what you're talking about. There's literally a woman, right? Lou, you're wrong. You're wrong, Lou. There's a woman that made an AI version of herself and sold herself online, right? Just her image to be somebody's girlfriend, right? I know y'all saw that story, right? I don't have it with me right now. Y'all just don't want to believe it. Okay. So I don't have it with me right now, but there was this woman that made the AI and became, the girlfriend, and she was making crazy money. She was making crazy money. Now, y'all saying that they can't do it right now. So this is the important things y'all need to understand about business. They're not running their business for right now. They're running their business. They're literally running. Shout out to Cam, the lovely Cam. She says JB is driving right now, but he said you're 100% right. He said it's already been done. JB, you told me I can't argue with everybody, so I'm just gonna tell them. I'm just talking. I'm not going to go too deep because they might get rid of me, right? You know how things go. But I'm telling y'all, they're going to start doing it, and it ain't about today. It ain't about next month. These companies go 5, 10, 15 years out. This is why y'all so lost when y'all be like, well, why these companies just don't do this? Because they have to run their company for 20, 30, 50, 100 years. They're not just doing it for right now. It's important. So imagine that AI gets involved. They can predict. Listen, they're already predicting you guys' habits, right? It's all about collecting data from y'all habits, where y'all live, et cetera, right? Now, here's why Disney is in a prime position, right? They're not in the perfect position because it's open. It's a lot of competition, right? This is why it's important. And shout out to T-Dub. T-Dub says salute to Arno and the GBG 100. We appreciate gang. But this is important, right? Pay attention. I already know AI is going to be doing this stuff. I'm not even going to argue with y'all. I already know why he said what he said. He didn't say, guys, we really need you guys to come back to the office and write your little stuff. He said, you guys are making a bad decision because we're already in a dangerous environment. So y'all better stop before we have to do things to replace y'all to keep our business going. Oh, don't worry, fan. We're going to get to your wealth tax soon. You up next, fan. You up next, right? Don't worry. But it's very dangerous. But let me tell you why, for me, why I look at Disney and why I look at Netflix and all these places that are well-positioned, right? Since Citizen Lou, he wants to argue. AI doesn't work like that. Listen, I'm not the technology guy, Lou. I'm not specifically speaking only to AI. I'm saying in all aspects of the technology that they have access to, they can write a script. And if they can't write it now, they are working towards writing it. And if they have enough data on your habits, they have enough data on where you live, what you like, et cetera. They have it. It may not be ready to roll out right now because I'm not going to argue with you about that. I'm thinking in the future as you should be, right? Now, two things you have to understand that's so important about Disney, right? Nostalgia is real with people. It's why y'all keep going to see Star Wars and why y'all keep watching Iron Man and Marvel and all this type of stuff, right? It's why y'all keep doing it, right? This is where it's important at. What Disney does is something that's very important. The same thing is very similar to what they do in banking. Disney gets their people at a young age and they draw them into the ecosystem. What do young people like the most? What do young people love the most? Y'all may think Disney is all on this woke stuff, and they may be, but they're going to learn to adjust their business based upon what the demand is, what they're experiencing, and what they believe the future is going to hold. That's their responsibility. What I see happening is twofold, right? One, they have an ecosystem for young people. Where do mothers love to take their children when they first have them? Disneyland, Disney World. If you can afford it, you're taking your daughter, your son to Disneyland. That's where you're going to go. Y'all old heads can say whatever y'all want. Y'all already old. Disney, they don't care about y'all, whatever. Complain all y'all want. But that woman wants to go to Disneyland with her child. The dad just got to show up there, okay? Shout out to JB. He going to be going to Disneyland real soon, whether he like it or not, okay? Cam going to be like, we going to Disneyland. Minnie Mouse is there, okay? It is what it is. Goofy is there. It is what it is, okay? Disney is not dying. You're delusional if you think that's the case, right? Now, Disney is in a difficult position of where execution is, but they're not dying. They're still generating revenue. So you're out of your mind. One, the ballparks are literally an entertainment aspect, okay? Shout out to OG says it'll be just like trap music. So in general, they get you young. Your children loving those characters young. These kids don't know about all the stuff these older people know about, and we need experience. Young people like travel. And I might have missed it, Cam. Let me see what Cam said. Hold on. I don't know, Cam. You're going to have to write a new, I don't know. Cam, I might have missed it. I'm sorry. You're going to have to write a new one so I can pull it up. Sorry, Cam, because it's too far back for me to scroll up right now. Here's the point. They get you into their ecosystem at a really young age. They get your kids, and they get you in there, okay? Cam wanted to say thank you, Miss Bliss. They really, really appreciate what you did. So shout out to Miss Bliss. But this is important, right? When they get you into their ecosystem young, it's very similar how banking does when they tell you get your grandkids a savings account. They get you onto the Bank of America is really, really known for that, okay? They get you into their ecosystem young. They tell you get your little grandson a little savings account. You put your little $100 in there for the little birthdays. They get you in their system young, right? Disney is no different. Then as they're developing that, they're getting you to fall in love with their characters, all right? When you think of superheroes, right? Who's your favorite Netflix superhero? Can y'all put them in the chat? Don't worry, I'll wait. Because Netflix is a leader of this industry, right? And encompassing of their business model, profit, cost of business, etc. They're the leaders right now, right? Who is Netflix superhero that your kids recognize? Who's the superhero? All right, Robert says Luke Cage. No. Omega Dress. Netflix do not own Spider-Man. Try again. Daredevil. Let me look into this. Hold on. I could be wrong. Daredevil is, I don't know. I don't think Daredevil is belong to them. So I could be wrong because yeah, see, Iron Man. No, see, Disney. I know Disney owns Marvel. What I'm asking y'all is who is these superheroes that Netflix owns that your kids, when they see, they want them. I'm gonna guess they don't have none. I'm gonna guess that Netflix don't really have the superheroes that y'all kids look up to, want to be like, right? Oh, Nas, don't worry. I already know. That part is important. She said nobody's on Netflix, right? But that part is important. Now, when you look at Warner Brothers Discovery or whatever the name is now, they have their own superheroes, right? They have superheroes over there, right? That's true. No, Netflix does not own the Flash. If anything, Netflix is, if they're borrowing the right to license the Flash, but they don't have Flash either. Look, Omega says they do. No, Netflix do not own those characters, but I'm not about to argue with you right now. But here's the point, right? Hey, B-Love, this is the important point. They get you in their ecosystem. Now, if y'all think that Disney theme parks are dying, now they might be. I don't think so because they just raised prices. And normally, for you to raise prices, typically demand has to be there. Typically, for you to raise prices, demand must be there for you to raise prices. Now, maybe we're in a new world where the demand doesn't exist. Cam says the comment was JB said check out Flawless AI. It's an AI filmmaking company that's already doing what you described. Yeah, see, I should have hollered at JB before I did the stream, but I randomly put it together. But guys, look into Flawless AI. Look into that company. If y'all believe I just And I didn't even know about this company. Me and JB, we talk all the time. And I'm like, yeah, you know what? Listen to what Bob Iger says. And he's not cowering down saying, oh, we need to fix this. He said, y'all better stop playing. Y'all better stop acting how y'all acting, because we're already in a dangerous situation. And you're going to make us use a method that we didn't want to implement just yet. See, McDonald's had an opportunity to have robotics in their restaurants, but they didn't have time to implement it yet. But the second y'all said, I'm not going back to work, the second that situation happened, when everybody shut down and the businesses still had to operate, they start finding out different ways to do business, okay? So when you look at the fact that they have your children in the theme parks, right? Listen, all y'all that want kids, y'all going to Disney. I don't care what y'all say. And if this battle with Mr. DeSantis goes bad, let me just tell you this. They're going to build a theme park in Texas. They're going to build a theme park somewhere else, okay? They're not going to just lay down. I hate to tell y'all that. They're going to build somewhere else. Just like Elon Musk took his business out of California and moved to Texas, they will do the same. Y'all out of y'all mind. So they're raising prices with theme parks because the demand is still there, because young people like to travel. What do young people want? It's all about experiences. It's all about experiences. What did I tell y'all last stream? Go outside right now, and if y'all confident enough, and ask any woman, what are you into? Let me tell you. Look at these people. Texas don't want them, Aaron. You out of your mind. Let me help you, Godfather 21. Texas in some areas may not want them, but business is business. You out of your mind. Business is business, and they bring a lot of business. And also, look, you know, I'm not gonna fight you. Sure, then don't pick Texas. Pick somewhere else. But either way, they'll move their business somewhere else, and it will be patronized. But here's the point. When you look at the fact that Elon Musk will take his business wherever it's best suited, you have to understand that they got y'all young. They got the superheroes. They have the content because they were buying up content. They were overspending for content because they were trying to compete. We all understand that when you're trying to compete, you may have to pay more to get a LeBron James to leave Cleveland or whatever the case is. You may have to pay a little bit more for a football player to uproot his family to go to another state. No different when you're buying content trying to compete. That's just what it was. They have been spending too much, but they have employees that they can fire in order to offset some of that cost. They can also cut back on some of the CapEx. They can also cut back on some of the other costs and bring that down. They can slow up how they produce content, but then they're also going to be working towards the future. And let me help y'all here. This is where we're going to go with this. This is important. Y'all know I'm 70% incel, right? I was 65 about a week ago. I'm up to 70% incel. This is all me just projecting. I could be 100% wrong. They may not go in this direction, but it's just an option. Maybe y'all saw Apple's last the last presentation Apple had, right? When they brought you the whatever they call the iMacs or whatever they're called. They go over your eyes, right? You saw what Meta does. Meta has the commercial, right? Where they show you how doctors can use their technology to practice on surgery and things like that. It's really, really innovative. It's really cool, right? They put these little goggles on and they can practice, right? You literally will be learning how to become a surgeon. You'll literally be learning how to do doctor work through those lenses, right? And also job training, the visuals. They will give you those where you can be job trained. There's many things that you can do with that, right? Somebody said Apple Vision Pro. Yes, thank you. It's hard to remember all these names while you're running the stream, right? Here's another thing you have to think about. When you put those glasses on, imagine your son gets to be Spider-Man. Imagine your son gets to become Iron Man. Imagine an interactive experience using all of the content that Disney has access to license to, etc. Just imagine that. And that's just one area that they can tap into. They are very well positioned to do very well in the future. They still have to execute like any other company. It's a lot of stuff that can be done. It's a lot of stuff that they can be done. I'm still a big fan of Disney. I like the content that they own. I like the company. I like Bob Iger, and it's opportunity that exists. And so everybody makes their own decisions. But it is what it is. I'm just telling you, y'all have to look a lot farther than where y'all looking at. And if you can imagine the cost reduction that they can have by no longer paying you guys, y'all gonna learn. Y'all gonna learn. Now, that's just an aspect. I'm not going to argue with y'all about Disney right now. I'm just telling you what I see happening. What I see is a possibility. You guys can be, I don't even know if you guys invest anyway, so you guys might not care at all. You guys just might go to the theme parks. But that's just a lot of stuff to look into, right? Why are you talking about videos, Easy? What are you talking about? Oh, yum videos. Yeah, I can see that. I can absolutely see that. Now, I'm gonna move off Disney. That was just a little bit of what you can actually look into, other stuff like that if you want to, right? Because some people believe this and believe that. I look differently, right? Now, let's get to Fan and her wealth tax. Okay. The other night, while I'm chilling over there with the GBG gang, you know what I'm saying, with Granville and everybody, she come up on the stream talking about we need to tax the 1%. We need to tax the top wealthy class at least 1% because they got a lot of money, and I'm anti-wealthy people. That's what she said. I ain't making it up. That's what she said. Now, she sent me some stuff, and I don't even remember exactly what she sent me. I read it briefly. I just know she out of her mind. I know she out of her mind. Let me see here. Let me see what she said. So we're going to attack that. And I will allow her, if she wants to come up here to have this conversation, we can. But that's for fan. Okay, that's for fan. Let me see here. Adjusted. Yes. Don't sit up here lying. Fantasy, don't start. Don't start. Listen, you're gonna get this work. You better stop. All right. Let's get into Fantasy and her tax on the wealthy. Okay. She has a desire to tax the wealthy. Okay. So let's talk about ways to tax the wealthy. Okay. Ways to tax the wealthy. Okay. Now, this is a video by Robert. And Robert, let me see if I can make that a little bit bigger. Okay, good. I can. Now, Robert, he's a former U.S. Secretary of Labor, okay? He's a former Secretary of Labor. And also, he has a video in which he believes the similar things that Fig does, right? He believes we should tax the wealthy, right? So we're going to hear out ways and why he believes we should tax the wealthy, okay? Let us get into the video.
The crisis of income inequality in America is well known, but there's another economic crisis developing much faster and with worse consequences. I'm talking about inequality of wealth. The wealth gap is now staggering. In the 1970s, the wealthiest tenth of Americans owned about a third of the nation's total household wealth. Now, the wealthiest 10% owns about 75% of total household wealth. America's richest 1/10 of 1% now owns as much wealth as the bottom 90%. Wealth is...
Yes, we know. Yes, we know. We know that they own a lot of this money. Yes, we know. We understand why. You know why? Because people get money, they buy products, they live in homes, etc., that are owned by these people, and that way they get money for having such assets. Now, maybe you don't believe that they should have any money, but I believe if they give you a house to live in, if they give you products you want to buy on Amazon, if they give you products you want to buy at Target, if they give you things that you want to buy with your money, since you don't want to buy a cow, since you don't want to buy a buffalo yourself, since you don't want to go out into the look, women don't want to cook right now. Women don't want to cook right now. Okay. Women don't want to cook right now. So imagine if women had to actually go out and farm. Oh, yeah, we need some more milk. Go out there and, you know what I'm saying, go get the milk. They got to go out there and squeeze it. Y'all don't even want to do no cooking. I don't believe y'all going to be able to take care of no cows, okay? So if a company provides you milk and you pay for it, they doing their just service. They deserve to be compensated handsomely, okay? Handsomely for such services, okay?
Isn't like income. Income is payment for work. Wealth keeps growing automatically and exponentially because it's parked in investments that generate even more wealth. Wealth is also passed from generation to generation. An estimated 60% of the wealth in the United States today is inherited.
So let's discuss that. Now, he said there's a difference between wealth and income. Now, I'm not that smart, but I can imagine there is a difference between wealth and income. First thing I will acknowledge is this. You can only have an income if there is a business to help you produce that income. So whether you make the business to get the income or you work for their business to help you get the income, you need a business to get it done. Unless you just think money appear out of nowhere, which that could be argued, business is going to be required in some form, shape, or fashion, right? So if you want an income, because you said you don't want the income, they're taxed and and the wealth is different, it's not the same. Duh. Well, Mr. Brilliant Man, Mr. Secretary of Labor, whatever you are, I'm pretty sure your pockets ain't empty. I'm pretty sure you probably be in the 1%. You might not be in the 0.01%, but I'm pretty sure you're a 1%er, right? Let me guess. You want people that create the incomes for the people that get an income to be taxed because they have the assets that produce the income. So if I have an asset, which is a business, right? And I employ you and you get an income and you're taxed, you want me to get taxed because I have the asset as opposed to the income part of it. Now, I'm going to be honest with you, that's weird and confusing. But once again, what's the benefit of me buying the cows, owning the asset, producing the good, and then charging you for it if you're going to charge me because I own the asset? Now, that's fine, but forget it. Somebody else create the companies then. If you're going to attack me, I'm just going to go ahead and take care of the income aspect, and I'm just going to go off of the income. Go ahead and attack me there. And government, you build the business, government, because fantasy wants the government to tax them, right? So if that's the case, if that's what you want to do, then the government, y'all create all the businesses. Y'all create all the companies. Y'all have the ingenuity. Y'all create the Ubers. Y'all create the Lyfts. Y'all come up with these ideas. Y'all do it. I don't know. Y'all gonna hire some of the American people to do that job? Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how that works. I have a slight issue with that. But, let's talk about it.
Many of today's super rich never did a day's work in their lives. The Walmart heirs alone have more wealth than the bottom 42% of Americans combined.
Let's talk about that as well, sir. When we talk about inheriting wealth, right? Let me give y'all a secret, okay? I've been dealing with a bunch of women, specifically in my chat on my panels, talking about y'all men are broke. Now, me personally, I'm not dealing with none of these women in my personal life, so me being broke don't affect them. I accept the fact that I'm broke, but I'm like, it's some people out here with some money, but can you get them? And they get mad at me, right? But they're saying, y'all broke. This is what women are telling the men. Y'all broke, okay? No doubt. Let me ask y'all this. What is the next talking point that these women say to us when they want to shame us for not getting all this money? I want to get generational wealth. I want generational wealth. I want to be able to pass this money down to my kids' kids. Y'all want generational wealth. Y'all want generational wealth. In the same sense, you're going to be mad if wealthy people are passing their wealth down to their children while in the same breath telling other people that they broke. Y'all need to get some money so we can pass down generational wealth. Now, I know it don't have to make sense because y'all not the ones affected by it. Y'all want to target the people that are affected by it, right? But if they target y'all, it's going to be a problem. If they target y'all, it's going to be a problem. Fine. Just stop talking about generational wealth. Leave it alone. I don't want to hear no more conversations about generational wealth. If y'all don't think the wealthy deserve to be able to pass all their money down to their children, even though they don't really get to do that, they still gonna get hit with a bunch of taxes and a bunch of other things that they got to deal with in a lot of cases. Now, I'm personally, as long as it's legal, why not use all of the tax laws that are in a favor for you to pay less taxes as long as you follow the tax code and it's legal? I'm not going to give y'all more money if I don't have to. Now, if Mackenzie Bezos, which we don't know what her new name is, if she wants to give away her $14 billion to charity to y'all, let her do it. It's her money. If that's what she wants to do, it's her money. Okay? It's her money. God bless you. Okay? She done gave away like $11 billion. God bless her. It's her money to give away. Okay? It is what it is. It is what it is. I don't want to hear nothing else about no generational wealth from y'all. If y'all have problem with wealthy people and this money, I don't want to hear nothing about no generational wealth from y'all. We're going to need a different argument.
America is now on the cusp of the largest intergenerational transfer of wealth in history. As wealthy boomers die, an estimated $30 trillion will go to their children over the next 3 decades. Over time, this wealth will continue to grow even further without these folks lifting a finger. This concentration of wealth will soon resemble the kind of dynasties common to European aristocracies in the 17th and 18th centuries. It's exactly what our founding fathers sought to combat by creating a system of government and economy grounded in meritocracy. Dynastic wealth puts economic power into the hands of a relatively small number of people who make decisions about where and how to invest the nation's capital, as well as which nonprofit enterprises and charities deserve support, and what politicians merit their campaign contributions.
So what you're in agreement is that Fan wants the government to tax people more. The same politicians that you're saying that are pretty much part of this system, the politicians, let me see here. What else did you say? I want to make sure I go back on your little list. Charities. Charities? Let me see what you have.
Deserve support.
Charities,
and what politicians merit their campaign contributions.
Yeah, okay.
That means
the charities, the politicians, they're part of the system. So who Fan gonna get to tax these people this money? Who's she gonna get to do it? It can't be the politicians that you just said that's part of that system, because that don't make no sense. So who's gonna tax these people this money? How you gonna pull this off? I don't know. I'm not the smartest idea. You clearly are a guy that's a lot smarter than me. So I'm just going to listen to you. You know something that I don't know. So we're going to listen to you.
Their decisions have a disproportionately large effect on America's future. Dynastic wealth also magnifies race and gender disparities. Because of racism and sexism, women and people of color not only earn less, they have also saved less, which is why the racial wealth gap and the gender wealth gap are huge and growing. Today, government is financed almost entirely by income taxes and payroll taxes, totally ignoring the giant and growing wealth at the top. So how do we address the crisis of wealth inequality? A wealth tax, as proposed by Senator Elizabeth Warren, would begin to tackle all this by placing a 2% tax on wealth in excess of $50 million.
Here we go. Now we're getting more closer to Fantasy's wealth tax. She said 1% wealth tax. He says 2%. I'm going to go with the 2% because Fan, you don't got no power. Yeah, Fan, you ain't got no power. You're not Senator Elizabeth Warren. You don't have no power. You're just an opinionated, biased person that does things that's in her own selfish desires, which you accepted and agreed to the other night, that you are a selfish individual and you only care about things that benefit you. Okay, those are her words, not mine. I'm just highlighting them. Right now, she says the greater good, but then she says she's selfish and she only cares about things that benefit her. Right? It is what it is. Now, 2% tax on people in excess of 50 million wealth, right? Whatever the case is. Why target them? What do they do to you? You're just targeting them just because that they have money, that they've earned money in the system that y'all created, right? Well, if that's the argument, let's target these broke people too. All right. You broke people, all y'all got to work the jobs we tell y'all to work. Y'all don't get free choice no more. All right. If we're going to target wealthy people, that's arbitrary. Let's target some broke people too. So now, instead of y'all getting to decide what career y'all want to work in, instead of y'all deciding what jobs y'all want to work in, it will be pre-chosen for y'all like in China. We going to decide where y'all work at. Ladies, get ready to get working in them sewers. Yeah, y'all gonna be lipping up all the little doo-doo and all that stuff. Get to work. If you ain't got no money, we putting you in the sewers, okay? Ladies, y'all better get on the back of them garbage trucks. Yeah. Hey, y'all targeting the wealthy. They should be able to target y'all too. Fair is fair. Get ready to do these jobs, okay? Get ready to get on them skyscrapers. Get ready to clean them buildings. Have y'all ever been downtown? Have y'all ever been downtown and seen those huge skyscrapers and they cleaning them windows and they own that little machine that's going back and forth window by window? Have y'all ever seen a woman up there? Well, we about to put y'all up there, all right? We about to put y'all up there. Oh, yes. Y'all want to target them. We think that it's only fair that everybody has a right to target somebody, okay? So if y'all want to target wealthy people, wealthy people should be able to target you brokes, okay? Now, I know I'm at risk of getting targeted, but I'm good with working in sewers. I have no problem with it, okay? I guess if I ain't got the bet, if I got to deal with what I got to deal with, I will be in the sewers with some pretty woman. Whoever want to come there, Fantasy, you can come in the sewers and work with me. Go ahead and come on. I got some boots for you. Oh, they go all the way up your kneecaps and all that. Oh, we gonna pick up feces all the time. We gotta clean. We gonna be working. Oh yes. Oh Lord, y'all women gonna be some of the best workers in the sewer. Oh, y'all gonna love it. Y'all gonna love it. Okay, I appreciate it. Okay. Nice charm. I assure you, I'm not in the 1%, and no, I'm nowhere near close. But at the same time, I have an understanding and a respect for people that create businesses and entities for people that would starve their children because they don't have the abilities. They making jobs that the dumbest person in the world can do. Like, you ain't even got to read. They have an image of the thing on the cash registers. You want French fry? They press French fry. Large, you press large French fry. Like, they done made things so simple for somebody that's not smart enough to produce for themselves. So when you have to understand that there are people feeding you, because your inabilities and your lack of capabilities to feed yourself, but you're not going to stop having sex. So you're producing children. So you need a job to feed your family. These people are the ones producing it for you. And if they live a better life than you, it's no different than King Massamusa, whatever his name is, right? King Massamusa. He had a whole bunch of wealth, right? No different. See, you see how this guy in this video decided to talk about the rich Europeans, right? He didn't want to go back to the richest man in history, right? That was the king down in Africa. They don't want to talk about him. That's strategic to play on your emotions about race, color, people, etc. We know that's what that is. I'm just saying fair is fair. If you can feed yourself, if you can get your own cows, defend your own castle and all that kind of stuff, bless you. But a lot of these women, y'all gonna go back to being working for the men. You're gonna go back to being property to men. Because y'all not gonna be able to do this stuff. Y'all can't protect no buffalo. Y'all gonna need a man to protect buffalo. So so the stuff that y'all say, y'all don't understand that y'all want the system that we currently in to stay working and benefit y'all. But when you start to tweak things in the system and take wealth away from people, you take their ability to create because they don't have the desire to do things anymore. Well, create it yourself. And what you're going to do is what women are going to do is say, don't we have some government programs that can help us? Because y'all always run to the government. Look, your life is going to be two ways, the government or a man, no matter how you want to look at it. If you try to change the current system, the women that's getting money now, look at the system that y'all in to get this money. Look at the ones that's creating these apps for y'all to get this money. Those are men. So if we take away all these resources and assets in which how y'all generate money, y'all going to be going back to doing makeup, which is probably what most of y'all doing anyway, and hair. That's how y'all getting y'all money, makeup and hair. And let me be clear, I'm not knocking it. A lot of these women doing way better than me doing makeup and hair, and I have no issue with it. But you want to play with the men that's getting this money, creating these businesses, these entities, and you try to tax them for doing something phenomenal that a lot of other countries like India don't have access to. A lot of these countries that don't have access to the system that these wealthy men put in place. And now that y'all coming up a little bit, y'all make a little money, y'all want to run y'all mouths and y'all voices to get louder. Y'all have to suffer the consequence when you affect the system. And when you try to put the government in charge, you're going to find out what really happens when you don't get to pick what type of career you in and you down in the sewers with broke guys like me cleaning those feces up, okay? But if y'all want to play with this, we'll play with the conversation. Let's get back to this 2% tax, right? The 2% tax. Let's get to it.
According to estimates, this tax would generate $2.75 trillion over the next decade, which could be used for healthcare, education, infrastructure, everything else we need. Not only would a wealth tax raise revenue and help bring the economy back into balance, but it would also protect our democracy by reducing the influence of the super rich on our political system. We must demand an economy that works for the many, not one that concentrates wealth in the hands of few.
Mm-hmm.
A wealth tax is a necessary first step. What do you think? Do you support a wealth tax?
No.
Let us know in the comments. If you found that
I do not support a wealth tax. I'm against it. Wealthy people should keep all that they money that they earn and build other companies like SpaceX and go to the moon if they want to. Go to the moon if they want to. And Fan, don't worry. I will drop the link for you. Don't worry, Fan. I'm going to get to you real soon. As a matter of fact, this link is only for Fan. This link is only for Fan. Because she can come up here and you know what? She is she got enough patience to where she can allow me to process through videos and have this conversation. So Fan, if you want to hit the link, only for the Fan, okay? If you want to hit the link and have the conversation, we can, okay? But if you don't want to, it ain't no problem. Ain't no problem. I got to get that Shannon Sharp clip. That thing is funny. But I just have to tell you, I'm just not into this wealth tax. I think it has huge ramifications that people don't understand. And a lot of these women that feel so strongly about this, and a lot of these broke guys like myself, but I'm smart enough to know that this is actually not in our favor. And these other guys are too opinionated and have no, listen, they don't actually have the ability to execute this. These women are getting a larger voice and they just want to beg people for more programs, beg people to pay for their stuff that they should pay for on their own. And I think it's dangerous. I think it's extremely dangerous. I think that was a good video though. I think that was a really good video. Let me see here. Let me get into this. Oh, here we go. I'm gonna erase that. We're going to move on past that and get to this. Now, Fan thinks that they should be charged as tax. Let me tell Fan why it ain't going to happen, Fan. I'm going to tell you why this ain't never, ever going to happen, okay? One, because Biden, he up there, he got that money too. One, and then two, this is another reason why it's not going to happen, Fan. This is another reason. Fan don't know who she playing with. See, Fan, when you present a challenge to moi, Fan, we going to have this conversation, okay, Fan? We going to have this conversation, and I'm going to tell you why it's happening, all right? This here is a conversation from a couple years ago, okay? A conversation from a couple years ago in which then presidential debate between Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton was in effect. And I'm going to show you what transpired during that time, Fan. Shout out to D. D says, today reminds me of the early 1900s during the pre-progressive era. I think we can learn a lot from studying that. Gang. I think we can learn a lot from studying all different types of eras. But the things that you have to study is knowing that we're in a different environment, knowing that we're dealing with different individuals. You're talking 1900s, we're talking societal standards and norms are vastly different. The influence is way different. So yeah, the amount of wealth that we have now compared to then is not the same. The amount of poverty that we've eradicated in the United States of America is almost non-existent, as far as we've eliminated starvation in America, outside of parents starving their kids or guardians starving their kids on their own individual choice. We pretty much eliminated that. Okay. Now let's talk to Fan of why what she thinks is never going to happen. It ain't never going to happen. This is why. Let me drop this video and go here. This is why.
See, I understand the tax code better than anybody that's ever run for president. Hillary Clinton, and it's extremely complex. Hillary Clinton has friends that want all of these provisions, including they want the carried interest provision, which is very important to Wall Street people. But
all right, President Trump, he says the reason why that they're not going to mess with these taxes is because these politicians got friends that donate to them. They donate to them, and they're not going to mess with the carried interest. They're not going to mess with none of that because they got friends. And you got friends, and I got friends, and you got friends, and I got friends. Bring your friends, and everybody got friends. Okay, everybody got friends. So therefore, who is going to implement this tax system? Fan, who's going to implement this tax system? Who are you going to get to do it? The same government that want these people to have the same tax provisions that's on the right or the left? The same people. Who's going to do it? Let me guess. Fan. You gonna be the, let me get the big screen. Fan is going to be the first woman president of the United States. She is going to be the first one to be able to change these tax laws. And she's going to run as an independent, by the way. Yeah. Fan is going to run as an independent, and she's going to win and make these changes that she believes that can happen with the system that the way it is. Fan. You're going to get our vote, because if you can get that 1% fan, you could change our lives, right? Now, let me find out if you in office, right? Let's just say you don't want to be the president, fan. Let's just say you want to be a senator or whatever the case is. Maybe then you can help put some legislation together to fix the tax code. You think you'd be able to do that, fan, if you got in the office? You think you'd be able to convince all the other politicians, like, oh, by the way, a lot of these rich people are doing really well and everybody else is doing bad. I think that we should, I don't know, tax them more. What do you guys think, friends? What do you think, Don? What do you think?
they really want the carried interest provision, which I believe Hillary's leaving. It's very interesting why she's leaving carried interest. But I will tell you that, number one, I pay tremendous numbers of taxes. I absolutely used it. And so did Warren Buffett. And so did George Soros. And so did many of the other people.
Did he say George Soros used the tax code? Hold on, y'all. Somebody look up George Soros for me and find out what type of man that is. Y'all telling me George Soros used the tax code to his benefit? He would never do that. He want all his money to go back to the people. He would never do that. Carry on, Don. Carry on, Don.
That Hillary is getting money from. Now, I won't mention their names because they're rich, but they're not famous, so we won't make them famous.
Can you say how many years you have avoided paying personal federal income taxes?
No, but I pay tax and I pay federal tax too. But I have a write-off. A lot of it's depreciation, which is a wonderful charge. I love depreciation. You know, she's given it to us. Hey, if she had a problem, for 30 years she's been doing this, Anderson. I say it all the time. She talks about health care. Why didn't she do something about it? She talks about taxes. Why didn't she do something? She talks about health care. Why didn't she do something about it? She talks about taxes. This, Anderson. I say it all the time. She talks about health care. Why didn't she do something about it? She talks about taxes. Why didn't she do something about it? She doesn't do anything about anything other than talk. With her, it's all talk.
Yes, Fantasy. We talking about you, fan. That's all you do is talk. You don't do nothing. If you telling me this lady, and I could be wrong, this lady right here, who's been for 30 plus years, you heard the man, 30 years, 30 years, I didn't want this fight with y'all. I didn't fought so hard. Hopper, for 30 years, you ain't do nothing for the healthcare system. This is what you're talking about, right, fan? This is what you're talking about, right? 30 years, you ain't do nothing for the system. You ain't do nothing. You ain't do nothing. About healthcare, education, nothing at all for 30 years. Let me tell you this. You was a lady, and let me tell y'all this, right? Because y'all know Princella, right? Shout out to Princella. She came on my show not too long ago. Men are not leaders. She says that, all kind of stuff, right? And she believed the woman has the most power, right? And I won't argue with her. Sure, they got the most power, whatever, right? You telling me a woman that's been able to be a politician for 30 plus years, sleep next to the president of the United States, be able to go, Bill, you want that, you know what I'm thinking, 3,000? Let me just get you to fix this healthcare bill. Just go ahead and fix this healthcare and make it open to everybody. Go ahead. And you know Bill likes that, you know what I'm saying? Bill likes to get that work. Okay? He's known for it. Now, Hillary didn't have prime opportunity to make sure to give him that work so that she can go in and just whisper in his ear, go ahead and tax the wealthy so we can go ahead and get everybody this health care, this national health care. What would you need from me, Bill? Well, Hillary, you know what I like. And she could have done that. She got 30 plus years to get it done, and she did not do it. So you think fans going to come up here and tell me it can be done? We can do it? Fan, you just talking. You just talking. It ain't going to be done. Y'all don't want to do it. Y'all don't have the ability. You don't have the numbers. You don't have the people. You don't have the power because you're broke. You don't have the power. The power lies with the ones at the top, and you can't take it.
Well, hello, Aaron.
Fantasy.
Oh, wait, can you hear me?
Your sound is pretty well. So let me make sure that we give you the proper welcome to the Aaron O Show. All right, you guys, welcome Fantasy to the Aaron O Show. Real quick, Gore says, let me drop the obligatory Trump 2024. Yeah, it's all good. Fantasy's going to take her time to get her sound right. She believes that there's going to be a way for her to tax the rich. I don't see it happening. Fantasy is about 30 years old. She had 30 years to get this done. She could have did this when she was in diapers. She could have made this proposal when she was in diapers. She got 30 years, like Hillary Clinton got 30 years to get this done. It ain't gonna be done. Okay? She just talking. And it ain't no problem. Ain't no problem. Now, that's just my humble opinion about it. Fantasy. When you're ready, you let me know to explain to us why you believe that you can get this tax to wealth done complete, while Hillary Clinton, who slept next to the most powerful man in America for years, couldn't get it done.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you got that Shure mic, and clearly it ain't cheap, so you know you can be heard. Yes.
Can you say something?
Hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, now I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, good.
All right, so I heard you up here miscategorizing what I was saying, and that's fine. I know how you do. So I did want to propose it again. Absolutely. So I wanted to propose it again for the audience. So you guys, I proposed a 1% tax on the 1% at first. Then Aaron O was so upset that it was so unfair that I agreed to do 1% flat tax just to see what his argument against it would be, because I know they've already done research on the 1% or the 0.1% paying a 1% tax for us to have universal health care. This was only for universal health care, you guys, not for everything else that he's mentioning. And obviously, a portion of that needs to go towards fixing the administration and weeding out the corruption. But that's obviously government-wide. So his argument that we shouldn't be taxing the wealthy 1% when I agreed that we could tax everybody 1% to get this accomplished and have a surplus, he still wants to argue against it. And I really don't understand why he's saying, oh, that's unfair. Unfair for whom if everyone's paying the same percentage? Obviously, they'll still stay the 1%. That won't shorten the gap between the wealthy. So what is the issue for real? Other than the fact that you sympathize with these billionaires that you'll never be, Aaron O.
It's a very simple answer. Boy, first of all, it's a possibility that you can be a billionaire too, fan. It's a small probability. I shout out to Timeout. Timeout says 50% tax for all taxpayers solved. No. Wealthy people should get more advantages than you broke people. Why? Because they are the reasons. Yes. They are the reasons for the creation for you to take care of your family. Last time we checked, y'all was starving like Marvin. Y'all couldn't get it done.
They couldn't accomplish it without their workers.
No, listen. We couldn't accomplish it without you workers. We'll go to another country and get those workers. But that's not the point, right?
That should be against the law too.
That should be against the law. But
yeah, I'm proposing a lot of changes.
Yes, you are. Now tell us how you can get it accomplished. Because look, I understand your point, right? Actually, I said fine.
Hold on.
Let me target people too, is what I said. So I eventually said, you're right, you can do the 1%, but I want to target some people as well. When you want to target people, I want to target people. That's what I said.
That's why I decided not to target people. That's fine. We don't need to target people. So flat tax. Now, what's your argument against the 1% that you cannot be deducted? You cannot have deductions from. What's your argument against everyone paying the 1% tax for universal health care?
I don't necessarily have an argument against people paying the 1% tax. Right? Well, my argument is this.
Say you like it.
My argument is this. Rich people deserve more options and better lives than poor people. So
they will have that.
No, listen, and they
will always have that.
And listen, and we're gonna make sure they continue to sustain it. In order for that to continue to be sustained, we have to make sure that the people at the bottom stay at the bottom. We ain't not looking to help y'all get to the top. Y'all got to figure that out on your own.
Coach K is so dense. So I keep saying that only 1% of it should be non-deductible for universal health care. If she doesn't realize that military pay more than 1% in tax, then she's fucking delusional. I've been in the military for 11 years. My mom was in the military my whole life. So that's 30 years combined experience at least. And ma'am, we have always paid our goddamn taxes. And even if you get exemptions, it doesn't exempt it all, ma'am. Even when you have kids, it doesn't exempt it all, ma'am. I have 2 kids that were in daycare, still paid plenty in taxes, ma'am. So, like I said, we can all pay our 1%, including the soldiers who pay their fucking taxes, and we can give towards the greater good, universal health care, and then we should all have more of a voice in what's going on in these systems. And when we get people called out for things that are corrupt as fuck, like these pharmaceutical companies raising prices astronomically, we should be standing up in force saying we don't ride for this, just like we were standing up for Carly Russell and things like that.
Okay, let me get to Gora's super chat, and then I'm gonna stop trolling you, and then I'm gonna get to the real conversation. Bill needed Hillary to get on her knees before it was trending in order to get that universal health care, though. Yeah, I told you she should have did what she needed to do so she get that health care. It's been 30 years I've been walking this fight with you, but let me stop trolling you, fantasy, and let's get to the real point. Now, let me ask you this. What if rich people say, I'm just going to, I don't know, not have any wealth on me and to put it in my corporations? You want to tax corporations or you want to tax individuals? Why are you in the chat? Is she frozen, y'all? I think fantasy is frozen, y'all. I think she wants a wealth tax to fix her internet. Sir James Brown says, I have a lot of rich friends and they tell me all the time they don't need a tax break. They're rich and they know how to work the system. They said the poor and the middle class should get the tax breaks. They can say whatever they want. They can say whatever they want. And shout out to you, Sir Jay. They can say whatever they want. Rich people say it all the time. Let me tell you another thing rich people say. I'm not smarter than anybody else. I just got lucky to be in the greatest country of the world. That's not true. They smarter than you. If you walk and see somebody that's a billionaire, and these are for the people that earned it and didn't inherit it. All those people are smarter than me and you. Everybody that's a billionaire is smarter than me and you outside the ones that inherited it. They just never going to tell you that because it's rude. The system works by y'all believing y'all have the opportunity to be great. And the truth of it is, you got women on here talking about yum, 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 pizza, yum, 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 ice cream, making thousands and thousands of dollars. So it can be done. Everybody can do it. We just know most people won't do it, okay? Now, the truth of the matter is this. Fantasy says we should charge a flat. You know what? I'm going to actually open this up to everybody because Fantasy at this time, her internet is tripping, and my guy Sean is here, and I'm trolling a little bit just for fun because I like to troll a tad bit, but I still think you shouldn't put this damn tax in. But at the same time, it's reasonable. Fantasy can present her argument that I'm going to be very much against. Read what I sent you, please. No, Fantasy, I'm not reading what the hell you sent me because I don't remember what it was. And it's a lot of work to transfer it over to this main screen. You basically talk about the Elizabeth Warren, her wealth on the tax 1%, and then you gave a sob story about a family having to get a divorce. Okay, you want me to read a sob story about a family having to get a divorce? I can. I don't think people gonna care. I mean, somebody says the internet is working for me in the chat. Yeah. She needs to get her reparations for her internet. That's all. Lauren says, stay in frame. You don't like when I move around like this? I'm sorry, Lauren. I'll stop. Coach K, you know what? You can hit the link if you want, Coach K, because I do see Fantasy is sending shots at you, talking about your dense or something like that. And I don't believe Coach K is dense at all. I think it's okay to have a difference of opinion, okay? Robert Plato says, have you read Think and Grow Rich? Nuh-uh, I can't read above a 4th grade level. I'm going to find the audiobook real soon. I just want to tell y'all, and while we wait for Fantasy to get it together, I'm going to explain to y'all, what should I say, which has nothing to do with the rules we're speaking of. I don't know what my girl Kylie Bev going off about, but let me explain something to y'all. They're never going to play it, right? Because we have what we call loopholes. We have loopholes, okay? Aaron, the shareholders are greedy as hell in some of these corporations, and they screw the people who work for them and made the company what it is. How do they screw people?
They screw people by not giving them a increase in the wages that they deserve.
Did you just stun on us and use a second camera?
Well, I'm using my phone because my power went out. My phone's going to die soon, but my power in the whole building went out. And that's been happening since the heat waves, and we've been staying home. It's just a lot going on. But anyway,
live in the hood.
Irrelevant. Back to the argument. So I sent you a proposal from Mr. Sanders with multiple ways that you could enforce or financially afford healthcare, universal healthcare. And I highlighted the one that focused on the 0.1% because that's what I was arguing with you about on the panel.
I agree.
So why you ain't read that part?
I read it.
To the audience.
I'm only doing this for you. I
feel like you're very against this good thing for society.
I don't believe it is a good thing for society. And you can.
Why does Coach K act like she doesn't understand that the 1% flat tax is for everyone? Like, why is she acting like I'm saying the military should be exempt from that 1% or the McDonald's workers? I haven't said anybody is exempt from that 1% that will go towards healthcare. There's other taxes that will obviously come out. This is just the percent that's going to go towards universal healthcare. So what's her issue? Is it willful ignorance? Because that's what it sounds like to me.
I think you called her dense, which is pretty rude.
It was. I answered her multiple times in the chat.
All right, so this is what you sent me. I'll read it.
Willfully ignorant. Oh, okay.
Establish a wealth tax on the 0.01%. Revenue raised 1.3 trillion over 10 years. Okay, it reads as follows. Over the past several decades, America has experienced an explosion of wealth concentration. Today, the wealthiest 0.1%, just 160,000 households, own nearly the same amount of wealth as the bottom 90%. Meanwhile, a report from the Institute on Policy Studies concludes that America's 20 richest individuals now own more wealth than the entire bottom half of the American population. This severe inequality threatens to warp our democracy by concentrating too much power in the hands of a tiny elite. It also holds back our economy, funneling resources to a few families rather than creating the broad base of middle-class consumers that can drive economic growth. This option would establish an annual 1% federal wealth tax on the net worth of the wealthiest 0.01% of U.S. households. The tax would apply to the net worth exceeding $21 million for a household. That means a household with $21.5 million would pay 1% of $500K or $5,000. That's what it states. I don't know if that last part is correct, right? Now,
yes, it is. Why are you saying it's incorrect? What part?
I don't know what the $5,000, where you calculate $5,000 from 25 million. I don't know, but
because the first 24 is not taxable. They said go back. The first part of it is not falling in the wealth tax code.
Oh, okay. So they're still
500,000 is, and that's going to be taxed.
So they're
so
still
that's
doing
only 1% of that small percentage. So that's so much less than what I proposed, right?
Mm-hmm.
So what's the argument against that? Isn't that beautiful?
Because you're taxing. Let me tell you why.
My computer's coming back on.
Okay, cool. Let me tell you why. You're taxing them on their wealth. You're not. You already taxed them on the money that they made. So if I make an income, right, and you tax me on that, and then let's just say I soot all my money in a bank account because I choose to, right? I've been taxed on $100 million that I made, right? And shout out to my guy, Sean. Sean is in the chat. Sean can definitely join for sure. That's my guy. And let's just say I now have $50 million after I got taxed on $100 million, whatever the case is, just for arbitrary numbers. And for the next 3 years, I choose not to use any of it. I'm going to get taxed just for having it, even though I already paid taxes on it. I think that's a bad idea.
No, because they are always going to use their exemptions that are still there for that other money. I did not propose removing all the other taxes that we pay towards. The only thing I proposed was a 1% tax for everyone to pay for universal health care. Okay, what?
Listen to what I just said, right? If I pay taxes on a money that, let's just say I generated $150 million and I pay taxes on that, and in return, I have $70 million left, right? Now, my net worth is $70 million. For the next few years, if I barely use any of my money because I have $70 million that I was already taxed on, because now it is part of my net worth just for having money that I already was taxed on, you're going to tax me on it again just because I have it. That's what you're arguing, correct?
No, my argument is just like you're paying multiple taxes right now that you don't know what it's going towards, you will pay a 1% tax towards healthcare. Everyone. Listen, Aaron.
No.
Listen, Aaron. Listen, Aaron. This 1% tax towards everyone, this 1% tax from everyone will not be deductible, but you will still be able to get deductions that are in place for everything else. This 1% that you cannot have any deductions for. So the wealthy and the people that take advantage of the tax codes now will continue to do those things and have plenty of taxes that are exempt. This 1% will not be. What's the issue?
But the problem, what you're saying, is that this is what I'm hearing. I already been taxed on the money that I made. Now, because if I keep the money that I made that I've already been taxed on and sit it in the bank account, a year goes by, they go, hey, you got 70 million in the bank account. I already paid taxes on it. Well, because you have 70 million, I'm going to tax you again. That's the argument.
No.
Yes, it is.
That's the argument for that proposal that I showed you, but that's not the argument that I have made to adjust for you being upset that we're targeting the 1%. So what's the issue?
My issue is, okay, once again, as long as you're not targeting wealth and you targeting income, I'm fine with it. But if you think you get to target my wealth that I already paid taxes on, I'm not good with that. This is insane.
It's not insane because you have an absorbent amount of money.
You don't get to determine what's exorbitant. Go out there and make this exorbitant amount of money and then let them take it from you. Why is it always somebody that want to take from somebody that they haven't done and accomplished and take from them? That is insane. Now, if you went out and made this type of money and then you let them take your money, I would have a little bit more understanding of why it would make sense for you to say this. But for you to target somebody and you haven't accomplished this stuff just because you want to, it's insane. Now, how about they start targeting people who don't make enough money? Hey, you're not getting to the bag like you need to. So either we're going to charge you a tax or throw you in jail. Does that not sound crazy? You think
they already doing that? They
no,
already
they're not
doing that. You don't get nearly as many exemptions as you do when you have businesses that have all these tax codes.
You have the same option to open businesses and run business. If nobody buys your
open
product,
businesses with what money? To open businesses with what front money? If you're not getting, if we've already been arguing about the inequality in race with getting approved for business loans, why are you going to say then that it's okay for you to be discriminated against for your inability to have income or start a business?
I'm making the same argument that you're making. Now, because we get to target you guys for making too much money, we should target people for not making enough money.
I argue that the tax codes are only for the people that are making too much money. They're the ones that are making these rules the way they are.
But who's
they don't care if you
what
never
is
benefit.
Too much money? Because it could follow that you having a car, who says you should even have a car or that you should have this type of brand of car? It's just going to continue to go. It depends on who gets to decide that, and why does their say matter more than what I worked for? Because saying that these wealthy people didn't even lift a finger is wrong and disingenuous, even when that Robert guy said it too.
Yeah, but I didn't say that, and I don't believe that. I don't believe.
So why do you look down on wealthy people so much?
I don't look down on wealthy people. I believe that they are people like us, and they need to pay their just due. And unfortunately for them, since they have a large majority of the wealth, they will pay more.
They're already paying more.
No, they're already paying more and getting deductions where that money goes right back to them.
But you're getting deductions too as a soldier.
I'm getting deductions too, and the only thing I'm arguing
why
for is 1% that no one can get deductions for. So what is your argument against that?
Wait, so say it again.
The only thing that I am arguing is that everyone gets a 1% tax that they cannot get a deduction against.
Why should you get a deduction though? Okay, so your deductions get taken away then too.
I didn't say any exemptions. No one. We pay our taxes. Did you know that? We get exemptions and we still pay taxes over 1%. Did you know that?
Then why do they not get exemptions also?
What are you talking about? Everyone gets exemptions, ma'am. We are getting the exemptions. I did not take away from that.
Correctly, did she not just say?
Hold on.
Aaron, go ahead.
Not listening.
Hold on, Fantasy. Say your point in 30 seconds and then let her respond to your point in 30 seconds. Go ahead, Fantasy.
Charge everyone 1% tax that goes towards universal health care. There is no exemption for that 1%. There will obviously be other taxes. The only thing that has no exemptions for it you will pay is that 1% towards health care to eradicate this issue. What's your argument against that?
So they are the only group of people that do not get exemptions. Is that what you're saying?
Oh my fucking God, Aaron, did you hear what I said clearly? Because I feel like she's willfully being ignorant.
So just
1%
yes
tax
or no?
on everyone.
All right, guys. Okay, calm down. Fantasy.
What don't you understand?
Fantasy.
That's clear English.
Fantasy. Stop. So, Coach K, what she's saying is that everybody is going to get charged 1% no matter what.
Correct.
And that 1%, no matter what, is going to go directly towards healthcare.
Correct.
That's not right. You can't write that off. You can't do anything with that. That's her argument. She's not talking about taking away.
No one can.
Yeah, her argument is
no one
no one
can
write it off.
I'm clearly addressing when you say that only this 1% or 0.01%, whatever, because you've been going back and forth, that they do not get to exempt this. And I'm trying to question, are you holding everyone to the same standard? Are you being consistent? Because last night on Granville stream, which I listened to,
oh my God,
you were picking and choosing who got what certain rules. Aaron, am I incorrect in that assessment?
I wasn't.
She was.
I clearly said everyone can use their privilege.
Fantasy.
Okay.
Fantasy.
why is she
Fantasy.
okay? So she
Stop.
says what I say. I
Stop.
can't say what I say.
Stop. Fantasy, relax. She was making a bunch of different points, and then she said, "Okay, I quit. I'm going to just have this one point." And this is what she moved to was this. Everyone gets hit the 1%. So she was all over the place giving the arbitrary stuff. And then she finally said, this is not working. He's obviously outdoing me in this argument right now. So she went to a 1% tax for everybody that is non-deductible. You can't write it off or nothing. And that's her position right now.
Okay. Everyone, 1%, whatever. But aside from that, because I remember her talking about loopholes and things like that, aside from this 1%, businesses can go ahead as they usually do, business as usual with, qualified deductions and things like that.
They're always going to use their tax exemptions, ma'am.
Because they are written in the tax code.
So you have no argument against what I said, right? So we can all move on, right?
I was clearing up your inconsistency.
It is an inconsistency. I offered him multiple solutions. The first one was directed at the 1%. He was upset about that. So I said, fine. Instead of it directing at the 1%, it will be directed towards everyone, only 1%.
Okay, all right. So, wait. I got
what
it.
Is the problem?
Oh, hold on, Fantasy. Let me read the super chat. Okay, this is Sir James Brown says, Aaron, if you have 70 million, you're not getting taxed twice. That's when write-off come in, and that you can have avoid paying little to non-taxes. Income tax was temporary tax for the war, and they decided to keep it. So, Sir James, I think me and you are having a disagreement because I'm hearing something that you did not say, or we hear two different things, which I'll explain in 1 second. Shout out to my brother Gary Grant. He says wealthy people pay more than 50% of all the taxes in the United States of America. Big up my little brother Aaron. Shout out to my guy Gary Grant. Now, let me just say this, Fantasy. This is the problem that I'm having. You're indicating that this is a wealth tax, correct? So if it is a wealth tax, right, that means only wealthy people are paying this. But then I guess your argument is it's not a wealth tax. No,
it's not a wealth tax. The original argument was a wealth tax. I told you we should target the wealthy. That was my original argument last night, a wealth tax. I told you they've done plenty of studies that we can target the 1% and they can afford to give us universal health care. So I showed you that. But you were upset about us targeting the 1%. So I said, fuck it. Everyone pay a 1% tax and we can still afford universal health care. The argument was we cannot afford universal health care. I said we can.
So I acknowledge
I have proven that.
I have acknowledged what you said. You may be confusing what my argument is, so I'm going to redirect it. Now, are you saying that people
come back in on the computer?
That's no problem. Ain't no problem. Ain't no problem. Now let me tell you where the difficulties that I'm having, right? The difficulties that I'm having is this, right? From what I read, what you implemented, the 1% tax, is it on income or is it on net worth? That's the question.
Okay, so what I sent you was based solely on a wealth tax.
Thank you. Okay.
It was based solely on a wealth tax because the original argument was we should be targeting the 1%.
Correct.
So you wanted proof that we could afford to do it with the 1%. That's what you asked in my DM.
Yep.
And I sent you the proof that we could do it. But my argument is still not for that. My argument is still not for that because I believe the greedy 1% is never going to agree to it if it's only them. So fine, everyone pay the 1%. Everyone pays 1% tax towards universal health care.
Okay, once again, that you're making I'm going to ask you clearly, once again, are you taxing income or are you taxing net worth?
I am taxing income.
Okay. Wait, Coach K, this is perfect. Wait. This is perfect. I'm gonna let you respond and then I'm gonna come right back. So that's her argument. They're taxing income. You can respond to her. I'll be right back.
I don't even want to go on to how you just said wealth this whole time. Now you're saying income. But why are the wealthy considered greedy? How are they greedy? Because they make a lot of money or they have a lot of money.
They're greedy because they make sure that they create tax codes to where they're paying less than 1% of their share of the taxes. Realistically, they'll pay the taxes, but they'll get the money back. So you saying that, wait, let me finish. So the argument that they're paying the majority of the tax, they're paying 50% of the taxes is a moot point because we know that they're getting exemptions for this money that they're paying. So them paying it is irrelevant as fuck. I pay a certain amount of taxes.
You're getting exemptions
I pay
also.
Exactly. I pay a certain amount of taxes and I get exemptions when I have 2 kids. I pay way more.
As a soldier, you get exemptions. You
all get exemptions.
You don't have to pay taxes on a certain amount of income. Whether
Ma'am,
it's like
that is
drill pay or whatever.
that is not correct.
The
only thing we don't pay taxes on is our BAH.
Disability. Still, that's an exemption, is it not?
No, it's not an exemption. That's a benefit for being a military worker.
Okay, ladies, I am back.
We're serving our country. We're getting a benefit of not
And I don't disagree with
getting
that.
free housing.
Wait.
It's free housing. They're paying for our housing.
I'm attacking your proposition and your argument.
How are you attacking my argument against the wealthy by questioning the military having free housing?
I'm attacking the exemptions piece of it because you said that the rich, they have all this way to go around it, whatever. But I said, but you also get exemptions as a soldier. And I'm not arguing the exemptions. You're the one that's arguing exemptions against the rich. But I'm saying, is it exemptions on principle or exemptions because of this arbitrary wealthy person that's greedy because they have a lot of money? Which also,
no, they have a lot more exemptions that I'm qualified for just for being a soldier,
Let me finish, please. I also want to ask you too.
They have a lot more exemptions than you're going on with point after point, so I'm not going to be able to address them all.
Can I finish, please? Can I finish?
You need to be patient.
Please? You can write it down.
You're trying to have a monologue with multiple points. Do you want to have a discussion or do you want to hear yourself speak?
Are you going to let me finish or are you going to continue to interrupt me? And I'm going to reiterate that I am not against soldiers getting exemptions. I'm arguing your principles and if you're being consistent or not. Because
I'm obviously being consistent, but you don't care about my principles. You aren't even trying to listen to them.
Okay, so again, how does the wealthy go in and affect the tax codes? Are they not already on the books?
I'll tell you how they do. So they pay for lobbyists that go in and they create these bills and they push them towards the Senate and they pay enough money for them to wear them down. They also pay money towards their organizations and towards these senators and the government that's working in there to get these bills passed. And they make sure in these bills, they have a bunch of exemptions for them making a certain amount of money. They should be able to get this if they put it towards their business, this if they put it towards these, charities, this if they get it towards these, and everything is taking away from what it's supposed to go towards the government funding that they're actually taking money out of. Whenever they get an opportunity to take advantage of a tax code, they will take it. Whenever they get an opportunity to take advantage of a government handout, they will take it. So what is the issue with them paying into it and not getting exemptions from it?
The political system and the tax code, or the people that have a lot of money and have built up high-paying businesses, whatever? Is it the tax code or the wealthy that you're labeling greedy, who also does contribute to charity?
They are the ones that are making the tax code, so they're greedy. Do you understand? Do you understand that the tax code doesn't just appear out of nowhere?
You're saying it has to be specific people. I'm guessing. Can you?
It's the top 1%. That's what I've been telling you, ma'am. That's who is running the country. Did you know that?
Oh, I thought we had a government and a democracy. No.
Do you understand that money rules everything in the U.S.?
Oh, okay. All right, ladies, calm down.
Yes,
why are you acting so dense?
Ladies, relax. Ladies,
how things work. Sorry, guys.
Ladies,
you don't know how things work if you don't understand that money makes things work here.
No, I had no idea. No.
Oh, well, good. Let me teach you something. Money makes things work here. If you don't have a way for you to do something, if you don't have a way to do something, if you have enough money, you can create a law, you can create a bill that will get passed, and you will get that thing done that you want to get if you have enough money in America. That's how it works here.
Fantasy.
But you want the government to run everything. That makes no fucking sense.
I did not say I want the government to run everything. You're being willfully dense again. I asked for us to have universal health care. What the fuck does that have to do with the government running everything?
Hey,
That's dumb.
Ladies. No cussing. No cussing, Fantasy. You don't have.
I didn't curse at all. I said that's dumb.
Fantasy.
That was rude, not cursing.
Fantasy, one of my best skills is listening. Okay.
That was rude. Not cursing.
Fantasy, we heard what you said. You cussed. You just don't know you did it.
What did I say?
You know what? I'm gonna go back and pull it up on stream. I don't know why you doing this. I don't know why you doing this to yourself. Why?
Pull it up.
This is me you talking to.
Pull it up.
Jesus freaking Christ. This lady is crazy.
No, I'm not crazy. And that's the issue. You guys are acting like what I'm saying is crazy. It's so outlandish, but it's not. They've already done the research and we can afford to do this. We should do this. The end. Y'all don't have any arguments against it. So the end.
You can afford to do things too, right? Because someone said you can. Is that right?
Obviously, in my argument, I am paying my 1% like everyone else. So what is your argument, Coach K?
I'm saying if this is going to be a blanket thing, but who is to decide what's 1%? Now, is it on income or wealth, Fantasy? Because you have gone back and
I already explained to you. Okay, ma'am.
No, Aaron.
The wealth one was for a different proposal. The wealth one was for a different proposal. It was for the wealthy. That's why it was wealth based. It was wealth based because it was an income on wealth. It was a tax on wealth.
Bernie's proposal or yours, Fantasy?
You on mute, Aaron.
Yes, we can't hear a word you're saying, sir.
Look, ladies, calm down. Relax. You're just relax for a moment, okay? Because Fantasy said, Aaron, no, I did not cuss. You're making this up. So I just want you to listen to what you said, and I ain't making it up.
Again, I asked for us to have universal health care. What the fuck does that have to do with the government running again? I asked for us to have universal health care. What the fuck does that have to do with the government running what the fuck does come out a lot?
When Aaron says he's a listener, he means it.
Okay,
now,
WTF does come out a lot. But I wasn't cursing y'all out.
No, I didn't say that. But you know, I have swear jars for country girls like you.
Okay, got it. But I'm working on my cursing. I'm being very patient with this woman. She's being willfully ignorant.
Wait, Fantasy. You're normally really calm. You're normally
exactly.
Really calm.
But when somebody is acting like they can't understand basic English, that shit makes me that stuff makes me really mad. I'm giving you clear English. I'm giving you clear answers. I'm not beating around the bush. So why are you making up stuff? That's weird.
You've used Aaron, and I will ask you because maybe I could be wrong. I'm not afraid to admit when I'm wrong.
You're wrong now.
I just
Please
knew
admit
animated Fantasy Hour.
Has Fantasy used
shit,
both?
Fantasy?
Okay, and I'm trying to be clear. Are you?
Don't you know I got a swear jar now? There's no cursing.
And I have a swear jar. I caught myself. I cursed, but I immediately caught myself.
And I just caught myself. We're both working on it. Continue.
I know. I'm just okay, but hey, Aaron, really quickly. So and I know Fantasy talking about her proposal, but also Bernie Sanders. I'm guessing it's Bernie Sanders' proposal.
It's ridiculous.
But back and forth, we've been talking about this. Are we saying income or wealth? And I'm gonna ask Aaron, has she not gone back and forth? But then also said that she's talking about two different proposals. So which one are we talking about?
Well, it's okay. I'm going to let y'all relax for a second. I got to read the super chats because we're going to get back all the way up. Sir James Brown says, Fantasy, it's hard to explain economics to a generation who Googles everything. I forgot they don't teach economics in school anymore and not keen on politics. And that's why the Republicans get over.
Facts, Sir James.
That may be facts, but it ain't got nothing to do with the conversation I'm speaking about right now. Tia Marie says, how do you and who determines what's making too much? She out her mind. She should have no opinion on that, but she is a woman, so she gonna have one, okay? Spence says, Aaron, I believe under Obamacare, they created over 400 new taxes, and they don't have enough to pay for it. Oh, I wouldn't be shocked at all. Will says, kick Fantasy. It's obvious she can't have a constructive conversation without interrupting. Well, that's mean. That's mean. Real. Don't kick Fantasy off anymore. She just needs to take a break. But don't do that anymore. Be nice to her because other than the cursing, she actually been trying to explain her point. Fantasy says swear jar fun because you like this nonsense. Okay, so there is no what. I'm not showing anybody white privilege. Are you crazy?
Hi, Kelly.
I caught myself too, so I don't understand this.
Oh, Jesus, this guy. Of course, Big Bad Bull is with the gang. He says, no, we gonna let her take the billionaire's money. That is what my brother just said. Take the billionaire's money. Now we're gonna get back to this point, right? Because Fantasy, you made a fatal mistake.
Okay.
And I'm gonna tell you why. See, I go back and forth in these conversations and I remain calm because it's necessary to have a proper debate. We went from the wealth of an individual to an income of an individual, right? This is important, right? Income. Now, it's very, very possible that some people make no income. There's some CEOs who have a salary of $1.
Yes.
You want to tax 1% on a salary of $1?
No, I don't.
No, you don't. You do know if you want to tax income, that it's a possibility that people are going to just say, I made $1.
Yes.
Yes. Do you see how that's probably not going to be effective?
No.
Okay, explain to how you're going to get this money from the wealthy if the wealthy individually are generating $1 in salary.
Well, I propose that they have at least the minimum amount of the poorest people as their income because they're right now cheating the system.
What's
So
that
with my
mean?
proposal, wait. With my proposal, they'll still be paying that minimum amount of the poorest of the country, but everyone will be paying towards this 1% tax regardless. I know there's going to be the wealthy that only pay themselves the minimum, but the majority of people are going to try to make sure they get enough money because they aren't business owners. We already allow these companies, these major companies, to push all the moms and pops out of everywhere. So since we're allowing them to do this, force them to pay themselves a salary and take that money towards the 1% healthcare tax.
Oh, force them to pay a salary?
Pay themselves a salary that is a livable, actually, force them to pay themselves a livable wage.
Oh, okay, sure. Force them to pay themselves a livable wage.
Depending on where they are.
You are destroying your own argument right now in real time. You have no idea you're doing
Okay,
that.
how am I destroying it? Please explain to me.
Oh, no. Me and you are now in agreement. I'm 100% with you. If your argument is force them to pay a livable wage based upon whatever state that they are in, I'm totally on board with this because whatever the lowest person, because you said the lowest person, whatever they paid, that's the minimum at least, right? Because I'm going to assume that's where we're going. So whatever the lowest person is paid, that CEO, that CFO, et cetera, has to pay 1% on that?
No, 1% on their pay, their income. They have to make the same. So where their payment towards the 1% tax is the same. So when they're choosing to pay themselves $1, they're not really getting paid $1. They're putting the money into the business and then they're being able to write off their business expenses like eating and living and traveling, which they do often depending on the type of billionaire they are. And their business expenses. So they're writing all these things off and business expansion. So they're writing all these things off, purposefully cheating the system. I'm saying instead of them allowing them to write off all a portion of their business meals and their business meetings and things like that, they are forced to pay themselves a livable wage,
which is what, $22
it
an hour?
It depends on where they're living. California won't be the same as Florida.
I hear you.
So they pay themselves a livable wage and they will be taxed 1% on that income. What's the problem?
Your emotions destroyed your argument.
What is the problem with this argument?
There is absolutely no problem. All rich people agree to this. All rich people.
No, they don't. They don't even agree to paying themselves more than $1 right now. They don't agree to this at all.
You're out of your mind if you think the argument is they just have to pay whatever the lowest possible salary is in their state. They will absolutely pay that. Are you out of your mind? See,
I'm not out of my mind.
I'm
not out of my mind. I'm not out of my mind.
But listen,
I'm saying they should be forced to pay this.
Fantasy. Let me tell you why you're out of your mind, and you have to control your emotions, right? One, you got a little back and forth with Coach K because for whatever reason, but you forgot your disagreement was try to disprove me, right? And see, I'm smart enough to know how to be quiet. So I let you and her go off because I don't know why you're normally so calm, but you feeling it today. You having fun. And all I heard you when I read the wealth tax, The wealth tax, in order for it to work, they have to tax the amount of money these people are worth. Now you're saying we're just going to do a 1% tax on a baseline salary. That won't feed that won't be enough money for universal health care. The money's not there. That's the point that I'm telling you. You lost your argument when you moved off that point because you got emotional. And now you're going to
No. That's not going to lose the argument because their proposed bill that I sent you was for 0.01% to pay 1% tax on their wealth. I changed that 0.01% to everybody paying 1%. So that's already going to be more. If the 0.1% own, wait, listen. If the
you don't know what you're talking about right now, you're sounding so bad you don't even know it. And I'm trying to be nice to you. I'm trying to help you by telling you calm down because you sound insane.
I'm trying to explain it to you.
I'm gonna go on mute.
I'm being calm. I'm being calm. So the original argument was for the 0.01% to pay 1% tax so we can have universal health care. You said that's unfair. They're not going to do it. They have the money to make sure that never happens. Fair. So instead of that, the argument was everyone pay a 1% tax. And you said on what? Wealth or income? My argument shifted to income because if we try to do wealth, then they're going to do the same thing that they've been doing. Got it. So I shifted to income. But then you said, what about the people that aren't paying themselves a livable wage because they're putting it all into their company? I said, force those people to pay themselves a livable wage and the rest of the people at the top that they're not paying a livable wage, and tax that 1% along with everyone else. So since that 99.9% wasn't even included in the original calculation for the universal health care, why don't you think we would have the funds to do this? From taxing 1% to everybody.
Because to my understanding, people at the bottom don't have enough money as it is. So if your argument is 160,000 homes, basically, or whatever the case is, take whatever homes you want, all of the people. If all those people that have that amount of wealth, they all shifted their salary down to the lowest amount in their state, I don't know if you think you can calculate that amount of money being enough to compensate for that charge. The original,
you calculated it not being enough.
Because the original
calculated it not being enough.
The original thing you had me read, this is what I'm telling you, the original thing you had me read was 50 million and above. 50 million and above.
25 million.
It was 25? Okay, you might be right. I thought I read 50 million and above, but you're right because
that was for Elizabeth Warren. I saw that.
Yeah. But that's Bernie Sanders' argument or whatever.
You guys, there's so many different arguments in there for universal health care. The only one I brought up was the 1% because yes, you guys, we should charge them more. Your argument that they should not pay more taxes than the rest of us is ridiculous. They're still going to be the 1%. Even after they pay that extra tax.
No, I'm in agreement with this new argument, though. I have no problem with this one. If the argument is charge everybody 1% and their income is, let's say, whatever the lowest amount in that plate is $22,000. 1%, $22,000. Sure, I'm all for it. All for it. It makes total sense. I don't think the money is there to accommodate the rest, the stuff that you need. But if you think the money is there for a universal health care by charging everybody 1%, sure. I'm not against that. Go ahead, Callie Beth. I'm not against that.
All right. I have 2 different points here, and then I gotta try and get some work done before I clock out. Cause y'all finna have me messed up over here. But look, whatchamacallit.
Good catch.
All right. However people figure out how to do it, that'll be great. But I think that a lot of our problems will be solved if we get rid of 2 things. Corporations are people and money is speech. Get all of that money crap out of government, and I think a lot of our problems will be a whole lot better. If not all the way fixed, I think they'll be a whole lot better. The second thing is that as much as I would really love universal health care here, it's not going to happen because we don't have the lifestyle or the diets to be able to support it. And it's too far gone. We've gone too far into privatized healthcare for us to revert back into universal healthcare, because it's pretty much our culture now. We don't go to the doctor because people don't have health insurance and stuff like that, or whatever, or they can't pay for the doctor out of pocket or whatever. So we don't have preventative care. The only time we go to the doctor is to see some kind of specialist. So that's why we have more specialists than primary care physicians, because all the money is in the specialized medicine and all that kind of crap like that, because most of us go there. It's all circular. Y'all know where I'm going with that. Those are my only two things. That's it. And I'm going back downstairs and hopefully get some work done. I'll holler at y'all later.
All right, Callie. Thank you for coming on. So, Fantasy, what are you thinking now? You think that 1% tax on everybody is enough? You really believe that?
Yeah. And I also wanted to speak on what Callie Bev was saying. I understand that she doesn't believe the universal health care can work. And I understand why she believes that, because of the struggles that we have with the current healthcare system. But the privatized healthcare is government supplemented anyway, most of them. And we need to attack the pharmaceutical companies first. They should not be allowed to charge these outrageous rates for these fucking medicines that would be a fraction of the price overseas. They're fucking criminals.
You said it 2 times. 2 times.
Ooh, they're freaking criminals. Sorry. And we should be at their throats over this, because they're only getting worse. They're only getting more and more inhumane with what they're charging for medicine. So, and we charge the most for medicine worldwide. That should make us outraged as Americans. We should be fighting against this system where we're allowing these private companies to charge us arm and a leg to survive. So we're obviously not going to the doctor for little things. So in my argument, if we are attacking both, we can make the world a much better place. We can at least make America a better place. If we attack the pharmaceutical companies first, because they're tied in with healthcare.
But they're tied in with the government. That's the problem.
Isn't that a problem? Thank you. That is the problem.
But the thing is like, if we're looking at universal healthcare, which is going to have to be handled by the government, why do we think they're incentivized to actually do what's best for not only the taxpayer, but also the health of each citizen?
They haven't been incentivized at all, because we haven't been paying attention to any of this shit as a whole.
I'm saying
we have pockets of people paying attention. We have pockets of people that do pay attention and don't care. Ooh, we haven't paid attention to any of this stuff. We have pockets of people that are paying attention and pockets of people that are paying attention and don't care, like Aaron. He's like, I don't care that they are getting more and more wealthy and the wealth gap is increasing dramatically every year. I don't care. So he knows he doesn't care. I know, and I'm advocating against it, but a lot of people don't know.
So the issue that I have is I'm based in reality, right? And that's part of my problem. I want to go to delusional land with you, okay? The problem exists is, one, you don't have a system in place where you can get this done, right? You are relying on the politicians to do this, right? That's my guess, correct?
We have a system in place already, but continue.
What system?
It needs to be corrected, but it's there. We don't need to tear it all down. I'm not one of those people. We just need to make sure we root out the fraud, root out the corruption. We can do these things.
No, I think it's an oligarchy already.
It might, you could argue that. I just don't see with this current system the way that it is. How about is it possible?
It can't stay how it is, Aaron. It can't.
Wait. So Keisha says majority of Aaron's examples are from delusional. Give me one example of what I said that's delusional, Fantasy.
You say plenty of stuff.
No, I don't. You just happy that she said something against me.
Aaron,
I like
can
that.
you
I like
explain
that.
to the chat how this is going over in California? Some of these same policies that are kind of, they're founded on some of these principles, but how are they working? If you can share to the audience and to myself. Nightish?
Please explain some of them. I understand. Please
Nightish.
explain the similarities between them and
How
then
are
explain
they
why they're not working.
If you could give us some
Well,
examples in your front yard, Aaron.
Yeah, they're not working for a multitude of reasons. Because as you know, Gavin Newsom is somebody that's beloved here in the great state of California. Most of the things that he's implemented has just caused more crime, actually, if you really, really pay attention to it. Yeah, property damage, etc., businesses leaving, etc. So when businesses leave, jobs leave, taxes leave, etc. And that's what you're seeing a huge thing happening. And that's why I'm trying to get to understanding of what Fantasy is trying to do, is because I would just move my business to a state that would allow me, or I would.
There is no state that would allow you.
I heard you, right?
California looks like the fucking purge.
Yeah, because they have other places they could run to. What if they didn't have? Who can I run to? Nobody. There's nowhere to go unless you want to leave the country.
Fantasy.
That could work.
So Fantasy, let me read you this article over here, right? Because see, you kind of made a good point when you said we're going to go into a minimum wage, right, to where they have to take a salary. The problem is when you look at corporations, right? Apple had a lot of money in another country in foreign money, right? That was not taxed because it wasn't in the United States of America. And all companies will do is just move their money into foreign currencies that is not taxable, right? Does not exist. No what?
All these things that you're bringing up are things that they already know are in existence.
We
have to make sure if we're going to make this change that we don't have stuff that's working against it. We have to cut that shit out. Stuff out. Cut that stuff out. So when they
don't know how to cut this stuff out, is what I'm trying to tell you.
I think they do know how.
The problem is what you're asking for is for politicians to put this into play. And I played the video earlier where 30-year Hillary have been in a position and they don't agree because the donors that who can ever run for office and win with a $5 donation? Nobody. It takes money. And if you take donors' money, you're going to have to do as they say. That's the point.
I know, but there should be a cap, and there should be a cap on the amount of money it takes for you to run for the United States presidency.
But what if there's a politician though that's running on something? Let's say women didn't have rights, for example, and let's say a politician is running and they're wanting to change that. Like in actuality, wouldn't we want to help them campaign and to contribute to their campaign? So it's like some of these things, while they are dirty, there are things that people believe in, and they pay these. Well, there are a lot of lobbying groups too, but. So it's like, do we cut that out too? You know what I mean?
Hell yeah, we cut off that extra lobbying out.
No, I'm saying if there's people who are running on something that's genuinely good for society. Because if we cut out money altogether, we'd cut that out too.
I didn't cut out money altogether. I said there should be a cap, and there should, and you can accept that money from them. However, there only should require so much for you to run for presidency. Your popularity based off of the things that you're advocating for, the things you're actually going to be able to get done, is what should be getting you elected. Then once you're elected, obviously you're going to have the world as your oyster. You're going to have the government as your system. You're the president. So you can implement these systems without us taking your campaign funds. The things that you're arguing for, the things that you're trying to get as a candidate, they could be implemented by changing the tax laws, changing the pharmaceutical companies, and taxing the wealthy more.
Yes, you're right. But the people that you're asking to change these tax laws are
wealthy. I know.
So how are we ever going to
get all wealthy?
How will we get rid of it? Reverse the Supreme Court decision that made corporations people and money speech.
That's part of it.
Their voices won't be louder than the regular average person.
Okay, wait. Y'all listen to all the stuff that y'all asking to be done. Y'all asking to reverse so much stuff. Let me ask you this. How does one get onto the Supreme Court?
Oh my God. I know that the president has to make you
y'all so
Court
like
justice.
Stop
but listen, why the fuck do we have these old ass people?
I agree with that. Term limits. for
Why
especially
the heck
Congress.
do we have these people that get to stay there and die there and have strokes in the front of everybody there and get reelected the next year? Like, why can't we fix
Because they want to
no,
continue
no.
making money in Congress. That's
yeah,
why
but
they're
wait,
still
why
there.
can't we, the youth,
Nobody
why
wants
can't
to
we
pass
beat these
term limits.
geezers? Why can't we beat
Both
them?
Wait.
both
Why?
sides are playing
Fantasy.
this
Wait,
stupid
hold on,
game.
Callie. Fantasy.
Why can't we
You
beat the
asked-
geezers, y'all?
Fantasy. You asked for this. You said the majority of us, the people, are the ones who put those people in office. So if that's what, yes, it is. The majority of people. Yes, people.
No.
People vote for the people.
No,
in
the
their
majority
district.
of voters.
That's a
not the majority
lie.
of people.
That's a lie.
Look, listen to what I'm saying before you say it's a lie, because you're probably. I don't want you to be confused, right? For you to get to be in your district, right, you're going to have to be elected, right? Then for you to then get into any public office, you're elected by the people. By the people. The majority of people in your area, okay? Not federally, because these are not federal positions we're talking about. State, Senate,
It's
whatever
not
you
the
want to
majority of people in your
It
area.
is
It's
the
the
majority
majority
of
of
No, it's the majority of voters.
It's
not
the
the majority of
voters,
people.
and they don't even goddamn vote.
That's
They
the
don't vote for
point,
that.
though.
Like worse than they vote for the president. So the majority of people did not vote for them. The wealthy people voted for them, and they got them in there. So if more people were voting, black men, this is y'all call to action. If more people were voting I'm just saying, if more people were voting for our representatives like they vote for our president, we would have more voices and we would have people that actually made sense in there. Right now, we have these oldie goldies in there because they're the only ones voting.
Jesus freaking Christ.
I'm being real. And they run
unopposed
most of the time, and they get reelected because it's a money game.
Y'all
when we change
asked
the
for
money
this.
game,
You
when we
said
change the money game, they can't just beat us with their old money.
you asked for the system, right? The people to be involved. You have to go out and vote. So now you're saying we have to change the law to force people to vote.
We don't need to force them to vote. Y'all, you do your right. Do your
Callie,
job.
help me out here.
You don't need to change the law. Go fucking freaking
Your
vote.
argument was the majority of people that vote are the majority of people that voted these people in. A lot of people don't vote. So then I said, okay, so there ain't nothing I can do about that unless you want to force people to vote. She then goes, no, we can't force people to vote. Callie, make this make sense.
We don't need to force y'all to vote, guys. You see how important this is with this conversation and multiple conversations we had before. Go vote. Go vote. Get these oldies out of here.
Can I
start with Mitch McConnell?
I think we should have government campaign finance. That way everybody gets the same amount of money to run their little stupid
How's that
campaigns.
going to stop the oligarchy?
Beautiful
How's that going to
toxic.
stop BlackRock? How's that going to stop the Electoral College?
What did you say? I'm sorry.
Okay, so the electoral college problem can be solved if we split the vote. So that way, they split the electoral college vote so it reflects the votes in that particular state. So, like, let's say if the Republican wins 45% in California and the Democrat wins 55%, then all the votes won't go to, you know what I'm saying, the Democrat. It'll be split based upon the vote. I think that will solve the electoral college problem. What they call it winner take all or something like that. It's some kind of phrase that they use for it. I think a couple of states do that already. It's only like a handful of them, but I think that's a good idea to solve the electoral college problem. So that way Republicans in majority Democratic states still have a say when it comes to who they elect for president.
Okay, so I'm going to say it in the same order I said it again. Oligarchy, BlackRock, then Electoral College. So corporations with a bunch of money dictating what happens. I talked to Coach K about this old money, oligarchy, BlackRock, and Electoral College. Because
it obviously is going to be impacted if there's a cap.
Override what people have to say and think and make stuff go the way they want it to go.
So her idea to implement a cap and have it be government funded would take away from their ability to have the old money funding their campaign and making them be elected, right? Or wrong?
In theory, yes. Everybody.
That's what I was thinking. So that's addressed.
And then, get rid of the PACs and the super PACs and all that extra crap.
So what's the problem with getting rid of this stuff, you guys? It's just for them to get more wealthy.
They've tried that before.
Look, we tried a lot of things that worked, and then once somebody wealthy got back in there, they changed shit up. We don't need to stop, or we don't need to stop doing things because we've tried it before and now we're not doing it. We know that the people come in, they do what's best for them selfishly, and then they leave it the way it is, and we don't change it back to what it should be for the people.
Okay. Let me read the super chats while you take a break from your man.
We the people.
Yeah, we the people. Gilded Quan says you have to go after capital gain taxes, Mo. Nah, not my capital gain tax. You out your mind, Mo. Newtown 22 says Fantasy doesn't know what she talked about. The top do pay the most of the taxes. The issue is poor spending by the government, not having enough money. Lauren says, just say okay, Aaron. She's telling Fantasy, just say okay, but she can't.
Okay, Aaron.
Sir James Brown says, I agree with Fantasy. Medication is a ripoff. If you have an HMO, you're screwed because they pay the doctors not to prescribe certain medication because of the cost. PPO is the way to go. You just wanted to rhyme. Quentin says, masculine women default is to cuss. Fan.
Look, the military messed me up, but I'm working on it. I'm being a better me.
I'm a daddy's girl, so there's that.
Yeah, y'all just got filthy mouths. Will says France attempted this exact same wealth tax. Over 60 million millionaires left the country. The policy was quickly reversed. So actually, Will, I have that video of the breakdown of what happened in Europe about them actually attempting this, and it won't work. The person describing it was doing, I believe, it was a conference at Stanford, I believe. So, or one of them. And so, yeah, they always say
that's what I said. I know they're not going to do it. That's why everyone got to do it, because they're not going to do it.
I hear what you said. Big Gear says in 2008, they set in a play us eating fake meat now. What makes you think they're concerned with your health? I like the idea, but the government controls the bees. So that's
the lobbyists control the government that controls the bees. I mean, they had a whole fight.
Control the lobbyists that controls the government that controls the bees.
I forget when this was. Was this in the 80s, maybe, or in the 70s, where they had this whole fight about putting the actual ingredients in the nutritional facts that we are so used to every day? They fought against putting that on there.
And even then, they don't put all of it.
There's a good reason why most of our food contains high fructose corn syrup. It's because we produce corn, so they're gonna put that crap in every daggone thing, knowing daggone well it ain't good for us and all that kind of stuff like that. They lobby for that. You know what I'm saying? It's just a mess. That's why I say universal health care ain't gonna work. It's too entrenched in the culture of
They create
America.
Guys, we have to make changes to our systems.
And Impossible Burgers, believe me.
We have to make changes to our system.
I feel you all
now
need to make changes and everything, but we'd have to do it all at once. If we do it incrementally, it'll never get done because people are going to complain, and then we're going to have another change in leadership, and then we're just going to go, it's going to be real circular. So if we're going to do it, we got to go big or go home or not do it at all. And
we ain't going to be able to do it all at once, Callie Bev.
The American people don't have a tolerance for it.
We ain't going to be able to do it all at once, Callie Bev, because it's going to take us having multiple. But wait, it's going to take us having multiple administrations, even for the proposal from Mr. Sanders. That's 10 years. That's multiple administrations. So we got to have. We have to have this seamless movement between them. Come on, guys. We got to have.
No, for real. Hear me out. The way we flip Congress in this country, it's not gonna happen. We flip it too often.
But this is for everyone. It shouldn't matter. This should be a bipartisan issue.
It should be, but unfortunately,
but why can't we choose why can't we choose the people that understand this is a bipartisan issue?
Well,
and not the goldie that we know what they're running for.
Well, I mean, they're in on it bipartisanly. That's why it's not going.
Fantasy wants to charge broke people another 1% of their money. That's why we ain't gonna never get out of this problem. It's not.
Take away from a different tax.
Hey, listen, you keep thinking.
We already pay healthcare. Wait the heck up.
You keep.
We already paid towards Medicaid. We already paid towards
none
healthcare.
of us actually know what this tax money go to because we can't control it. The point of it is,
see it in our check. The Medicaid part, the healthcare part, we see it.
Yeah.
So,
but we
everyone already paying that. So what is the problem?
The problem is a lot of different people have the options to the Medicare that they want, whether they're private, whether they're not private, etc. There's just options. You're arguing that people shouldn't have the option. The government should just apply to everybody.
Yeah, what if I want to open
have
a
the
private
option,
practice?
but everybody should have universal free
Let
health.
me hold on, wait.
Have an option for privatized.
Wait, fantasy. Let me explain something to you real quick, right? Let me read Drake Miller's super chat, and I'm going to explain to you where the flaw in your thinking is, and I'm going to show you right now. Drake Miller says all states except Maine and Nebraska have a winner-take-all policy where the state looks at winner state popular votes get the electoral college votes. That is true. Money talks. Everything else is BS. Talk is cheap. Now, let me tell you where your flaw is, fantasy. This is important. Shout out to my guy, Gary Grant. The reason why private healthcare must exist is for this. You cannot make me be a surgeon. If you tell me if I'm a government employee and my cap is $200,000 because that's all the government can afford to pay, I don't want to do it. I'm going to go work at a facility that pays me $750,000 a year. And this is where I keep talking about the flawed in people thinking. We have to incentivize people to want to do these jobs and create these businesses, right? And so the government don't have an unlimited salary. They actually pay people the least amount of money in almost every profession. You can get the most money in the private sector for every profession. Somebody can pay you whatever they want more than the government can in any profession. And because that exists, you cannot tell a doctor, hey, by the way, I need open heart surgery. Well, this is how much it costs. If the doctor tell you I need $500,000, you need to pay $500,000 a dollar. That's the rules you have to live with. It's their world. We need them. And that's what you got to understand. We have to continue to incentivize people to get these jobs, to continue to innovate, etc. And government doesn't have innovation. They limited this stuff. And that's where the flawed thinking comes. It's not possible.
The only reason government doesn't have innovation is because it's run by the elderly. We already know that the innovation comes from the youth.
You can't
you got a point, but it's just honest.
The word
we all know the innovation comes from the youth.
Youth are eating Tide Pods. Come on. I'm just kidding.
Yo, don't be bringing up the idiot 0.1%. We ain't talking about them. Most of them were not eating Tide Pods. They survived.
Aaron, do you think that these that the specialized physicians and everything charge as much money to recoup the funds that they spent for their schooling?
Tell the truth, shame the devil.
They all have plays. They all have plays. Some of them, I would say some of them. Yeah, I say.
But we want our doctors to go through a lot of schooling, though, right? Because they're operating on hearts, for example.
They can go through a lot of schooling, but if we make higher education exponentially cheaper, then that'll work. Once
again, it's not gonna happen.
Wait.
I know it's not. That's why I said you got to go big or go home. You got to fix the whole damn thing.
So wait,
this is
so
all
Callie,
connected, though.
Here's the issue.
Go ahead, Aaron.
And then
I'm gonna cut out in a second because my phone overheating.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know why, because you be heated up too. So this is the problem, Callie, right? We got teachers like Gilda Kwan. These teachers, we already have a teacher shortage, right? And we don't have enough men wanting to teach unless it's in university for a lot of reasons. And a lot of those universities, private universities, you know why? Money. Harvard teachers can make more money than somebody at a community college. When you try to get the government to run everything, they ain't got no monies. I ain't been a teacher unless they could pay me way more than somebody else, especially if I'm the best. Y'all want
already teachers and they ain't paying them nothing.
That's what I'm telling you. So think about what y'all saying.
So they're gonna obviously get more if we're funding it better, and the money is allocated towards paying their wages and not lining somebody else's pockets or putting somebody's name on there.
Please. Okay. Everybody wants the bag.
I know, but they already have the bag, Midish. That's the problem. It's not like we're trying to take their entire bag. We're just trying to take pennies out, and they're like, forget you. I need all my bag. That's selfish.
Yes. Aren't you selfish, fantasy? Wait. Aren't you selfish, fantasy? Didn't we discuss this? And what did you say?
I am selfish.
Thank you.
And I still pay my just due for the greater good.
Oh, my Lord.
So I shouldn't be able to be selfish when it comes towards the greater good, just like they shouldn't. No one's exempt, Aaron. No one's exempt, Aaron.
The worst. D says, if we got $1 for every curse word Fig said today, fan, we would be able to fund universal health care for the rest of the day. That is definitely the case, okay? Definitely the case. She says it so much, she don't even know she says it. It's like she got Tourette's when it comes to cursing. She don't even know it's coming out. Fantasy, I don't know. Maybe you've moved some people. Chocolate Earth, did you have something on the topic as far as
you guys?
Yeah, good luck.
I want to say that Fantasy Island Girl, I agree with you. I agree with you 100%. And I'll tell you why I back that up, and I'm going to give it a different perspective. If we provide, I'll give you an example of how, I'm not sure if anybody's familiar with how some of the reservations, those that are prosperous, how they set up and get talent to come from to come up there to work for them. You know what they cover? They cover their housing and they cover their food. The government is going to pay regardless what the Navajo or whatever tribe it is, they're going to pay them. So that money is free to go wherever it needs to go, because you provided something that takes that piece away. So let's say if it is still high health care, let's say it's still high food, these are things we can touch in and start tapping into to bring incentive. People need affordable housing and people need affordable food. And those are the two things that I think if we do incentivize, which can be done, because what's going to happen is if you provide housing, let's say for doctors, nurses, the whole nine, the government turns right around and will give you a check. And that money starts to circulate to change those particular things that we're trying to change, whether it's even in a small neighborhood or a large neighborhood. And Nightish, I get what you're saying, but I will tell you this.
We know what you're saying back there behind your mic. We know you saying it ain't gonna work. Go ahead.
Nothing. I'm not saying anything.
No. I want to say this in all honesty. You're not the first person to tell me that, and you won't be the last. We will always argue perspective, especially when it comes to the social construct. If you see it this way and I see it another, I respect how you guys see it. I heard, Aaron explaining to Fantasy Island Girl why it wouldn't work. There are so many things at this level that we can go back and see that people said that shit's crazy. It's not going to work. Excuse my language. So sorry. And it did.
Chocolate Earth. I just want to say this.
Yeah, baby.
Guilt is leaving people, but they're going to get to a
place. I don't feel guilty.
No. I'm not talking about you feeling guilty. I'm talking about the people in power with money. Guilt is leaving. So they didn't eliminate it. Affirmative action. They didn't got Roe versus Wade out of there. They don't care no more, and shit is gonna get real ugly. And if you don't get your bag,
kill the.
Well, here's what I'll say to you:
if he dies, he dies.
I don't have. Hold on, real quick, and so because the gentleman I would assume wants to speak, but I'll say this to you: I don't bring this perspective to you as a bleeding heart. I'm bringing it to you as a person who's been a part of the Capitol situation. I'm a business owner.
Our whole lives.
I benefit for doing certain things that I know if somebody hadn't fought to have that in place, I wouldn't benefit from it now. So why not take those things that I benefit from and start to funnel them into the places that we can put them in? And that's why I said, you're talking about getting the bag, baby. That's what I'm working on, because when you work with affordable housing and food,
can I ask you one question?
Let her finish. I like this.
No. It's okay. Go ahead, Nightish. Mm-hmm.
Okay, so here's the thing: as a business owner, and when you get in that business mindset, you want to pay your employees the least amount of money possible. That's why the minimum wage exists, right? If you could pay them nothing and have them work, you not, because you're a person of color. We care about other people.
I'm talking, other
that don't mean nothing. Well, other people want slaves.
They do. Thank you. Say it louder.
Hold on real quick. This is, and I'm glad y'all said it, because if you know,
workers.
there are more people in slavery across the world than it ever was at any given time in history at this point. In other countries, how do you
across the world? She said, "Don't be mad."
But
they want
hold
more.
on, hold on.
Prisoners are
Nightish.
slaves.
I am putting myself. I'm not talking about they. I'm talking about what I know now and what I'm able to see with doing the type of business that I am doing. That's what I'm speaking to. We know all of that about, and I'm completely understanding that once you start to become trouble, or you may start to penetrate a place that they don't want you there. Well, here's the thing that I've learned in the past few years in being in meetings and listening to business people and what's going on. They don't think we're going to do anything. So they're not looking. So this would be the moment to take advantage, because you got so much chaos going on where the government is concerned. They're not watching.
Hold on, wait,
You ain't
guys.
paying attention to us. Continue, ma'am.
Wait, stop. I got to catch up on the super chats and then try to make some sense of all this insane stuff I'm hearing. Citizen Lou says the government created the internet. All these tech companies are built off of it. AT&T has a chance to buy it, but couldn't see how to make profit off of it. Well, yeah, I mean, that's fair enough. Government might have made it, but they ain't figured out how to maximize it. Sir,
who is this Sir James?
Sir James Brown. I know Sir James Brown. Love him some fantasy. I feel bad for women who are it might be a woman who are pregnant and the doctors want to do a C-section because it's more profitable to a point that they could buy a Porsche. So here's the point.
I feel bad for the trans that they doing these.
Wait. Here's the point. Then pay them more money so they don't have to get a C-section.
How much money you think you're supposed to pay these people? They're just greedy, Aaron.
Whatever they want.
There has to be a cap. No, not whatever you want. You are doing a job. First, do no harm. You did this job to help people. Don't try to come back now and be like, oh, if you don't give me $2 million, you don't value your health. You became a doctor to help people.
You're missing it. Then they won't do it. Y'all, you think you can make people become surgeons because it benefits you? This is what y'all don't understand.
I'm sorry, Aaron.
You can't make people do a job because it benefits you. You can't make them know how to sew your body, put your body back together when y'all gangbang in the streets because it benefits you.
If you don't want to do it, they already programming a robot to learn how to do it anyway.
All right, then. So when the robots come,
he won't be drunk either. He won't be high either.
Ladies, calm down. When the robots come, then y'all have that option to get it done by a robot, by a company that created the robot, and they can charge what they want as well. You just ain't listening. Gary Grant says 50% of all Americans do not pay taxes. Okay, that's a lot of people. I'm in there too. If I have free housing, health, and food, I'm never going back to work. So you telling me people ain't gonna work no more if they get free housing?
Yeah, food? A lot of people shouldn't be working. Let AI come in and take over.
That's one person. And here I'm gonna add
a lot of people shouldn't be working.
Why not? Why do we still have elderly people working at grocery stores? There's a plenty of money, Aaron. And I don't understand why.
Wait.
So
hold on, y'all. Hold on, because my guy Gary Grant is here. I want to make sure I open the floor for him because otherwise y'all gonna talk.
I apologize.
Go ahead. Gary Grant, did you want to say something, brother? Because I know you don't pop up for nothing.
No.
I find it funny. Why are the people without money always talking about how other people with money should spend it? That is a question to the two ladies.
We're not poor, sir.
Well, I
make $8,000 a month. I'm not poor.
I'll try it again.
Oh my Lord.
We are arguing against the 1%ers because they have an absorbent amount of wealth, in my opinion, and we all pay our share and they should pay theirs. Okay. What is your argument against that, sir?
Here's my argument. Most of the 1% pay way more than any of you will ever pay.
And what do they get exemptions for? Way more than any of us will ever get, right?
Okay.
Be genuine with your conversation.
Can I finish a sentence without being interrupted?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay. All the exemptions that they get still is 100 times more they pay than regular people. When Microsoft pays taxes, they employ 500,000 people that are paying taxes. How much did they put into the system? The difference is what people outside of wealthy people don't understand. Most wealthy people employ people. Most other people pay taxes for themselves. Now, if I employ 100,000 people, 100,000 people are paying into the system. Plus, I'm paying. What
That's
is
the
that
argument
one?
that I'm making. You're not paying.
Excuse me? Okay.
My argument is you're not paying your share.
1% of my money includes all of your money that you make, that I pay. 1%.
Billionaire.
I'm far from that. But what I'm trying to say, what you guys are trying to equate that you guys pay more. Well, we pay 26% taxes. 26% taxes on $100,000 is 1% tax on $1 billion is how much? Look at the big picture. You guys can only see in your little box. First of all, these guys are only paying 12%. Well, because Warren Buffett made that stupid thing.
They're going
Excuse
to
me?
pay their $1 million, and I'm going to pay my 1%. What's the problem?
Okay, you're going to compare your 1% of $100,000 to my 1% of $1 billion.
Yeah, I'm saying you can afford it like I can. What's the argument against it?
We don't have a flat tax system like you're.
I know. My argument is to create that. What's the problem?
Because if they could, go ahead, Eric.
The problem with that, though, I agree with everything that you're saying about why we can't have housing for old people. But the thing is, it's the commoner people that want to create these social programs that tax. And it's what happens. It's not the fact that we're taxing them. It's where does the money actually go?
Thank you. We need to fix the corruption, right?
But the thing is this. It's not the billionaires who are deciding where that money goes. It's the common people who always want to say it's the commoners. The commoners.
That's a lie, Eric.
How is it a lie?
Because they don't make the money to have the lobbyists that are arguing for these laws. They're not.
It doesn't. But you
And
have
most
the
of the commoners aren't even voting.
But you have, they are. You have more. Excuse me. Sorry. There's more people that vote that are not rich than there are people that vote that are rich. The common people have more power.
There's more of us.
I'm not done. Yes, exactly.
Per capita.
This exactly. It's so this is why they wanted to limit people's right to vote in the country, because James Madison understood that when people all have political power, they're going to use their political power against the people who are rich. And the reason why people who are rich should have the right to vote is so they can protect themselves against the common people, because the common people will always outnumber the exceptional ones. And what they'll do is they'll band together to destroy the exceptional people. And
But
that's
they're only financially exceptional.
It's the only exception that you need. If you're financially, that's what I tell you. People without money have no clue. You see, from you get to a certain amount of money, all of these problems that you all talk about do not exist.
There is problems that
I'm not saying you shouldn't be able to reach that wealth, sir.
There are problems that I have.
Give a fraction of it back.
There are problems that I have with the wealthy, but the thing
I
is,
give a shit back.
the wealthy,
We can all give some back.
the greediest people are actually poor people. If you look at it, let me finish, right? So the same way that you feel that the rich should have to pay their fair share, number one, who's determining what is fair, right? The poor, you don't think that people who are poor or people who are in poverty want just as much, if not more, and will use and rig the system for their benefit as well?
The benefit of having universal health care and free housing. And so there's certain things that everyone should be allotted in America. We have enough money.
According to, so hold on a second. Hold on a second. I don't disagree with that, right?
So what's the issue?
Hold on. Let me finish. The same do-gooder, the same people The reason why you're saying that is because you're humanitarian. You're saying everybody should be taken care of. Those same people who said that wanted to open up our borders and allow everybody to flood. You can't.
Don't do that, Eric.
No. Is that not
Eric.
the truth? Is that not the truth?
That has you're conflating the issues. You're changing.
First off, everywhere that has universal health care has immigration issues. Every single place where you give people
we don't have universal health care and we have immigration issues.
You don't have more of an immigration issue than Europe does.
God,
no, you don't. No, you don't. Not more than Europe. Not more than France. No, you don't. No, you do not.
Sir,
no, you do not.
You don't know if we have more.
No, Eric is 100% right.
You do not have more. Your humanitarianism is the problem. You cannot be humanitarian and loyal.
Well, there's a
loyal
you cannot to yourself, to yourself, to your family,
for Americans, loyal to whom?
To yourself. Most of the people that have done evil things in this world have done so with a humanitarian message. You're not really. So we've been hearing the free healthcare stuff for the last 80 years. We've been hearing it for 80 years, and every time that somebody gets that power, they use that to go do something else with it.
Well, Eric, real quick.
So why is that an argument against doing what we asked?
It can't be done.
It can be done. People are greedy.
Where is it done? Where's it done?
Eric,
it's gonna be done here.
Let me tell you why.
Theoretical.
This is not possible. So what you said, Eric, about Europe having
exactly the same.
more immigration problems? That's just because of geographically speaking, they have more people coming from just different places on that place of the continent.
Why are they coming?
Because of the free health. I was just saying. I'm not saying you were wrong.
When you have social services, when you have free social services, right? You can't have both. You can't say I want to have a donut shop that's open, and give my employees donuts, and then have everybody, because then you're feeding the rest of the world.
Yeah, but if you're geographically closer to the places that what they're leaving from, you're gonna get more.
Who is not geographically closer to anybody else, unless you're in Antarctica?
If you're in Europe and you are an African, you are geographically closer to Europe as an African. It's easier to go there. That's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you're wrong.
But the thing is, that's the same thing with every country. China has an issue with the Uyghurs. The only people that don't have this issue is like Japan, is because they're surrounded by water. So
we're surrounded by water too.
No, but we have an issue with your favorite salsa people from south of the border.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, though. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying they have more because they have more.
Did you say Canadians?
I said, why do you only target them and not the Canadians? Why?
What about the Canadians? Canada does. They don't have an immigration issue in Canada?
No, I'm saying they're coming here and they're being illegal immigrants also. They just have the right color complexion to not be.
No, I have a problem with all illegal immigration. But
okay,
Canada has
Hold on. You don't live in Canada, Eric. Let me speak for Canada. We have universal health care. You know how long you have to wait for an MRI?
How long?
6 to 8 months.
A long time. Yeah, it's
understand. 6 to 8 months. In America, where
do you not have an option for privatized healthcare in Canada?
Yeah, but it's more expensive though.
Do you know how much it costs?
Okay, so like I said, you have an option to wait the 6 to 8 months, or you can pay if you got the monies for something that's faster. But at least you have the option. Whereas right now we do not have that option in America. Our poor people can't afford their MRI. Isn't that tragic? Isn't it tragic?
No.
Wait, let me explain why help.
No, it's not. You're being a humanitarian.
Let me explain why
your humanitarianism is evil.
Why are you against humans? What is wrong with you?
Because
you're literally destroying the planet. You're literally boiling the planet.
I don't know them.
Guys.
We are the problem.
Everybody cannot talk at the same time. It's not going to work. I cannot hear y'all. Be respectful of each other one at a time, please, because I cannot hear nobody.
Aaron, can I just explain why healthcare system is the way it is here and just why it isn't? Because people kind of have this context. Oh, everywhere else on the planet, you can have free healthcare and it's government provided, right? Can I just explain that, please? Because I know someone who's actually in the healthcare field who is a physician, and they will explain it perfectly. So the main reason why it's expensive here is because a majority of the medical research on the planet is conducted by the U.S. Like 99% of the research, 99% of the new vaccines, 99% of the new medical methods is conducted by the U.S. That's why it's the most expensive. Number one. Number two, we are first in line to get the benefits of these new research and these new vaccines and things. We're always going to be the first ones that get it, no matter what. When the coronavirus was first coming out, we were the first country on the planet that had majority of our population that got the vaccine, right? And then the second thing about it is, in other places in Europe, there is a cap to how long in the medical field you're allowed to work before they literally just stop paying you, right? So this goes to what Gary was saying in Canada, right? You can be on an MRI wait list for 6 to 8 months. In America, that people would like lose their mind. And the reason for that is in other places like Europe, you only work for a certain amount of time before they just stop paying you, right? So let's just say that you're a doctor. You can only work for 200 or 235 days out of the 365 days of the calendar year. And if you work more than that, they just straight up just stop paying you because there's a fixed number or there's a fixed rate of how much you get paid. That's why it's completely different. That's why it's more expensive. It's definitely way more expensive than everybody else, but the amount of benefits and the amount of things that you get to offset that is way better than everybody else's. Does that make sense? Do we get the context behind that?
Also, I got a question for the lady at the top. I got a question for the lady at the top. What drives medical prices to be so high? Since you want to give everything away for free, what else drives things like medicine to be so high in the United States?
First, let me address the fact that I said everyone should contribute to this healthcare, so there's nothing free for anyone. However, I'll continue. What was your question?
Why is the cost of medicine so high in the United States?
Because there's no cap on these pharmaceutical companies charging whatever the heck they want to charge.
And why is that?
Because they're greedy. Listen to me, Eric. Listen to me, Eric.
Can I respond? That was a simple. Aaron, can I respond to this? Because that was a simple thing, and she didn't.
Okay, I gave you the answer because they agree.
No, that's wrong. So the reason why, right, is because commoner, do-gooder people with this mentality have increased regulations to make the cost of medicine so high. So when Donald Trump, stop. Can you let me finish? When Donald Trump, right, slashed regulations on insulin went down to pennies on the dollar. And what we have in this country is we have big regulatory bodies who employ tons of people like the FDA. They employ people, and this is your tax dollars. This is the common people. No, you don't, right?
Yes, we do. We know that our tax dollars go towards that.
The FDA. Okay, so then tell me how many people at the FDA are in administrative roles?
The FDA is corrupt as heck, Eric.
But that's what
they approve these.
How many people, if we ended the FDA tomorrow, how many people like yourself, how many low-level commoners who look exactly like you, your race and your gender, would lose their job?
I obviously am not advocating for us to end these systems, Eric.
And what I'm
You're arguing against the wrong thing. These systems don't need to end. They need to be ratified.
No,
they need to be changed.
Then why aren't people like you supporting the people who ratify them? Why aren't the people who look like you?
Talking about one woman. I'm advocating. I can't even get y'all to agree.
Hold on a second. Why aren't more women advocating to cut these regulations and vote for people to make medical costs lower? Because when we look at the last, hold on. That's when we look at, you don't support the thing. You support humanitarianism, right? And humanitarianism is something that somebody, if they said, hey, we want to help all people, you would support that over the numbers that actually get you to helping your own. Which is why women who look like you with your race and gender voted for somebody that increased medical costs, because all they had to do was say a sympathetic message, and all of y'all fell for that.
So
you fall for humanity. That's really, look at insulin. Look at insulin costs. Look at insulin costs. Look at insulin costs. You cared about kids at the border. Like, think about what she's doing. All you have to do is tell a bedtime story to these women, and they'll fall for it because it's too simple. They don't understand the complexities of the world that we live in. When you understand that
we're sick of your rant.
It's the truth.
We're sick of your rants.
No, I know you don't understand.
When you're choosing the president,
Because you
When
have
you're
an
choosing the
85
president,
IQ. I know
they
you
all
don't
come
understand
with
it.
they all come with
We's
their
gotta
lies
help
of what they're
everybody.
going to do.
They's just being
They all come
greedy.
with their lies of what they're going
They's
to do, and then
greedy.
they go in there and do what is
They's
best for
greedy.
themselves. They are
See this?
greedy. They do
See
what's
the
best for
fantasy
themselves
story?
and their other wealthy donors.
That's a
And as
lot
they
of
continue to stay in
Yep.
these positions of power, we continue to increase the
Yep.
wealth gap, and they continue to get wealthier and wealthier. You know why? Because
Sounds
they
like
have the
every
money.
movie that
They
you
have
watched
the
on
money.
Netflix. Sounds like every movie
What are you
that you've
talking about?
watched.
This has
You-
nothing
you're
to do with movies on Netflix. This is what
these are
Bernie
these are
Sanders
the
has been
same.
talking about for a long behind time. You just haven't been listening to
What
him.
is it? What has Bernie Sanders done?
He's been talking.
Has Bernie Sanders
He's been
ever
coming
built
up
a
with
business?
proposals. He's been trying to get these
Proposals-
legislations passed, and he's been
proposals
getting
don't
blocked by people like you who
proposals-
want them to keep the system exactly the way it is.
Bernie Sanders
Actually,
plan would increase.
Actually, what?
Bernie Sanders.
Bernie Sanders was blocked by. It was a bipartisan effort when they blocked it both sides of the
I
aisle.
understand. I didn't say that
Like
it
I
was
said-
only Republicans.
Like I said,
I know
you said
he's
people like
one.
Eric. You said people like
Yeah,
Eric, so.
people like Eric
No. Okay. So the thing is
that
this.
want to keep the
When
system the way it is. That's not
when
that's bipartisan,
when-
right?
I don't
Like
want to keep the system the way it is, right? I don't agree with that. I don't want a system that would let somebody like you even have a decent life. Right, I don't want that system at all. Right.
Well, unfortunately for you, I have ADHD, and I'm pretty
You're living
good
off
at
my
making
tax
sure that
dollars.
I can
You're
make
living off
some
my tax
money.
dollars. Aren't you in the military? You live off my tax
Obviously,
dollars.
I'm in the
you live off
military.
my
I'm
tax
an
dollars.
intelligence
this is why we
analyst, and I
can't-
don't live off
this is
your
why-
tax
this
dollars.
is
You're a
why we
fucking
lost.
idiot.
This is why we lost in Afghanistan. This is where our tax dollars are going right here.
Okay, Fantasy Island. I want to ask this one question.
You're an
real quick,
idiot.
and I
You're the
don't
dumbest man
support-
on this stage.
Yeah, I'm paying your salary
don't-
though. So
I don't support I don't support universal healthcare in the United States specifically. In other European countries, I would support it in other European countries like Portugal, shout out to Fatty, and other places like that, mainly because like the average person does not have the amount of medical problems that the average American does. Literally 1/3 of Americans are medically obese, right?
Facts.
Like just that alone, that will put so much strain on the system alone, and I have to pay for someone else's shitty decisions. Now
Black
we have
Don,
a
you don't-
culture. Go ahead, Sean. Sorry.
No, I'm sorry. I'm listening.
Oh, I was just saying, it's like we have a culture where there's like fat acceptance and whatever. I'm fine with that. I just don't want to pay for the decisions of what you did.
I think that's a good point, but do you
That's
think
humanitarianism.
do you think though that
not pro-fat
that if the system were different, that
Aren't they
it would
humans?
force America
You don't have
to
be
stop
humans.
to stop selling things or promoting things that promote the obesity, like things like high fructose corn syrup that's banned in other places. You
Yeah,
think
if
that
they
can be
did
some
that-
downward pressure?
Oh yeah, for sure. If they did that,
Halle Bebb was
so if
talking
they
about
passed-
that earlier.
If that's okay.
If they
that's
pass
okay,
laws in
I would like
tandem
to
with that,
respond to that.
Half this country would jump off a building if you
Okay.
outlawed vapes. If you
Well, look,
outlawed
No,
vaping,
no, no.
half this
Let me
country
just
would
make
jump off a
let me make my
building.
one point,
Can
and
I
I'm gonna
add
leave and let
the-
y'all finish the argument. Well, let me just make my one point, and I'm gonna leave. I'm real busy. All right, so look, I would love to see universal health care. The problem, and I understand what you're saying, Fig. The problem is that it would end up being the lower class and the middle class that would end up paying that flat tax. With wealthy people, they don't do things that are that trigger income tax. They don't have taxable events, and so if you don't get income, or let's just say somebody like Elon Musk who may make $100,000 from from his companies. I mean, they can tax. No, well, that's different. His income can be 100,000.
I
Now,
know.
right. So I'm saying it for everybody else. Maybe not for you. I'm just saying it in general. So let's just say he can be worth 100 billion.
Which one
And-
do you want?
Chocolate, you might need to mute. So he might be worth 100
Oh, I'm
billion.
so sorry.
Okay, he might be worth 100 billion. This is for everybody else. I'm not talking to you, Fig, because I know you know this stuff. So he may be worth 100 billion, but his income from his company can literally be 100,000. So he wouldn't give a shit if they taxed that 100,000, 100%. Who cares? But other than that, their revenue comes, their wealth continues to mature as the company's stock continues to appreciate. What happens when they need money? They get a number of things. They do pledging, which for people in the chat is pledge collateral. So say
their portfolio is $100 billion. They'll just borrow against it, and they can do security-backed lines of credit. They can do margin loans. They can do lots of things that are not taxable events. They're just loans against your pledged collateral. So what will happen is they will never have income that'll be taxed. And so that's where you get into the argument. We hear people talk about capital gains taxes and things like that. There's a whole lot of different things, but once again, capital gains taxes only come in when you sell stock. So they would still get around the income tax thing. So I get what you said. I think that if you add a few more things to it, then
what would happen?
Yeah, Sean, that's my argument. We do need to add more things to it. I agree with you.
And they would all leave America.
I agree with Sean.
So Sean, so they're trying to have this unrealized gains tax that they're trying to put in, right? We both know that. And I agree with patriarchy. They're going to leave America just like they have money overseas in America, right?
True.
But fantasy argument is you force them to take a mandatory salary, at least at the lowest livable wage, whatever that is. That's her argument. And I said that I don't think there's going to be enough money, but she said it is. So I quit arguing about it.
Nah, I think when it comes to the capital gains tax,
I
think they should put a cap on how much you can claim as a loss, because you have some companies, they'll intentionally sell off things that are part of the company in order to record a loss that'll offset their profits.
Well, yeah. How about
we do that though?
If you remove,
how about you just fire?
So he
half
said
the
there should be a
FDA?
cap.
How about you fire half the FDA? Half of the FDA. No, like if you really want to make this, if you really want to do this, all of these people who work for the government who don't do anything but push papers all day, why don't you fire half of them and clear up the budget and then appropriate it into something else?
Our administration and the government do need to be corrected, Eric. We agree.
I think the solution
I did want to add to it.
What Quan and Eric just said are both valid things. I think they're different things from what I was just saying, though. But they're both valid.
Exactly.
I think
all agree that there's
because I
multiple
do
things
agree
that
that there is a lot that the government is not able to do because of the way DC culture is. I think the solution to that is moving a lot of those departments out of DC. Like the department of the FDA should be somewhere else where no one can just easily go to DC and do all of the work that they have to do. Like if you want to lobby in DC, if the FDA is in Montana, and if the Consumer Business Bureau is in Michigan, then it makes it harder to focus in on DC as, being able to do whatever it is you want to do that's corrupt. You got to move those departments out of DC. I think they all should be in different areas.
Bill Maher
DC
did
is
a
one of the
study.
most corrupt. Sorry.
Bill Maher did a study one time about what it would take to build a railroad in America versus what it would take to build a railroad in China, right? If anybody wants to build anything here, if you want to start your own pharmaceutical company or whatever, if you want to start your own medical company, there are so many people that you have to pay with taxes and regulations to even get started. There's so many blocks and barriers you have. And when you pay these things, most of that money does not go into the hands of rich people. It goes into the hands of secretaries who work for the government. And I'm telling you that if you removed half of that, it would increase competition amongst these people who you say are rigging the system when it comes to insurance or medical cost. And you'd be able to get your stuff a lot faster and a lot cheaper. But the thing is this, the common people don't want that. They want to be employed by the government. They want the government's what, the third largest employer in all American cities? They want these people who don't do anything all day to have these 40-hour work weeks, right? And they have health care, by the way. All of these people who work for the government, they all have health care. So if you really wanted to do something about it, you could just fire most of them.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well, could I add to that? I just want to, I'm going to go through it. Gildy, give me a second. I would like to jump in and say first to Mr. Grant, that wasn't the part that I was coming in on or agreed where Fantasy Island Girl was talking about. The money has to come from somewhere. The solution of it, though, the piece I'm talking about is from that commoner state. I wasn't raised with money. I don't I don't have it. It wasn't something that was a luxury for us. I come from 2 or 3 generations of laborers, workers, they blue collar people, whatever you want to say. So during that, what I have found out, and with the information dealing with the government, because a lot of the times the shit that they don't, excuse my language again, the things that they do, they contract them out. The government, as we all agree, goes at a very slow pace for those who need it. And with those who want it, it's very easy with a bribe we call lobbying. We already know that. So why not start, instead of going from the top down, why not start with helping the people from the bottom up? We can't say that people that are working. No, it has not been tried yet.
Really?
No,
yes, it has been.
No, it hasn't. Not.
Tell me about how your
Sir,
community banking system is started.
If that's,
because you don't know what you're
Why
talking about.
don't you let her
Well,
finish speaking like you did?
I'm not gonna.
You wouldn't even be. We know that you've
Why don't
taken
you just let her
government.
finish
Chocolate
speaking
Earth.
like
How
you
much
did?
government money have you had in your lifetime? I guarantee you it's been a little bit.
That's crazy.
Of course.
Okay, my
Of
point
course
exactly.
It was,
So it is
my
going.
mother,
Of course.
my mom was a single parent. She did have food stamps. Yes, I will never.
Okay.
I'm not ashamed of it.
Yeah,
What I'm saying to you is being a commoner. May I finish, sir? And you're welcome to go. As a commoner, as you speak, we are the retail workers, the people who are working in these little small businesses, the people who are providing the things that y'all like, the people that are working in the manufacturing jobs, the people that feed you at Subway, McDonald's, so on and so on. It ain't all kids. So let's be real with that. So when we talk about assisting or changing any type of narratives, that's what I came up for. The conversation was that if universal health care was not something that we could attain, we could also offset it or help or assist by getting into providing affordable housing. That's the biggest issue in the United States right now.
Yeah, there's never been a government program for that at all. You're right. The government has never tried that.
Exactly.
Really? So you're serious? You're really going to sit up here and say the government has never done that ever before?
No.
We literally have departments of
finish?
public housing.
Can
like,
I
what are you
please
talking
finish?
about?
It's not a gotcha situation. No matter what you say, I know what I'm talking about. So it's like this. Yes, the government has provided affordable housing, but have they done it in a way that is actually prosperous for people to become viable? No.
You can't, because those people don't want to be that. You can't change people. You cannot change. The government cannot change people. That is true. So the government can change you. The government hasn't changed you.
You don't change your argument. You said they don't want to be.
They don't want to be. They don't. No, they don't.
That's not
Eric
true,
is
sir.
100% right. They don't want to change
The
that's
government.
why you have
Gary. Eric is always 100% right. We got it.
Well, I don't agree with
let me ask a question.
Our government would go bankrupt trying to change you.
You can finish, Miss Chocolate.
I don't agree with the base premise though. Like, what?
The government has never tried to do anything with affordable housing.
I'm not
let her finish the
asking
premise.
for the government to do affordable housing. I said in the business of affordable housing. Let's say, for instance, since you need to know my credential on that level, what I'm speaking to
go.
is
He has no credentials.
land is still available, right? That is one thing that they have not taken the right away from us to purchase. Now, whatever you think about it, eminent domain, all that, I've heard that argument too. But people are still doing what they need to do until that happens. So you could buy a piece of property, which is, I'll use my city. So I'm in a place that's full of desert. You got Phoenix, you got Tucson. There's no other major city in Arizona. But unfortunately, there's not enough affordable housing for people who are living in their cars and going to work, living in shanty towns and going to work. They are not lazy. They are not corrupt. These are people that are not making enough to pay for what should be affordable for everyone. If you want to go buy you $1 million home, by all means, you're going to have builders who do it. But for the commoners that you speak of, the people who work in the jobs that we don't want to work, they also need to be taken care of. And with that, the government has to pay anyway. Why what?
So the thing is,
because we need these jobs for society.
Those commoners voted and made the decisions for the people that put them in those situations. They absolutely.
Well,
if you want to talk about why the cost of living, if you want to really, so why don't you look up? Why don't you look up the policies that the Democratic, and when I say Democratic, I mean the things that went up for vote for everyone. Why don't you look up how the common people vote? The common people vote for the things that don't put them. Voting has consequences. Don't you know that? Are you aware that voting? So you want the government to change your vote for you?
No, that's not
like
what
the argument is most common people don't vote because they don't believe their vote will count.
That is not
there's still more common people who vote than there are wealthy people.
Yeah, but the argument is
there's more. There's not an argument. There's not an argument. You're just interjecting when you want. You're just interjecting when you want. You don't live your life. You don't live your life like a humanitarian. No, you don't. You don't. Then go out in the street right now. Go out in the street right now and give your body to go out and give your street. Go out in the street and give your body to a commoner since you love them so much.
I don't need to go out in the street and give my body to anyone.
I don't think so.
No, Eric, you don't have to give your body to a commoner. Hold on. Can I say something? If you're a humanitarian, why don't you take 2 homeless people in your house?
Yeah.
I can't think any more humanitarian than that.
Trying to make it seem like the only way that I can help people is by bringing them into my home.
But you want to spend other people's money, though. You want to tell other people what they need to do.
Other people's money. I obviously pay my taxes too.
Okay, then spend your
We're
money.
all
And don't tell
taxpayers.
other people.
So shouldn't we be able to have a say?
No, you should not. You should not have the right to say what somebody else should do with their money.
We don't want to hear you, Eric.
Well, you gonna hear me.
Let Aaron talk.
Y'all don't even live y'all lives like this.
Let Aaron
How many
talk.
bums have you told to get away from you?
Let Aaron talk.
If you believe in commoners, then go on Jay Prince's show and give him a kiss. I didn't think so.
Okay, I need to read the super chats because my ears are burning with this insaneness. Sir James says, "Forgive Aaron. He is a good guy, but Anton corrupted his brain."
Facts, Sir James.
We don't agree. I'm a shareholder in Disney. He can't stand Disney. Well, trust me, my brain thinks vastly different. Sway producer says, Aaron, I think there's a conflation between the person who owns the business being taxed and the actual company being taxed. The tax exemption differs. No, I asked her earlier. She said it's based upon income. Drake Miller says 2021, despite $3.7 billion in U.S. earnings, and Kinder Morgan paid no federal income taxes in 2021, but they paid state taxes. Shout out to Nurse Fancy. She said, I'm just supporting you, supporting the show. And T-Dub says, for the swear jar. Oh, man, you already know. The swear. Shh.
Wait, did anyone swear yet?
I told y'all to count the expedients, okay? Count them. That's what I asked y'all to do because there's going to be so many of them. Ultimately, I think that I don't know how we decide to target wealthy people because that just means you want their money, which is fine because Fantasy's point is a 1% tax on everybody. And as long as they make the minimum amount of money for a livable tax, I don't think that's enough money to pay for healthcare, but she does. That's her argument.
Okay. I don't have an issue with that at all. If you can get it done. But the thing is, most of the people that are around you will not agree with you. The majority of people, when you realize, Fantasy, one day you're going to grow up. And I'm taking you. Let me give you a little game here, right? One thing you're going to realize is most people are stupid. They move in crowds. They go with what the crowd tells them to do. Your tax, I don't think that that's unreasonable. But to get most people to believe that when most people are picking dingleberries out their butt and drinking Monsters, because that's what most of this country is, most people are stupid. They don't. Yeah. They watch Gang, pop balloon. Pop,
do you believe in the power of marketing, Eric?
No, not to stupid people.
Oh, I think you can market. I argue you can market to stupid people easier.
No, I don't think it is. The thing is this: the people get wrapped up in narratives. They don't do their research. They don't like mathematics. The 1% tax you're asking for, I don't have an issue with it at all.
But the smart people can make the rules and just inception it into the dummies.
But the smart people use stupid people against other smart people. That's what civil war starts.
Yes,
So
they
what
do,
about the people
and they
on
should
the
continue
other
to do
side of
that.
But
That's
you just
what
said
I'm
They
you're
should
saying.
against.
continue to
The
do
people
that.
who you're
You just said you're against like the 1% lobbying. That's already happening
Yeah,
now.
no. They're not the
Literally
smartest. They're just
lobbying.
the most wealthy. My
So you think?
argument is
Wait.
the smarties need to be running it, and they need to be telling the commoners, the people that won't look into it, what's best for them, and they need to inception it into them. I know that sounds very
That's what's
manipulative,
happening now.
but
The rich
the
people are
wealthy
what's
people,
happening.
the wealthy
That's what I'm
people are
saying. That's what's
inceptioning
happening
things,
now.
and they're not the smartest. They're not doing what's best for everybody. They're doing what's best for them.
That's so.
We
Wait,
don't
no,
need them to be
wait.
able to do that, you guys. We got to fight
Everyone,
against them.
Do you,
Keep the
wait,
rich.
stop.
Keep the rich.
Do you think
people
that
get
wealthy?
more every day,
Wait,
B.
stop. Nigga, stop. Do you think majority of the wealthy people? You think they're not smart or intelligent at all? They're just people with money. That's it. You don't think they have any
No,
higher
I don't
level of
think they're the smartest in America. I think they are the
Oh, you
wealthiest in
tripping.
America.
Okay. Well,
Do
okay.
you
There
think
you go.
Hillary Clinton is smart? Hillary Clinton is smart.
Hold on for a second. So how do you think they
that's what
got
I'm
wealthy?
saying.
By being dumb?
No, I did not
So
say
what
they were
about the
dumb.
people
I
on
They
just
the
were,
don't think
put it
they are
this
the
way.
smartest.
That's what I'm saying.
All right,
You
how
only
many
have to
people,
have
let
A
me ask you,
level. You
let
only
me
have
ask
to
you a
have
question.
A
How
level of
smart is Bill
intelligence,
Gates?
and you don't
How
even have to
smart is
have that.
Elon Musk?
Freaking Bush was dumb.
God damn.
Bush was
was
real
smarter
dumb,
than-
right? He was dumb.
AF.
Not his
That he
dad.
was
Not
the
his dad.
governor.
Hold
That
on a
he
second.
was
Not
the
his dad.
governor of Texas.
Yeah, he
That
was
he
good,
had
Yeah.
man.
all these businesses, but he was
Yeah.
dumb.
And he did not have to be
But his
intelligent. He didn't
his
have to be
dad
the smartest man in the room to
his
have
dad was
those
smart.
businesses. His father ensured that he had those businesses through wealth. He got generational wealth passed down to him. That's why he stayed in the status he was in. Most people stay in their class. You're not telling me anything new. A lot of these
Hold
billionaires,
on. You know,
grandchildren are dumb as fuck. They
a
just have
brain
money. Or
surgeon
dumb
is
as
dumb.
heck. They just have money.
A brain surgeon you just said is dumb.
Can I say one thing?
Oh my God.
Uh-oh, the soccer players here.
Yeah. I play soccer.
Oh, hey, Sway. I didn't
What's
know
Well, I
going
thought
on?
you was a hooper.
Come
I
on
play
now.
a
You
lot
know
of sports.
He does everything.
I've played baseball, football, soccer, and basketball.
I'd
And I
rather
played
you play
lacrosse in fifth grade.
pickleball.
But I come in this good faith fantasy and everybody else on the panel. So if I say anything, don't attack me like my points is in line with everybody else. My whole thing is though, even when
Fuck
we're
you,
talking
Sway.
about smart people,
Fuck you, Sway.
yeah, exactly. When
Eat the
we're
rich.
talking about smart people giving telling what other people do, a lot of times smart people think they're the smartest, and they think they're right. So a lot of times smart people actually argue with each other and they differ a lot because they think they have the answers and you don't, and they'll spend more time arguing back and forth instead of actually coming up with a solution. And that's just to my point about smart people telling dumb people what to do. Even that is subjective because let's just use Anton as an example, right? Is he smarter in terms of the economy and money, or is a college professor who teaches it economy and money, but he only makes 60 grand?
So I love the argument that you're
I would
using. You're using what is it? A priori versus a posteriori versus theoretical versus actual execution.
I'm
That's
dumb,
actually
bro.
a
I
good.
don't know none of that.
Well, you may have every blind squirrel finds a nut every now and again, right? So that's actually a very good point. I would have to say I value execution over theory.
Facts, I do too.
So that's why I
Just
was
make it
asking
simple.
earlier
Action speaks
about
louder than words.
what is the problem with helping the people that don't benefit?
God.
Okay, so let's say, and I don't understand
How many
why
people
that's a
said the
problem.
same show? But have you studied the
I'm me.
20th
I'm me,
century?
sir.
Have you studied? Well, if
I'm me,
you're
sir.
you should study the 20th century. Okay,
I
everybody
live
that
in the
ever did
20th century,
anything.
sir.
Okay, well, did you study
That
what was
doesn't
going on
mean that
around
you
you?
don't.
How many people?
Yes,
How many
sir.
charlatans stood up and said, "I'm for the common. I want to help poor people." From
That's them. That
Marx
doesn't
to
mean people stop
Mussolini
doing it.
to like. We've heard
But
this
people
story
still have
before.
things
It
assist
hasn't
other
helped.
people. There are still
The
social
more the
services.
planners fail, the more the planners fail, the more the okay, so check this out. If everything you're saying was good, why don't you have success stories of it actually working? If all the government, this is exactly what they say.
I'm in the midst of working it. I'm in the midst of
Is
working
it so?
it.
So
I'm
is
in
it
the
working?
midst of
So
doing it.
is it working? Because if it was working, y'all wouldn't be complaining. We've had these government programs.
See, that's the thing.
We've had these government.
You lumped me in.
Why don't we hear Why don't we ever hear that? Hey, these government plans are working. Every time we just hear that we need more. That's all we hear is that it's not enough.
It's not enough.
Then why aren't we hearing about success stories? Why aren't we hearing about success stories?
Plenty of people out here doing things for what you say the commoners.
Then why do you need more then? Why do you need more?
Because it's more people. We have a lot of
So why are you producing more
people that are poor, that are the working poor? These people don't need attention. And just because there were charlatans maybe right now or ahead of me, behind me, so because I decided to go down that path, I'm not asking.
Yeah, you're using them as pawns. You're using them as pawns.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are. If you study the 20th century, it's all about using common people to further your agenda. Every evil leader, every evil dictator has made the exact same. You don't have any idea.
No,
everything that you're saying's already been said. Whether it was from Mao, whether it was Stalin, whether it was Hitler, whether it was Mussolini, they've all said Roosevelt, Bill Clinton, Barack Obama. One Barack Obama talking that same shit you're saying? What is it? What is any difference from you and Barack Obama?
I'm not sure where this conversation is going.
What is
Hey,
like?
can I ask everybody here something? Can we all talk one at a time, man, so we have a good program?
I'm not really sure where this back and forth is going, or what y'all actually going back and forth about.
The point I'm making is this. The point that I'm making is all of your argument, everything that you're saying has already been tried. That's what I'm saying. And we have enough information. So now you see I can't talk. You said that the government has done nothing. My God. You said that the government has done nothing for affordable housing. The government has had policies and created departments for public housing over the last 7. You said, really? So you never said that earlier? Who heard her say that the government did nothing for public housing?
Eric.
I have to back Eric.
Hold on, Eric. How about this? Ask her a question and then see what she thinks, and then move from there.
I'm telling her. First off, there is no question to ask.
Okay, so then there's no back and forth.
There's no back and forth. I'm telling you.
Yeah.
No, it isn't. I'm telling. How often do you study the people that say what you're saying? That's my question.
Yeah.
I don't study other people. I study the people I'm trying to help.
Well, why don't you study the people that try to help them before you?
Why am I not?
Why? So you can see the result. So you can learn what was done before you, and maybe you could try something different.
Yo, what's the topic though?
I'm lost.
I'm gonna stop here. I don't understand why it's going in that direction.
I'm sure you don't. Because I'm saying, why would you? Everything that you're saying has already been tried.
So what? I want to try.
So I kind of want.
Okay, this is so what? You don't keep hitting your head against the concrete wall and think you're going to get through it.
Have you seen her head? Have you seen that?
Eric, no need for what's it called?
Hey, Gary, can I ask you a question?
Anything.
So, did you learn how to ride a bike at around what age?
5.
Right. And so the way that we learn how to ride a bike is we use training wheels. Then at some point you keep falling, and you're determined, and you keep falling. The only way to learn how to ride a bike is to keep fucking falling and being determined. So I understand what you're saying, but I think lots of times everything has multiple iterations. We're on iPhone 14 something. iPhone 1 was a big piece of shit. So everything iterates. So I understand what you're trying to say, but I think the point that she's trying to make, Chocolate is trying to make, which I would contend with what Eric is saying, is that we have to continue to iterate everything. It just happens.
So no matter how many times you try, you could never jump to the moon. No matter how many times you try to physically jump, and what I'm telling you, there is no way that you can make. There is no way. I'm talking to Sean. There's no way that you can make lazy, stupid, dumb, non-performing people equal. You can never do that.
And so I agree with you, Eric.
Even inside that,
we don't need to make them equal. We just need to give them health care.
Right, but
Okay,
you know
so
what?
even
Hold on, hold on a second.
No.
No, Eric, come on, man. You've been dominating, man. Come on, hold on. I'll tell you why you could never have universal health care in America. You have too many people and not enough people put into the system. If you have half of your people that do not put into the system and only half of the people putting into the system, how would you have universal health care?
So, Mr. Gary, you agree that if we had everyone putting into the system, then we can afford to do this?
I agree 100%.
So my argument is make them put into the system, sir. Why
Okay,
are you?
hold on, Fantasy. Hold on, John. Hold on, let me finish this. Let me tell you something. This is why it won't work. You have 50% of people that don't work. So how are you going to have everybody put in the system?
Gary, actually, we can actually stick to the point she's making, right? The whole concept of taxing the rich is actually a scam. Like, you can't actually do it, right? You cannot actually do it. And hold up. Sean actually just highlighted it, right? Sean made a point, the most important point out of everybody here, right? What y'all don't realize is that the tax the rich thing, it's a scheme by liberals, right, to get votes, to get the people thinking that they're going to fight for them and with them, and etc., right? But there is no practical way to actually tax the rich. Here's why. First of all, the whole thing about taxes is that it's all surrounding loopholes, right? The more regulations you add, the more laws you add, the more loopholes, the more opportunity for loopholes you create. And there are tax attorneys that's all they do is sit every day and read the damn tax code to figure out new loopholes for their clients who pay them lots and lots of fucking money to find those loopholes, right? That's the first thing. The second thing is you just avoid taxable events altogether, which is the point that Sean was making, right? Once you avoid that, and most people cannot do that, right? At least most people don't know how to get to that point, right?
Most people cannot afford
if you avoid taxable events in the first place, right? You never sell your stock. You just borrow against it. Okay?
You never pay yourself income.
You get an S corp and you pay yourself via distributions, and you keep your actual recorded income on paper. You keep that low, et cetera, et cetera. There are tons of ways for somebody whose business is earning millions of dollars to literally be on paper making 40K.
Yeah.
Okay, on paper making 40K, but their business is bringing millions of dollars. So now guess who the taxes actually affect when you put those into play? It affects the lower and middle class people. And the rich never get taxed. So then the only other option that remains, the only other option that remains is the other scheme, is the other scam, right? Which is the let's tax unrealized gains, which is retarded. You cannot tax unrealized gains because they're unrealized. How do you decide when to tax the unrealized gains? Do you tax it at the end of a week? Do you tax it per quarter? Do you tax it per month? And then at that point, what is the incentive for somebody to take a risk, right? What is that incentive for you to take a risk on a stock, which keeps our stock market running? So that's also a scam. That's why they can talk about it all day, but they can never put that into power. Into play, I mean, right? So
the incentive on taking the risk is you're still risking gaining more money.
No way. Listen, fantasy, we can speak in shoulds. We could
Fantasy,
speak in
let
shoulds all
him
day,
finish,
right?
man.
There is no practical way for you to tax the rich.
Well, there's
no practical way.
Well, JB,
None.
also another thing. Let's say for a theoretical purpose, it happened. Let's say you taxed every single person all of the money you wanted. Then this is where it gets really sticky. How are you going to get a failing instrument like the United States government to distribute the money correctly? It hasn't done it with Social Security. It hasn't done it with our military spending. You are literally trusting one of the biggest crackheads, which is the United States government, to be responsible and distribute all that money correctly.
Didn't they lose $1 trillion right before 9/11?
Yes.
I was saying taking care of the people who
literally
the world
overnight $1 trillion gone, still can't find it.
They did
Can
not
assist
lose
$1 billion to
that.
Ukraine.
Whether-
All these social services to people who don't want to work, even though they got able bodies. I mean,
what are you talking about? You're all complaining about that, but y'all don't complain about the companies that get these bailouts. Y'all don't complain about the banks that get these bailouts. Y'all don't complain about the people that put more. Y'all don't complain about the people that put excess amount of money into the banks, more than what's insured, and when the bank shut down, they paid them more than what they're insured.
What are you talking about?
Y'all are complaining. The only thing y'all are complaining about right now are the poor.
Wait. There's
I'm saying in this argument, the only thing y'all are complaining about is the poor, Jay Bizzle.
This is not true. If you actually look at it, there's bipartisan support across the board when it comes to stuff like bailing out big corporations across the board. On
bipartisan does not mean that includes the commoners and the wealthy, sir. That just means it includes both parties. They're all wealthy.
Okay.
Commoners don't get to vote.
Whose
Put your money in the pot before you get to vote.
The government, the congressmen, they're wealthy.
Well, the thing is this: if it's so easy, then you go out and do it, Fantasy Island.
Oh, it's not, because right now everything is run by money.
See, okay, so somebody with no money. So somebody with no money wants to tell other people how to spend theirs. That's rich.
Oh my God, I don't have no money. I just don't have any money. They have hide you money.
Okay,
they have no
what's funny about this?
That's right. And that's why you don't get as much talk as them.
What's actually hilarious about this is that when Fantasy and Chocolate, I actually don't disagree with what Chocolate was saying, right? But when y'all talk about this stuff, y'all talk in such vagueness, right? There's no concrete, like, this is exactly what we're going to do. Because y'all can't actually come up with, it's all just living in some fantasy world where everything is better and whatnot. Hold up, let me finish my point, right? And in reality, what y'all don't also realize is that, like, the people that you would need to actually put this into action for y'all, right? They benefit from it. You know how much money Nancy Pelosi has made?
Exactly.
Right? Like, they benefit from it. So Nancy Pelosi would never be in favor of something that has enriched her whole fucking family, right?
I know. We got to get rid of that old witch.
So we got to get rid of everything. How you going
to
do
We
that?
need to get rid of all these oldies.
Like a dictator.
How do I propose that?
Fantasy Island.
Can I say one thing, and I guess I'll let Anton rock. All I know from my 24 years of life so far is that if it sounds good on paper, it's probably only good on paper.
Facts.
So, it sounds good, but until it's actually implemented and translated into reality, we can't say that that's a surefire fix, because to Patriarchy's point, if the things you guys have mentioned has been tried and done and failed, to this point, you have no evidence to say that they are successful ideas.
No, the argument is what we're doing right now is failing too, right?
Huh?
The argument is what we're doing right now is failing too, right? So we're not going to have a system that has never failed, including the one we're in. So stop trying to use that as the level for what we should or shouldn't try. We're allowing these older people to do things the way they did it before, and I'm saying we're young and we're educated and we're innovative, and we should be running the country. People like that
Why aren't you running it?
And older, because I'm too young right now.
Oh, okay. So then
I'm 31.
Again, if you
I'm literally not allowed.
You would be doing it. Then you would be
literally not allowed.
That means you're not as powerful as you think. Like,
I'm not as powerful, but all I'm saying is I don't need
you. Dictator.
They don't need me
right now.
They don't need me. They just need my message.
But no, they need. Okay, so then go out and deliver your message and do it.
They don't need me.
All right.
We can do this, people.
Can we let somebody else
like
get in the
Obama?
Conversation?
I believe in us.
I actually agree with her to an extent, though, because we already have a form of universal health care, even though we don't want to label it that, because you can't refuse health care to anybody that goes to a hospital inside of the United States of America, right? So when you take that into consideration, you have to understand that somebody is footing the tab. Now, as long as that is in existence, then the thing that you have to take into consideration is, well, how do you solve for it, since everybody is going to be able to afford some level of health care regardless of what their circumstances is. You can literally anybody, regardless of whether you're an immigrant, regardless of whether you are born in the United States, whether you're wealthy, whether you're poor, whatever, every single person has the ability to be able to go into the hospital if they're having a problem, even if they don't have a problem and they just want to get something checked up. They have the ability to be able to go into the hospital, and you cannot refuse them service inside of the hospital. Somebody is going to foot the bill, whether it's the taxpayers, whether the hospital itself is going to be the ones that suffer as a result of it, but somebody is going to foot that bill. So the question that you then have to ask yourself is, okay, well, we going to argue about, we don't want to tax the rich. Cool. I don't agree with that either. We don't want to have a form of universal health care. Well, I don't agree with that, not because it's not something that I want, but because it already exists in some form. So the question then becomes, how do you solve for it? Because it's already here, right? The problem that we have is that the federal government itself is inefficient in managing anything because they don't have to have any level of accountability because private companies have something to lose. The federal government can just draw for more money or tax more people. How do you force the federal government to be able to manage things more effectively? And then how do you roll out a system that actually allows for the hospitals to not have to suffer while at the same time allowing for them to be able to take people in and still fix whatever it is that you need to fix? It's something that you can't avoid, but it's something that we need to have a conversation about, not just complaining about how wrong it is, but taking into consideration what the circumstances and trying to solve for it. It's here. There's nothing you can do about it. You have to solve for it.
Cut the regulations and do grant spending and what are those incentives for grants for companies that start any healthcare related businesses. So for example, with health insurance, the amount of regulations that it takes somebody, if we had 500 health insurance, if people could start an insurance company as fast as they could start a YouTube channel, we wouldn't be having these problems. It's the fact that there are so many regulations and that drives up the cost. So like there's also like government-backed grants and stuff like that. There's incentives and tax cuts for people who actually start these things or invest in these things as well. Those are my two things.
So one of the things you can look at, we get taxed people get taxed 1.6% for Medicare. Medicaid. So we technically already get taxed for it. We get taxed for it. So what you could look at is how to redeploy funds from Medicare and Medicaid. Say for instance for mental health, you can make $200,000 and get free Medicaid, like for mental health and things like that. So people who earn a certain amount of money can still access this thing. So technically, in terms of a lot of things, there is some form, as Anton alluded to, of this universal health care. So you could just look at redeploying those funds, overhauling those systems.
Who's going to be doing that?
How do you manage it effectively? Because so I'll give you one of the problems, right? I've studied healthcare systems as a result of working in UX UI, right? We had to understand the system. And one of the things that we found is that one of the reasons why they charge so much for healthcare, right? Especially for like a hospital visit, they bill the fuck out of you if you anything. For a straw that you get, you might get charged $600 for it. One of the reasons that they do that is because the hospital itself has to make up for all of the different people that don't pay their healthcare bill, or when they do get billed, when they go in for a service, they just completely ignore it and they just don't give a fuck and they just don't pay it. And so for the people that can pay it, which usually that comes in the form of healthcare coverage, they overcharge for services in order to make up for the people that can't afford it, right? So in a sense, you have to have some form to where people can get healthcare coverage, but then at the same time, if you solve for everybody being able to get it, in which I don't understand, I don't know exactly how to implement that, then you can also cap the amount that people are charged for healthcare coverage, right? For a service that they get rendered inside of a hospital. Part of the problem is that it's so egregious that when you go to the hospital, it can literally bankrupt you if you don't have some form of healthcare coverage, right? You can get $200,000 bill if you're not insured.
Exactly.
So the thing is though, the one thing about universal healthcare that does bug me, right? Because overall, I think we have a pretty poor healthcare system, and I think we should do better by American citizens, right? But I have to admit, if I know, given for example, I have a very specific diet, right, and I stick to it, etc., and I take care of myself. If I know I have my diet and I take care of myself, and then somebody else can sit there and eat donuts all day, right, and then they get diabetes, and now I'm having to basically pay for their poor choices. I can't rock with that. But on the same, in the same vein though, if somebody gets cancer, it's out of their control, unless it's but it could be like lung cancer from smoking, right? So I'm just saying, depending on what it is, I would be comfortable, right? I'll be fine with it. But it's this idea that you could actually take care of yourself and not be a burden, right, on the people, and yet somebody else could decide to be a burden based on their own choices, and now I have to foot the bill for that.
You know what, Jay?
Now you're talking about more regulation, though, JB. And the reason why you're talking about more regulation and government oversight is because now you have to force companies to do the thing that's in the best interest of people that don't do for themselves. So, for example, you can't stop somebody from eating sugary products because A, That's a part of capitalism because companies make a lot of money from people that are addicted to sugar, right? And then B, you're taking away somebody's freedom of choice. So the only way to solve for that is to overregulate what companies and what products are able to go into some of the things that we eat every day. Because,
Which we should.
You'd have to over incentivize people to do the thing that's in their own best interest. But either way, now you're starting to add more regulation and then more government oversight into other things that then feed into why it is that people are going to the hospital in the first place, right?
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I think maybe, right? So say for instance, if this was a government initiative and it was universal health care, now the government has a vested interest in actually banning the things that fuck us up. Literally the very first thing I'm gonna say it a million times is high fructose corn syrup. It's in breads, it's in damn near everything we eat. So
Okay.
I think that would literally incentivize the government to actually say, you know, with the bullshit FDA that we talked about, to say, you know what, these things
But
that are
sugars
outlawed
and
in other
everything, bro.
places.
Sugars and everything.
But see, the term sugar, once again, I'm a chemist. The term sugar is a very broad word, right? Sugar itself is not the most problematic thing. There are different forms of processed sugars like high fructose corn syrup, I'm gonna keep saying. So the word sugar doesn't necessarily mean anything. It's the types of things and how they affect us. So I think then the government itself needs to be incentivized to stop playing with people's health. Because once you have a healthcare system that we currently have, it makes sense that they would want to continue to feed people into that system. Also, the reason is big pharma contributes to everybody. I don't care what we say. I don't care if you're a conservative or a progressive. They donate to everybody. These people are in people's
But
back
you gotta be
pockets.
dead broke to qualify for all
What
these helps, bro. Like
you say?
you're
What?
working 2 jobs, you don't qualify for shit, dog. You're still
What you
struggling.
mean?
So why are you gonna reward? Why are you gonna reward people that don't want to work? They only want to work 40 hours and go get housing and shit, because that's the easy way out. But they're over here flexing with bags, nice cars and shit. Like, bro, like they gotta regulate that shit more, you know?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
So I was hearing the conversation, and again,
You muted.
not my business, right? But again,
Oh yeah,
universal health care will cost less because you guys already pay for insurance. You guys already, the guys that work already have an insurance. So it's not something that is going to be like added. It's something that is going to be replaced. For example, on my country, we have universal health care. If I break my leg in 7 places, they are going to go. I'm going to go to the hospital. They are going to fix everything there. They're going to put screws. They are going to put everything there, and I will pay $20. That's the maximum amount they can charge me is $20. And if I want exclusive treatment, then I get private insurance, which is something that I have to. It costs me $72 per month. Something that you guys probably spend hundreds of dollars. And if I break the same leg and I want expeditionally and very good care, I go to the private hospital, and because I pay insurance that is very low, I still get the treatment. You guys can do it. You guys are the United States. You are the #1 economy. Your IRS works like he's the biggest militia, the biggest the biggest cops in the world. They know where everything is hidden. So if you actually allocate resources into actually do that shit, you can do it. You just don't do it because again, there's money in politics. Let me just finish my point. There's money in politics. The big pharma and all those companies flood the Republicans and the Democrats with fucking funds for their elections, so they are doing their bidding. First, take money out of the politics, and when your politicians are not working for these companies, now they will actually follow what the American public has. Go ahead.
So, Fatty, I got a
Even
question.
Fatty agrees with us.
I got a simple question for you, Fatty. It's a very simple question.
Yes.
How does, given where America's at right now, how would what you're saying affect the rest of the supply chain? That's my question.
What does that mean specifically? Can you elaborate a little bit? I'm a little bit lost.
So what I'm essentially asking is this: what I'm getting at is this: is that every one of these things will.
Is it me?
No, it's him.
I think he got cut off. Let me say something to Fatty very simple. It's easy for Portugal to do.
Wait, can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
And now you're back.
My bad.
We can hear you now.
My bad. I was getting a call. So All right. So every one of these things that when we suggest them, right, we forget that they have domino effects on other things, right? So I'm
Absolutely.
trying to understand, have you thought through how this would affect the rest of the supply chain, right?
What does that mean with supply chain? Like don't the American government actually control the amount of products that go to the hospitals, the amount of medicine that is in circulation? Don't they actually have like specific guidelines for actually the private companies usually work or not? Because in Europe, it's not actually the government's doing shit. If you go to Germany, is fucking Bayern or whatever the medicine companies they have there, but because they are extremely regulated when they put products in the market, they actually have to buy some kind of metric that you guys don't have there. Same thing with actually tech companies. When you guys say, "Oh my God, we can charge Apple and Tesla and this and this and there with more taxes because they will flee from other countries," they come to Europe and they sell the products and they actually follow the regulations, which is way more strict. So I actually don't understand your question. What do you think they will do? Do you think they would actually not adapt, or do you think they would literally cease to exist or go to another country? Like, what is the problem that you actually see about private companies actually now starting to work in under the American guidelines, much more stricter than you have right now?
Their only argument is all of them are going to leave
Hey,
and find more loopholes for what.
Yeah, but like, why
regulation.
would it be in
Or
America's
they just
interest
shut
to
down their
have?
business
Why
and
would it
cut
be
their
in
losses.
America's interest to have the companies go so? Like, I don't get this.
They are
argument.
not going nowhere. You have
But
not.
you said that they will go to Europe. And
No,
they will
no,
follow
no,
the
no, no,
guidelines
no,
of
no,
what
no,
I
no,
said.
no, no,
Or
no,
they
no,
could
no.
just sell their business and cut their losses.
No, no, no,
Listen
no,
to him.
no.
He said if they have to exit one market, they'll go to another market.
No, but they are
We're
not.
not
They
forcing
are
them
not.
out.
But they are not. That's the problem. They are not. Because again, if you actually look at the biggest, Jesus Christ, if you look at the biggest private companies when it comes to actually doing vaccines, doing research, and all that, you are going to find out that United States have a lot of them, but in Germany there is a lot of concentration actually of people that do that, and they still actually have businesses with the government. For example, like this is a perfect example, right? My mother had a health scare like 3 years ago, and she didn't have insurance because she's a little bit older and she's one of those I don't care, right? What happened was she went on the public hospital, and the public hospital has these kind of agreements with the private sector where they send the best doctors to the public sector. She's going to actually, they look at her on the public hospital, and on the day of the operation she goes to the private hospital. She actually gets the surgery that she needs, and everything is participated by the state, so they call it the public private agreement or something like that.
So what
That's
are
a
their salaries? Is it comparable? Like the doctors in Europe?
no, because of the cost of living is way
More affordable?
higher. Yeah, no. The cost of living in the United States is way higher. So, like, if my doctor earns like 5,000 a month, even in Portugal, is a very good earning. If he earns 10,000 in Germany, is actually very good earning. It depends on the cost of living. You can have very.
And who controls the
Fatty,
cost of living, Fatty?
Wait.
He's
The
onto
part of the
something.
conversation, I agree with a lot of what he's saying, right? It
Me
aligns
too.
with what Fanny C was saying. It aligns with a lot of what other people were saying, right? Here's the problem, though, Fatty, because JB does have a point in that there is a lot of people that then subsequently suffering as a result of it. I'll give you an example, right? You would have to literally start to cap the amount that doctors make, for example. You'd have
They
to
already
cap
do
the
that in
amount that.
Europe. They already do that in Europe. They have
I
to.
agree, but they don't do that
Yeah.
here, is my point.
Yeah.
And so the cost of educating the people that would then be participating in these environments, right? Because there is a lot of money and incentives that go along with keeping people unhealthy. That's just a fact, right? Let me ask you this one question because I'm not sure. What is the tax system like where you are?
It's heavier. It's heavier than you guys. It's like for those type of people getting the amount of money, like it's like California. Half of your paycheck is going to be gone. Same thing with Canada, all that. But the thing is, You don't have to worry about college for your kids. They are going to have very good education. You don't have to worry about actually getting an heart attack and don't have money actually to go to the hospital. You don't have to worry about a lot of things that are actually basic necessities and human rights in our opinion, and you guys look at it as a luxury. So you are going to eat
But
a
see
little bit
that
more
that's
of the
the problem,
taxes.
though. No, it's
I
not a
agree
little
with
bit
Fatty.
more. It's no. It's not a little bit more. It's a lot
hold
more.
up.
He
I just
didn't
think
get
of
full
back in the day
details,
when
Anton.
blacks had their own
A
Anton,
lot
bathrooms and
they
more.
whites had
pay
their own bathrooms, but
Anton, they
they
pay
weren't the same.
40% tax from their income. Plus, they pay a crazy shit called VAT. That's like 20%. So no, but I'm gonna give them this, right? They have incentives built into they government. Like they like he said, one is healthcare, you get hurt, you know what I'm saying, you'll be taken care of. But at the end of the day, I'm like, I'd rather pay lower taxes and take care of myself.
And
And
therein lies the
You
problem,
would.
buddy. No,
You don't see how
listen. See,
selfish that is?
no, it's not
fantasy,
selfish, fantasy. You got to realize when you look, I got guys in my neighborhood that's like engineers, and they
What's wrong with
lose
being
damn near
selfish?
they lose damn near 50% of their salary. When if you really look at it, they can say, hey, they can do like American taxes, and they can afford insurance. They can afford all these programs they can get. They don't necessarily need their wives to goddamn get this little shit they get, or 2 years when you get pregnant. They give their women 2 years of free income so they don't have to go back to work. These guys who got it, they don't need these systems. So
Yeah,
like
the
I said,
ones who got it. That's
yeah, but
selfish
you need
logic.
to you need to achieve for something. You need to strive for something. If I earn something,
Basic things.
Fantasy. Don't
Come
use that
on,
angle. No,
basic
fantasy.
things.
Fantasy.
Fantasy.
Don't use the selfish angle, please.
I was about
Like
to say
Like
what
that's a
we
bad
yeah
But it is selfish.
we could
no
say
fantasy.
it's
Well,
selfish
listen.
that all
What we
these
have
women
here.
out here haven't adopted all
One,
these
1 second,
unmothered
guys.
children.
What we have here is like you have to pay for the IRS and you have to pay for Social Security. Social Security, as like here on Europe, is actually Social Security. Is the money that is going to implement to the things that are actually free. But nothing is free like you guys have. The money has to come from somewhere. And if everybody actually contributes, what is going to happen is that the Social Security is going to take basic necessities, basic human rights that you guys don't actually have to pay in or try to get in the United States. I would ask Logic this. Do you think that the quality of life, because you don't have to actually, I know that you are here for making money, right? And you already kind of solve your life. You're kind of on a way to accumulating wealth, and that's why it kind of bugs you, right? But do you think if you actually were 20 years old, starting your life, 25, 30, you had kids that wanted to go to college and all that, don't you think that actually the quality of life that you would have would be bigger and better here in Europe than it would be if
yes,
you were in the United States?
I give you that. I agree. The quality of life is way better. I haven't seen a pothole on the street yet, right? So
that's where the money goes.
I'm giving you that, but I'm like, do I want to pay an enormous share? You know what I'm saying? We already got problems with American government, so I'm not trying to give American government no more money. But do I want to pay 40%? You got to realize this. Look, I went and looked at a BMW 7 Series the other day, right? Add 20% tax to $120,000. That's fucking insane. It's insane.
But Logic, that's what you guys do. But Logic, that's what you guys do every time you do a purchase on your fucking MasterCard. Oh, the price is $75, and the amount with the fees $147. This is
Not if you pay it off.
Wait, here's
Not if you pay it off. If you pay it off,
here's
you'll win
my
now.
here's my
But
two
Fatty,
primary problems with
Fatty,
Fatty's
I'm
saying, right?
with Fatty,
Let
but
me-
imagine this, Fatty. Imagine paying 20% VAT taxes and paying 20% MasterCard bill.
Nah,
But
but you know
listen,
you don't get the
Patty's
fees.
place is less wealthy than America is.
Too much
So why
don't get the
can't
fees.
why can't you
Hold on a
advocate
second.
for the why can't you advocate for the wealthy people paying more taxes? Logic, the 1%ers, and not getting exemptions.
Before we jump to that answer, Logic, before we jump to that answer, I gotta catch up on the super chats. Shay Ray says, one word, Aaron, Eric, women. Drop the mic. Yeah, it's going to be a women. Quinn says, Sway didn't play football. He should stop talking. I don't know. That's kind of messed up. Chris J says, good afternoon to the people I'm cool with, to the neutrals, peace and love, to the ones that I can't stand, delete yourself, and slowly and with discomfort. Hey, Chris J been going off for the last few weeks. He very unhappy with people. Phil Graham's book, The Myth of American Inequality, arguments that metrics utilized by the Census Bureau measuring poverty doesn't account for non-cash transfers such as Medicare, food stamps, refundable, or tax credit. Well, we can't read above a third grade level, don't matter. Timeout says high blood pressure is real. Veins popping out your neck, fan. Yeah, she been cursing up a storm today. A long storm. Sophisticated Jerk says, what Sophisticated Jerk says? The problem is that no one wants to cut the government funding or service that benefits them. You know the women want the benefits. It's not the men. Drake Miller says American healthcare providers artificially prolong death to make more money. A moral system, these diseases in states, bad diet, lack of exercise. Yeah, but are you going to take people's right to eat what they want to eat?
Hey, Aaron, can you do something? Can you switch, man, Anton? Because this look like I'm looking at fantasy girl titties. Okay. This just the way my there you go. All right, go.
I got two primary.
Let me just say this one thing. Therein lies your problem, though, right? Because their system isn't perfect either, right? I don't agree with, and I don't like the idea of really moving over into a form of socialism, and that I have to pay more taxes in order to make sure that everybody else is sufficient, A, and then B, if we haven't solved for the inefficiencies that we already have within our own federal government, and then we expect for them to be able to run a healthcare system, a universal healthcare system efficiently, you are sadly mistaken if you think that that's going to rock. We haven't been able to solve for how it is that we do with these social programs, housing, social services with regard to feeding people. We can't even fix our VA system where the veterans can go and get their health care together right. And what makes y'all think that we're going to be able to solve? Like, we got to fix the stuff
but they propose these things. They just knock it down because they're the 1%ers.
No, I don't disagree that we need to solve for it.
That's not the reason
that we
why.
Need to solve for it. I'm not disagreeing that we need to solve for it because we already have a form of it. I agree with you on that front. What I'm saying is that the system that they have over there, in my opinion, is not perfect. But then also, we haven't solved for the inefficiencies that we have and a lot of these other social programs that we already got involved.
Can I explain?
I agree with you.
Wait, JB. Let me just say this real quick. Right? Let me explain you. I already said this again earlier. Let me just explain the reason why in Fatty's country they get away with universal healthcare and they get away with the system that it has. Fatty, in Portugal, your country, you're not producing medicine to the level that the U.S. is. You're
Germany does.
Not to the level of the U.S. No, 90% of medical research is coming from America, bro. Like, you're not producing to the level. But it's not to the level of Americans.
When it was the C-19 crisis, Europe got 2 vaccines, and the United States got 3 at the same time. They are actually competing. You actually have big companies there. The thing is, they are not as profitable because they actually have to play by the rules here. If they were the one that was price gouging and says, "Oh man, hey, we have a medicine that we invented. That shit is $1,000." Like, every time actually, if you look at it on Germany, when they find for example HIV, that treatment that they're doing where they cured 5 people using the blood of one guy and now 5 people are cured of HIV, they ship us in Germany. Like, Fatty, we have to wait, stop.
Fatty, I gotta go back. You found two research discoveries out of the thousands of the last century that America has contributed to the rest of the planet.
America does put more money into their research.
Congratulations, you found Germany.
But here's another problem, though. Hold on.
Aren't the best doctors in Cuba, for example, too?
Hold on, Fatty. Let me ask you a question. Because a lot of the things that we haven't solved for also is a lot of this new stuff that we have happening within our society. So, for example, One of the things that they're forcing companies to cover, and a lot of states specifically, is gender reassignment surgery, right? They're forcing companies to cover that. They're forcing companies to cover what we would normally consider cosmetic. Right now, they're acting like it's completely normal. Right? How do you? It's a lot of questions, and so I do believe that we have to solve a lot of problems. But I'm wondering, do y'all have the same problems over there that we have in the United States when you're taking into consideration implementing a system that you're saying is working over there that may or may not work over here?
No, yeah, I was gonna say that next. I was gonna say that next too. It's like, what is the obesity rate in Portugal? What's the obesity rate in Germany?
They are way lower. It's because you guys have super-sized portions. It's about the food. It's about controlling the companies and saying, Agendas, you can do a giant bucket for 77 servings. You have to do a smaller bucket. Go to McDonald's, go to McDonald's in the United States and go to McDonald's in Europe and see the giant disparity on sizes. It's different.
It's funny because it's true.
Hold on a second. Please, give me a moment. Give me a moment. I haven't spoken in a long time.
Says the fat boy.
I just have something to say to Fatty. I have something to say to Fatty here. Gary Grant, I have something to say to Fatty. You cannot compare. You cannot compare Portugal to the United States of America. First of all, Portugal's population is 10 million people.
Okay,
something implemented with 10 million people and 36 times that.
Can I start, sir? Can I stop that, sir? I live on a European Union that has 600 million people. Most of the policies are implemented
and 34 different countries.
No, sir, but you have 50 states. It's the same thing.
No, one country.
One
country with 50 states. No, it's not the same thing. Hold on. It's not the. Is Portugal's policies the same as Germany?
Most of the policies.
I'm just asking a question. Yes or no?
Listen, you guys have the
yes
federal.
Yes or no, brother. You like to talk long. I know that.
I have to explain. I have to explain what I'm saying. Most countries have different laws. Oh Jesus! Like countries in most parts they have the different laws like the states, but like you guys have the federal government. We have the European Union that actually send every guidelines to countries, and they say this: we have this amount of money for you. It's on the billions. If you implement what you want what we want you to do, you get this money. If you don't, I'm sorry, tough luck. This is how they control actually the countries. So,
brother, I just asked you, why do you do this? You talk too long, man. I don't understand that. It's a simple question. I just asked if Portugal and Germany have the same laws. That's all. Do they have the same laws? Yes or no? Yes or no? It's a yes or no.
They don't have. They don't have.
They don't have. Okay, I'll move from there. Difference now. The European Union is consist of how many different countries?
One.
There's one country in the European Union?
Two.
What? No, it's two.
Oh, so he's being an asshole. Okay. America is one country. The population of California alone is 5 times the population of Portugal.
What does that mean?
That means to supplement 10 million people in the system of the unified healthcare, much simpler than doing with 50 million people.
So, sir,
worse than, can I finish?
Oh, go ahead.
Worse than that, you guys pay 60% of your taxes to do that.
Huh? No, it's not that high.
It's not 6. It's something like round by.
It's like 40 something, 50.
Regardless,
God. All right. So you pay more than half of your money.
Bands a year. I'm only bringing in 45.
One second. Friends, listen to me, please, for a second, please. Okay, listen to me. First of all, you guys are very bad at math. California would be the 4th biggest economy on the world if they were a country. Just because you have 1 million people, more people, or 1,000 more people, and a billion more people, it means there's a billion more people working and actually paying taxes. So you're going to have more money to
No,
subsidize the
you
bigger.
don't.
Oh my
That's the
God!
problem.
No, guys, calm
That's
down.
half
No,
of the people
sir,
in
calm
California don't
down.
work.
Calm down. No, calm down, sir. Calm
Hey,
down.
dude.
Calm
Hey,
down.
wait,
Calm
hold on.
down.
If you don't stop yelling, man, I'm finna pay 50, how many? 15, 20, 30?
Jesus Christ, man.
Yeah,
20.
logic.
Get rid of him.
You don't gotta pay for me, bro. You ain't gotta pay for me. It's all good. Y'all
I'm
have a
just
good day.
DBG.
Look, because it's midnight here, and I got good white folks neighbors. So, and you
My apologies. All my neighbors are white folks.
Sir, if
Are
you
they
look
good
for
ones?
if you look, for example, to India or to China, you would say, "Oh my God, they have 1 billion people, they can do nothing." But because they have 1 billion people, it means that they have 400 million people working, so they have more money, so they actually can take care of everybody. It's actually proportional.
Those are
We
kind
have
of
to talk
bad
about
examples.
we have to talk about percentages. We don't have to talk about the amount of population, because if the 350 people are actually need to take care of, you have actually the one of a giant amount of population, 200 million, 150 million, that actually are paying taxes to take care of the rest of the
Okay,
population.
so
No,
I
listen,
think
Those
I just want
countries are having a hard time.
Really quick. I'm gonna say this and
maybe
then dip out and then bring J Prince back up.
Is that cheeky?
I think that why are we forgetting that the
Why
U.S.
y'all
priority?
yelling, man? I'm finna
Damn
piss
it,
niggas off.
fucking logic, yo.
I'm kick y'all off, y'all yelling.
Why is it that we forget that our priorities for certain things like military power, the United States cares about, the United States still cares about things like that, and 12% of our budget goes towards those things. Like our priorities are very different. I don't worry about Portugal being a real aid
Thank you,
in a
Cheeky.
fight.
Yes,
I don't worry.
thank you.
I don't
So,
worry about I don't worry about Portugal being a real aid in fighting. I don't worry about really that much of the European Union to be doing that. But you know what we do worry about? There's still these things that we have to account for, that the GP, all of the money that we have in the United States goes toward. So an idea of having this universal health care, especially when you're a number one target when it comes to military, when it comes to the economy, some of these things you cannot just get rid of. You can't be like, oh, well, tax more. No, because we have 12% of our budget going to a particular thing because we care about holding a big stick. That's been the United States thing since it started.
No, it's just so they can funnel the money without being questioned about it.
Fantasy.
What are you talking about?
Money that was supposed to go towards the military got funded towards the wall, correct? That's what Trump said.
No.
Yes. That's directly what he bragged about. Money that was supposed to go to the military went towards building the wall, and soldiers were the ones building the wall.
Cheeky, I was just about to
and policing the wall.
All I'm gonna say is this: we gotta look at our priorities.
Let Cheeky finish his
I'm
point.
gonna dip out,
Let Cheeky finish his point.
Let me finish my point,
I was
please.
gonna say this.
No,
Hold
he was interrupting me. I just want to finish one thing, right? It's about the amount of taxes that we pay here. If you live in California and you're actually a good, like a high earner, you're probably going to pay 50% of your money. Probably, you're going to pay a lot in federal taxes. You're going to pay the state taxes. You are going to have to pay for healthcare. No, 1 second. You are going to have to pay for healthcare. Right, you're going to pay for your insurance. You are going to pay for your kid colleges. You are going to pay for a bunch of things that actually are not included in that money that they take of you. Right. So my question is, wouldn't actually be better for everybody actually? And again, remember, this is a progressive tax. People that earn less are going to pay less. Wouldn't be actually good for you guys to actually don't have to care about your health, don't have to care about your kids going to school, don't have to care if you're going to a private prison that has quotas or not, don't have to care about the amount of medicine that you're like. Wouldn't that actually be better?
No. Let me tell you why. Let me start off by saying this, Fatty. California right now has so many people leaving it that in some locations, you need an actual. I heard that there are U-Hauls that have wait lists right now. Okay, there are U-Hauls that have wait lists right now. Okay, so again, you're using a shithole part of the United States in your comparison. Listen, what this comes down to is that we're not Portugal, we're not Germany, we're not like these other countries. We produce the most innovation. You know, we do the some of the best research, et cetera, et cetera.
Mm-hmm.
Now, again, when it comes to the medical, when it comes to the healthcare thing specifically, right? Yes, I don't think, like, if somebody gets cancer, I don't think somebody should have to worry about whether or not they can afford their chemo treatments, etc. Right? Like, that's something that I generally feel. I agree with that. But like, this idea of just having all these fallbacks, I disagree with them. And we're not these other countries, and I don't want us to be these other countries. And I would vote against it every single time. Right? Yeah, we're not trying to, because a big part of this. Listen, a big part of this, if you do want to compare all these things, we can also compare other aspects of America that that differ from, let's say, Germany, right? In Germany, you could be put in jail for speech, right? You could be put in jail for speech in Germany, but in America, you have free speech.
Hate speech. For incentivizing.
Okay, guess what? Yes. Hey, Fatty, listen. See, therein lies my point, bro. The whole point of free speech is actually what is considered hate speech. That's literally no. Let me make that clear for you.
That's not.
Let me actually make that clear so you understand what I'm saying.
We getting off track. Let's talk about economics.
Okay, so the point I'm getting at though is that you want to compare these other countries, but you don't realize that there's a lot of benefits that come with being in America, right? The fact that you have the freedom of speech that you don't have in Germany.
Absolutely. Let me ask a logical question. Logic. Since you are in Lisbon, in Europe, and I hope that you walk around, go to Rome, go to Paris, have you ever saw something, for example, is happening in Philly or Skid Row, Los Angeles, or whatever? Like, have you ever saw that? Like, walking around the city seeing homeless.
No,
Have you ever saw that? That's the thing.
Yeah, but this is the thing. This is the thing. I'm American. I'm selfish.
That's totally fine.
Let me answer. I'm gonna tell you what Americans think, right? I'm selfish. I refuse to pay unless I have to for other people's problems.
That's totally fair.
No, listen, I'm telling you, this is a better way of living out here. Like, if I can find a way to have this in America and not pay for it, and to pay the amount that they pay, I would be all down for it. But I'm not down for paying for other people's mistakes. In Germany, you don't see it as much because it's not a lot of mistakes. You see what I'm saying? Because like y'all systems out here is ran more efficient. I can tell you a million good things, but I don't want to get off topic though. But the only point I wanted to make to JB is this is a better system. These people over here produce shit. And if anybody ever complained about the military budget, I'm gonna say this to you. The only reason your dollar is still worth any fucking thing is because of the military.
Facts. Yeah. Now, that being said, there is something to be said about the way there's something to be said about how the money's managed, right? Because, for example, the Pentagon has never passed an audit, right? I think the last audit,
and they never will.
They had like a $6 billion error, which is hilarious, right? So they've never passed an audit, etc. So the way the money's being managed, I think there's a problem with that. But again, we're America. We're America. We're not Portugal. I don't want to be Portugal. I don't want to be Germany. I don't. Right? Yes. We like when we want to highlight all these things. Look at all these things that sound great and everything. But earlier I asked about the supply chain. Nobody answered that question, right? Because nobody answers how this affects everything else.
Can you tackle that?
I want to answer one.
Can you tackle that, please? No, I
can I just ask one question? Yeah. I'm done. Are you saying to the Americans like JB? Are you saying that America has to be America so Germany and Portugal can be Portugal?
Yes.
I'm saying yes, but what I'm saying is more specific. Is that there's a lot that America offers that these other countries don't offer, and with that comes some consequences. Listen, life is about trade-offs, right? It's a set of trade-offs. We've picked ours, they've picked theirs. Right? Like, that's why I brought up the free speech thing, because it's actually an important thing to me, right? Free speech is important to me. So if Germany says, hey, we can lock you up if you say the wrong thing that they deem as hate speech, right? But that's the whole point of free speech in the first place, because for anybody who doesn't understand that logic, right? If most speech was love speech, okay, was good speech, you would never need free speech. right? The whole reason why free speech, the concept of free speech exists, is because speech is inherently subjective, right? I could say something that leftists think is just absurd, is dangerous, right? But I just believe this is how the world works. This is how the world works, and then they could say something that I feel the same way about. The fact that we can both say those things and not have to worry about being locked up is what makes free speech important.
But can I ask you a question, JB? Because this is the confusing part, right? You get your trade-off, right? You get Skid Row, you get homeless people, you get people that get cancer and has to sell their house because they can afford the chemotherapy. You have private prisons. You have a lot of bullshit like like open bribery, all that, right? You guys have there. What are the trade-offs? I'm literally a Portuguese person invested on the S&P 500, YouTubing for American people, getting paid in dollars, which is actually very good. Not very good, but is actually very good because the amount of money I'm getting is way above the cost of living here in Portugal. I have a safe country. I can walk around at 3 a.m. without missing nothing. It's rare that you get police shooting, got something like what are the trade-offs? I'm talking just about quality of life, right? What am I losing? Right? What am I losing in Europe that I don't get in the United? I would get on the United States.
So some of these trade-offs are just due to population size, right? Like certain things are going to happen the larger your population. You do realize in smaller countries, like in the middle of nowhere, crime rate is relatively low simply because there are not enough people to really commit crime.
Yeah, density. Yeah, density.
No, Cheeky, you're wrong. It's not population size.
It's population density.
No, it's different demographics. There's different populations. There's different types of
what I'm saying is the bigger the population, the more diverse the demographic. If you have 10 million people in one area, of course it's going to be diversified. It's 10 million people. Yes. But if you have 20 million people in one area, your demographics and the amount of wealth that has to go around also thin. So it also depends on population.
It doesn't.
It does, because if it doesn't depend on population, right, how things happen,
the amount of wealth that has to go around.
So, but Cheeky, do you understand that if you have a 21,
you can't change the amount of wealth that is going around, because the economy and the way that America was built was based off a certain amount, and it only grew.
You absolutely do, because if I have the Team Fatty show, it's like, for example, Mr. Beast, right? The biggest YouTuber all around. Right now, Mr. Beast has 20-something channels. He has hundreds of employees. He has to pay way more, but he's producing way more because those employers are actually producing more, and because he makes more money, now he actually can cover his bills and make even more profit that you will have if you only add one channel. This is what happens with population. If you have to take care of 5 and only 2 people are producing, that's the same thing as you have 2 million, that's 5 million population, and you have 2 million of people producing. It's percentage. It's not the amount of population. And the thing is, especially when you talk about crimes and different races and all that shit. Don't you guys talk about all the time about people do crimes and they do things to other people that look like them, like black on black crime, white people steal and kill each other, Mexicans actually get, like, where is this multiracial problem that you guys see that you guys can implement when all of your leaders are fucking white, all of the people that bribe them are white, all of the people that are actually in these positions of power are white? They are not about you. They are not about you. So I just want to say one thing because I have to leave. I don't want the United States to lose their military power. I just think that having hundreds of bases and having like a military that is like bigger than the next 7 combined, I think you could take a little bit of money to actually have healthcare. And again, listen, like to research for whatever you have to research, put political pressure, whatever you want, do what actually you have to do so the technology gets better, put that shit on medicine too so you keep actually improving and do that shit. I'm just saying, there's no need for you motherfuckers to have a new fucking aircraft every single year.
When you know about my first jar,
no, I'm telling you,
Daddy's right. Keep going, Daddy.
How are the immigration?
I just want to ask him one question before he leaves.
How's the immigration laws in?
All right, hey Aaron, how much bullets I got for my gun?
I have to go,
About
guys. I'm
200.
sorry. I'm going.
Fatty, how
I'm.
much? How is the immigration laws in Portugal, Fatty?
You just dropped the name in the chat. We look.
The immigration laws are actually we have
It's worse
deals
than
with.
America.
No. We have yeah, but we have deals. The American citizenship is one of the hardest on the world. We have deals with people that Portugal colonized. Brazil,
No,
Angola,
so if an
Mozambique.
American wanted to move to Portugal, like wanted to
Hmm.
move there, how
Yes,
easy is that?
it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy.
Okay,
Yes,
so
if
so
you got money, it's easy.
Yeah,
That place is
yeah,
dirt cheap.
yeah, it's pretty easy. It's pretty easy.
so
Like
so
what?
I got a simple suggestion, right?
Don't be
Huh?
Why don't you
picking on him.
motherfuckers who want America to be like Portugal just move over there?
No, Jay
Wait,
Bizzle.
wait, 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 wait. No, no,
No.
no, no,
We
We're
no,
need
no,
to
no,
America,
start
no,
baby. We're
structures based off of
America.
other
no.
This is
countries.
Like
Stop
this,
All right,
America,
this.
well,
baby.
need our
hold on.
No.
structures taken
Wait,
I
wait,
care.
have
wait,
to
wait,
go.
wait.
Stop trying to kick
Fatty,
us
Fatty,
out.
Don't got you
hold on,
tripping
hold on.
up.
I have to
This
leave.
one
Though.
Don't
point
got
that
you slipping up.
Fatty's not realizing. Fatty's not realizing that the EU or Europe
Huh?
is literally the US. The only reason that Europe is not invaded right now is because of the US. So,
By who? We
what,
no,
brother?
we.
Wait,
We're all
hold on,
interlocked
Fatty.
why we're not in.
I got bullets in my
I don't
gun,
have one
Fatty.
either,
Yeah,
so.
but
Hold on.
invaded by logic. Tell me one
Wait,
country that wants to invade. We don't have natural resources.
Fatty. I
Go
let
ahead.
you go. I didn't interrupt you or nothing.
I'm
Just let
sorry,
me.
sir.
No, yeah, I don't want to shoot nobody. You know what
Go
I'm
ahead.
saying? But I get what you're saying. But if you really look at it, it's literally just an extension of the United States. I'm sorry. It's an extension of the United States. And then y'all have the things that y'all have because y'all don't have to have this robust military budget because y'all know y'all under protection of NATO. You know what I'm saying? That's why Germany can get away with having one division
But
because they know they protect it. Wait, listen.
No, that was
When
Shiki. That was not me.
wait, let me I'm finna wrap it up. When you tell Americans about shit that y'all get in Portugal or Europe that they don't get, when you understand that everything that protects you come out of their pockets from Poland, well, I can't say a lot of shit, but everything that protects you come out of everybody on this panel pocket right now.
Okay.
It protects y'all way of life. Because without that barrier protection that our taxpayer dollars produce, if you look at the NATO charts and you look at how much Portugal put in, you look at how much Germany put in, you look at how much France put in, all these different individuals that's in the UE, compared to how much America put in NATO, and NATO don't serve us no interest because our border's good. We got divisions upon divisions upon divisions. NATO is to protect you guys.
Okay. So logic. Three things, because I have really to go. Please don't interrupt me, guys. If NATO didn't serve you any use, the war in Ukraine and Russia wouldn't be happening right now. You guys use NATO as a geopolitical way of pressuring actually your adversaries. So that's one. So actually, you guys have a lot of interest in NATO because that's how you can control your adversaries throughout the Europe and throughout the world. The second one is very simple, and listen to this, right? When you are talking about Europe, I don't know what is funny about it, but actually it's reality. Like Russia and Ukraine are fighting because of the United States, not because of Europe. Europe doesn't give a shit. Second thing, Europe is
Paulo
deprived.
disagrees. Go ahead.
Europe is deprived of natural resources. That's why all the fucking that's why actually colonization happened. They were starving. They were dying. They had to actually invade other countries in Africa, in South America, in Asia that have more resources, natural resources, because Europe is deprived of resources. You are not getting nothing into invading Europe. That's not even worth it. And the third thing that I want to say is you are using a fallacy because again, I told you this 1 year before. North Korea has no allies. They have one nuclear missile or whatever they have, and nobody attacks that shit, even though they've been threatening Japan and South Korea for years, which are American allies. So the fact that you are saying to me, people are not going to attack Europe if they don't have, people are going to attack Europe if they have the protection. Nobody attacks North Korea. So why the fuck would you attack France with nuclear weapons?
So
Why the fuck would you attack Germany?
North Korea has
That
allies.
makes no sense.
This is wait.
This is all
You
wrong.
just,
North Korea has
wait.
allies.
He
the
just
same
wait. He just
reason
said he just
wants
said a valid.
Ukraine.
Did
I
you
have to,
just say?
I'm going to
Did
hear,
you
guys,
just
but
say?
I have to go. I really have to go, guys.
Yeah,
I'm going to
he
hear
gotta
on the
go.
car. See you later.
But for him to
The
say
biggest
North
ports.
Korea ain't attacking nobody, all they doing last time I checked is shooting a lot of missiles in the fucking ocean.
Yeah, do
Who
military
have
drill.
North Korea attack?
North Korea has allies. They're allied with Iran, Russia, and China. What are you talking about?
No. He said I was basing off of his point. He was saying
No,
North
I'm talking about
Korea.
what is he talking about? He said they had no allies. I'm like, what the fuck? What?
Yeah, and the other
Well,
thing
North
too
Korea
is
do
that
have allies.
it's also where they're situated as well, right? Because South Korea is an ally, and there's really no way of for like let's say we wanted to attack North Korea, we can't attack them in any significant way without putting the South Koreans at risk as well. So there's that to consider.
I just feel like we're not thinking about how the world was before we decided to be the big brother and police it. I mean, pretty much everybody was fighting for world domination and land and exploration and resources, and that's how it was. And then America invested itself into its military so that you could have this peace and you didn't have to invest in your military like we did. We downsized a lot of the other militaries like Germany, Japan, Italy. We forced them to do these things so that these World War II wouldn't happen again. So like it's a whole bunch of precautions we take in terms of not wanting this whole back and forth of conflict. But in the same breath, I don't understand why Fatty doesn't get us investing in our militaries allows them to invest into their social programs. And, yeah, granted, we might use NATO as a kind of PC way of controlling things, but that's the PC way of controlling things. If we did it back in the day, we would just control things by force. We would get
But
what we want
if we lose our military influence, Americans will have to get out and start actually doing work. America will have to start actually producing stuff. The only reason we don't produce nothing, or we get away with not producing something, and our dollar still is worth something, is because our military influence around the world. So, but when you get people that's in Europe that be talking shit, no, look, they look outside their house and look into the ocean. Guess what they see outside that bitch? They see Navy destroyers, because that what protects them. Navy destroyers is all out here. And believe it or not, they really don't have enough land to actually, have a military presence like that. So, I mean, like I said, it's a give and take. And then what we got to see is that
power, the most significant power that we've put our money into in the cyber war, is what we're going to be fighting, trying to protect our missiles from being used and our nuclear assets to be used as weapons against other countries. So, yeah, the military is fighting these things. So since we're focused on these things and the other countries also have these nuclear powers, why are we pretending it's going to be a war like it was back in the day?
Who have nuclear powers? Wait.
They have hidden nuclear powers everywhere. They definitely have them in China. They definitely have.
Why are you? No. But outside of BRICS, who have
outside of
BRICS?
We aren't talking about outside of them.
Well, because you're talking about these
over
other
200 countries in the world, isn't there?
Yeah,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the BRICS and the U.S. and the NATO control the military power, the weaponry for the entire world. So all we need to focus on is the BRICS and the U.S. and they all have nuclear power, all of them.
Well, again, you just made the you just made the conversation that war wouldn't happen. So how do you explain?
I didn't say it wouldn't happen. It's not going to be like it was back in the day.
You said it would happen in the same way. Do you think that they're dropping nukes in Ukraine right now?
No.
What do you think they're doing?
Did we drop nukes in Iraq?
Wait. I'm just curious to hear what she thinks is going on over there.
We're shooting missiles. We're not shooting nuclear weapons.
So if that is the case, and you still need those items and material to get there, who do you think is funding that?
No, we don't. I'm not saying we don't need those items and material to get there. I'm not saying defund the military. I don't know if that's what you're hearing from what I'm saying. All I'm saying is the reason that we have the peace that we have is because the nuclear war. The peace that we do have is because of the fear that we have of anybody releasing their nuclear war power on the rest of the world. It's not going to be like Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
It's not about the nuclear. You just said that the war is different. The war is different. It is a cyber attack. But in order to make sure you get the best of the best, in order to make sure you have and you're able to recruit who you need the money to do so, and you need the influence and the power. All of those things America has and continuously spend money on. Now,
I'm not telling us to stop spending money on that. So what's the problem?
So if you're saying that my problem is you're saying mutual destruction is the reason why we're at peace. That's not true. The reason why we're at peace is because of power. That's the truth.
Power comes from our nuclear power, right? That gives us power.
It's not about nuclear. No, it's not about nuclear power. You just said war is different and it's more cyber. You don't think we have the best? You don't think we have the best hackers or the best knowledge or whatever you need in the United States? You don't think that people want to come over here and do these things for a reason?
Are you serious?
No, I believe that China and Iran have better cyber security than we do. And also, do
you know that a group of anonymous hackers literally cracked into China? I mean, like anonymous
groups of anonymous hackers hack into the U.S. military, hack into the U.S. government constantly. You try to figure out attribution. You try to figure out attribution, but you don't know exactly who's doing what. That's common. That's common. So the argument is
fantasy.
Wait, did you just compare American hackers
hold on, I just want to verify something. Fantasy.
No, I said China and Iran have
fantasy. Did you just say Iran got the best hackers in the world?
You are fucking high.
You are
fantasy.
insane.
Did you say Iran got the best hackers?
I said China and Iran have. I
said China and Iran still got buildings made out of mud.
Well, not only that, Logic.
It doesn't matter that they still have buildings made out of mud.
Logic, what was the name of that? Logic.
It doesn't matter that they still have buildings made out of mud.
Logic. What was the name?
There's still a near peer. There's still a threat to the U.S. because of their abilities, cyber included. So if you don't understand that's your problem. It is Russia, it is China, and it is Iran. It will always be those four.
You know the name of that.
Logic talking all that trash, and his whole building finna be blown. It's finna be over for you, but you better watch yourself.
Logic, you know, Logic.
Sorry,
wait, hold up. I got a question. Logic, you remember the name of that? Because I'm trying to remember it right now. The program that the NSA was involved in, NSA and CIA was involved in, where they took control of the Iran's like nuclear.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
Damn, I forgot the name of that program. Right?
Yeah, I can't speak on nothing of such.
When but I mean, some of that stuff has been revealed already, and it was like there was less than a handful of people on that project, like less than a handful of our hackers. Right, we're able to fuck up their whole infrastructure. What are you talking about?
But
sir, do you understand that happened to us multiple times?
This is the issue. This is the issue.
You know about the WannaCry?
I'm gonna say this.
WannaCry was our tool that they stole from us.
They stole from us. They stole from us and used against us. They stole from us and used against us.
This what I'm gonna say this last thing. I'm gonna say this last thing.
We don't own anything.
Wait. I'm gonna say this last thing.
You don't own a goddamn thing when it comes to cyber.
Wait. I'm gonna say this last thing, and then we can move the conversation.
I'm gonna argue.
Wait. I'm gonna say this, and we can. I want to say
it doesn't matter who discovers an exploit. Anyone can use it.
How we arguing with two hackers?
I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this. Now I'm gonna let it go.
They're both Nigerian.
The reason why they won't try. Because you can look at Russia now struggling with Ukraine. That's not even a half of an American division.
You're right.
They're struggling with it, right? And even if it's propaganda and you say they might not be struggling, they're doing better, it's no way that could have been the U.S. and this can still be going on. And the last point I'm gonna say, is, and I'm surprised you don't know this, Fantasy. The reason that America is so scary is because they got a lot of experienced soldiers.
Yeah.
China can have 1 billion soldiers that never fired a weapon, that don't know the true smell of gunpowder, that don't know how it feel like to get shot at, while we got thousands of them in our ranks. They so experienced with it that it's nothing to them anymore. Where our special forces constantly goes on mission, where they special forces don't do nothing. So when you saying scared, you know better than that, baby, because you're in the military.
No,
But I'm gonna
I do know better, and that's why I'm saying what I'm saying. I've been in these units that you're speaking of, and when we were afraid that we were going to have to go to war with China, I was there with these very high-ranking men coming out of these meetings with their buttholes puckered. You know why? You know why? You know why?
Because your nipples was hard the whole time. You didn't even
gotta
know.
give respect to Jay Prince. Jay Prince is on the panel right now, so we need to start talking about cookies and chicken.
Logic, let me just say this.
Stop.
Hold up. Let me just say this. Wait, let me just say this real quick. Listen, Fantasy, the only wait, Jay Prince, hold up. Fantasy, the only competition we got. I just want to make this clear.
Answer the question.
I just want to make this clear. The only real competition we got cyber-wise, okay, when it comes to America, is Russia. It's the Russians. That's it. Okay? That's the only real competition
hold on,
we got.
wait, Jonathan, slow it down. It's Russia and China. I can't cap on that.
Thank you. They always want to negate all of our real.
China
our real
operates a little
threats.
differently. China operates a little differently.
It doesn't matter that they operate differently. They're still a threat.
Again,
All right. Hey, what's your favorite chicken nugget? What's your favorite chicken nugget? Jay Prince up here, so we can
Wait,
get
hold
the
on.
conversation.
By the way, Jonathan, real quick, the attack you was talking about was the Sputnik virus.
Yeah, that was
which was used to attack Iran's nuclear facilities. I remember I said that from a while ago.
The entire Chinese.
Hey, Logic, let me ask Logic a question right quick.
The entire Chinese cyber attack apparatus is based on stealing U.S. technology.
Yeah, I see you.
They are not that special.
And
I'm trying to tell you.
See this?
Like
this
literally
majority knows what he's talking about.
Literally, majority of the APCs
Don't support the
that we
crack
have
house.
is literally because they take our technology
Hey,
and use it in their own arsenal.
Exactly.
They are not that talented. I'm sorry.
I'm gonna lie to you. I'm gonna listen to the hackers on this one, Fantasy.
No, what he said is facts. What he said is facts.
Work with the hackers. It's literally my
I'm
job.
coming into a good faith, Fantasy. I'm just saying.
I'm an intel analyst that works with cyber hackers. Why y'all don't want to hear my part?
I heard your part.
Why you don't want to hear my little part?
Listen, what Black Dawn just said is facts. So the Chinese, for example, they'll create something like TikTok. The Chinese will create something like TikTok, right? And then they'll use that as a way to spy on Americans through the app that Americans are downloading themselves, right?
Yeah.
But the Russians are actual, like, bona fide, really, really, really fucking good hackers. Like, they're the only ones that are legitimate threats to us in terms of hackers, okay? The Chinese, they're more
infiltrated. You mean infiltrated, like getting into a system?
Yeah.
No, he means like actually
they can all do that.
No, actually creating the actual tools for order for you to infiltrate.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right,
they cannot. China cannot. Well, they.
I got you.
China
They cannot what?
They
We're on
don't
the same
necessarily
page,
create
but
viruses. Is that what you're saying? Hold on. This is from the point who doesn't know nothing y'all talking about, right? Are you saying what China does is they make loopholes in an agreement that you sign over your data, and then Russia actually creates a virus that can infiltrate your system and disrupt things?
Like Russia is willing. Russia. Not only are they willing to play dirty.
Do you believe Chinese don't make viruses?
They have the support. Listen. So what? For example, what the Chinese will do?
Zero-day vulnerabilities. You think they don't create them?
Wait. What the Chinese will do, like that, and you can see tons of examples of this. They'll have professors, right, working as literal double agents to steal IP from the United States and then take it back to China. Right? They'll have apps. They'll have people go work at these tech companies and inject backdoors into. So it's more of that type of stuff. The Russians will sit.
I think that's for a different thing though. That's for AI advancement.
You said what?
No, that's for AI advancement, so they
I'm
can
not talking
feed
about
their
AI
AI
at all.
technology with all of our data. Yes, that is. I just read 2 articles on this the other day.
I'm not even talking about AI at all.
It's for them, but I'm just saying that's part of the reason, so they can feed their AI technology. They'll have
No, they just need IP.
influx of
They
data.
need IP
Fantasy
in
Island
general.
girls, they
Okay.
steal from all IPs.
Yeah,
They steal
just like
from
I know they do.
Hey,
It's
Aaron,
not
can
just
I ask a question right quick?
I agree. I
It's
think you
still
both
an
are right.
influx of
Though.
data.
Fantasy, I think you
Go
both
ahead
are
and
right.
ask.
That they probably do.
Hey, Logic, can I ask you a question? JB
Yeah,
spoke.
yeah. What's up?
JB spoke to something earlier, talk about freedom of speech. You can have a certain speech in Europe, right? So I was wondering, like, you know how you be on these platforms and stuff. Is it certain stuff now you over there? Is it certain stuff that you cannot say since you over there?
Now I'm on what's called a SOFA agreement. So they laws do not apply to me unless I'm breaking. It's a whole agreement that's written out for soldiers, people work for the government, and that directly applies to us. So yeah. So I'm under what's called a SOFA status. So them things
So
don't apply to me.
if I was to move over there, they laws would apply. I won't be
Yeah,
able to.
because you wouldn't
You
have
gotta
a
get
SOFA.
your plane, Jay Prince, in order to go over there.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You wouldn't have a you wouldn't be it put like this. If you come visit me, but so whoever said that was kind of outraged. Like they freedom of speech not limit like that. Where somebody said, "Oh, you say something they don't like, and they'll just throw you in prison." But they just don't have the right to just and maybe
They only
it's
do that
something
in
that
Canada, Uncle Logic. That's Canada. They don't do that.
oh Canada, yeah, because I never seen it out here because they acting a fool in France right now, so I don't know what the fuck they talking about.
Yeah, they is that.
No, Logic. What? Just to clarify,
You
what I was
can't
talking
legally
about
defend
is
your home in
what I was
Canada
talking
either.
about. Logic is the fact that in Germany they can lock you up for what they consider hate speech, and by default,
That's what JB, isn't that the same thing that applies for America?
no.
Yes,
You
we still have
cannot.
hate
No,
speech.
no, actually not. Actually, no, you cannot get locked up in America for you get locked up in America
Hate
for hate
crime.
crimes.
Hate
For hate
crime.
crimes, right? You do not get it locked up in America for hate
For hate
speech.
speech, no. You can call it. You can call it police officers all types of slurs and slangs, and they can't arrest you.
And there's tons
some
of
states. I think it varies by state.
No, actually, you're federally protected. This is just your constitutional rights. Okay, there's tons of Supreme Court precedents that I can support you on this. Okay, so in America, you cannot get locked up solely for your speech, regardless if it's considered hate speech. Because again, the point about free speech that everybody seems to miss, because everybody always focuses on what they don't like to hear. They don't realize that the very point of free speech is to protect against what some people may consider bad speech or hate speech, right?
Yeah,
So for just to give like a real life example right now, right? This is actually very important. So for example, right now, when we look at the gender affirming care, okay, leftists will say if you go against gender affirming care, right, that it's actually dangerous. I've heard leftists literally call it genocide, etc. They'll use terms like this, right? So now, if they get to determine what you can and can't say, what is bad speech or what is hate speech, they would call that hate speech if you're saying that kids should not get castrated. Okay, that's what they consider, because again, hate speech is inherently subjective. So when you leave it to the people to decide that, you literally get rid of free speech, because there's no objective way to look at that. So that's why America actually constitutionally protects you when it comes to your speech. And these other countries do not have that. And that's actually very important.
But they don't have these issues that we have. Like I'm telling you, these motherfuckers be like, they have no
other
words.
Issues, Logic. Like, what about that dude? What about that dude recently that was running into people's cribs for TikTok, right? Just running in their cribs and sitting in their cribs, and they can't do shit to him. They can't do shit. They gotta just take it. They gotta just take that shit.
Where was this at?
This was in the UK.
This was in the UK.
In the
yeah,
UK?
this was in the UK. Yeah. And he was running. He was running.
No, they could have beat his ass.
Right, but my point, Logic, is that again, like you don't have the second. You don't have Second Amendment rights. You don't have the point I'm getting at is this: is that it's trade-offs, bro. It's trade-offs. I'd rather have my free speech, my Second Amendment rights, like all the things that come with that, my Fifth Amendment rights. I'd rather have all of those, right, than all of this, relaxed way that these other countries look at.
But what you're explaining though, I'm with you, right? You saying it's like this extreme positions, right? But for the most part, these motherfuckers live peaceful. And I can't speak on the UK, but I can speak on Germany. They live peaceful. They can go out, get drunk. I've been drunk to the bars. I ain't seen no fight. Ain't no nigga pull no goddamn gun out on me. I ain't seen that one J Prince since I've been here. That mean you gotta love that shit. You know what I'm
So
saying?
I would so
I love that
now
shit.
JB, the reason why you don't never see people in their country getting locked up for hate speech and all this other type of stuff, because like a lot of just say it's more peaceful. I think the reason why we got a lot of people that speak what we consider to be hate speech, because we have more the violence and people have been through more extreme stuff that they have been to, opposed to Germany. They didn't have to go through a lot of that extreme traumas like we did. So I
Yes,
think
they did. You need to do your history.
I'm not talking about like with the J community.
With the who?
If you take the top 5 leaders in violent crime states out of the United States, we drop down to like the lower 10th percentile in violence in the world. It's really only concentrated in like certain parts of the country. And literally 5 parts of the country is where all the violence is concentrated. Most of America is not violent. Most of America is actually peaceful.
But I'm saying it just hit different. Like I said, I don't like to agree with Fatty,
but you can understand like Germany compares to it really only make up like 2 states.
Probably less than that. Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. Right. Like we can pick a state in the safest or the top 10 safest,
it's more
and I'm sure they
though.
will. I'm just.
It's more concentrated. I don't know the exact number of people though.
It's also another thing too about the demographic of people. Is it all white people or is it a mix? Is it mixed religion? Like what's the what I mean? The culture of people. There's so many factors, and that's what you give and take.
It's mixed, man. Like they have their open borders and shit like that. So, but yeah. They got all kind of. I be seeing African niggas and shit like that. I see all kind of motherfuckers. I thought I saw a nigga that look like Jay Prince the other day.
But to Fatty's new point, right? They country more peaceful, so the speech they won't have to worry about hate speech because people's not internalizing traumas and pain on the degree that Americans are.
This is not true. Listen, another thing too to consider, by the way, is that Logic is living where the rich niggas live. Okay, so yeah, just keep that in mind as he says what he's saying. He's not wrong, but Logic.
Like where I'm at, it's peaceful where I'm at because they not living in the slums and
I'm sure he's near a military embassy, aren't you, Logic?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm telling you, they just look. If you don't got a gun, then you can't get shot. So you know what I'm saying? They do have.
Said they don't got guns and stuff out there. The most you get happens.
That's what I said. If you don't have a gun, then you're not going to get shot.
Yeah, but Logic. Here's the thing, though, and I'm not talking about Germany. Like I'm talking about.
Hold on, wait, Aaron, you gonna end this show? I ain't spend my Hey, I want my money back. This bullshit. I want a refund. I ain't get to snipe nobody.
You ain't make no decision to because you scared like your militant.
Shout out to Logic for repping the Black House.
So Logic, Logic about the gun thing, right? So they may not have the guns, but let's say in the UK they have a massive, especially in London, they have a massive knife problem, right? And stabbing problem, right? So it's like again, that's what I'm saying. All this stuff is about trade-offs, right? It's about trade-offs. Like we can highlight all the pros, and I get it, right? But for me, the pros that make the things that make America great are so valuable to me that's the trade-off that I think is better. Right,
and
but I understand what
I'm telling you. I agree. I would not change it for nothing in the world. Like I'm saying, and it might be something that we're used to. It's certain things that I appreciate. Not seeing one fucking pothole. I appreciate that, right?
I feel you on
that.
But
am I willing to trade off? You know what I'm saying? Half of my income a year for that?
Y'all just live in shitty ass cities.
Yeah, I'm gonna just have to move to the suburbs. I'm gonna let the niggas in the hood deal with it, right? So it's because I'm raised in America. I'm used to certain things that I'm not willing to trade off what I work hard for it. You know what I'm saying? Am I willing to sit here and trade off paying 40 to 50% taxes so J Prince neighborhood can get fixed when I can afford to go to a neighborhood that don't got potholes? That don't got crime.
All of our neighborhoods can get fixed.
Say that again.
So
all of our neighborhoods can get fixed.
Not all.
All of us have issues in our neighborhoods that need to be addressed. It's not just the poorest.
There has to be ghettos. There has to be.
And listen,
Okay, I'm
also
not saying there will be no ghettos, but they can still be improved upon. I'm not saying that everybody's going to have equal living arrangements. I'm not saying that everyone's going to have equal living arrangements.
The
but
best
they can
ghetto
all
you
be
can make-
improved upon.
That's only if you subsidize
I don't
them
like this
by
idea of having all
the
these
government,
fallbacks,
and
right?
then it's not a ghetto no more. It's just
we
Section
gotta
8
have
housing.
we
It's
gotta
just
have
Section 8
losers.
housing.
It's still a ghetto.
Listen, we gotta have losers.
Damn, like you came up here
High-rise
making
apartments.
Germany sound good, and
If you want, listen,
in
fantasy.
rich
If you want
neighborhoods,
people
though.
in the quote unquote ghetto to live in like these high-rise, luxurious, affordable apartments,
Which I didn't say, but continue.
I am, exaggerating a bit because right now, the ghettos around my community, they not that bad, and it's not
Okay,
like
yours aren't that bad.
I'm
I've
just
seen some
saying,
really
there's
bad
ghettos-
ones.
All right, if you want to talk
How
about the
could
major
ghetto
cities,
not be
we can
that
talk
bad?
about them. But a lot of ghettos is really just
I didn't live there.
lazy niggas.
How
Bro,
could
listen,
ghetto
Sway,
not be that bad?
Sway,
Sway!
Hey,
Hold up,
hey,
hold up.
Sway,
I missed
hey,
the.
Sway,
Why would you buy
Sway.
into that
Wait,
lie?
I missed the
Well,
old
it's not
Aaron.
necessarily
Okay,
niggas.
That's
It's
not
like
a
white
bad
people. I'm just
thing.
people.
Wait, we can prove Sway wrong right now. Jay
It's
Prince.
not a black person
Yeah.
thing.
I'm
I
so
mean,
Jay Prince,
disappointed in you
take
guys.
your
Y'all are so
camera
elitist.
outside. Jay Prince,
Huh?
take your camera outside and let us
this
see your
military
neighborhood.
woman.
We
Absolutely
don't need
not.
to see the ghetto.
No, I want to. Yeah, I'll give you $50 right now if you do it.
Okay, who said that?
You know he's struggling. Don't do that.
Who said
Yeah,
that?
Black Thought. Brittany B said that.
Okay.
What did he say? What did you say?
I live in
Listen,
a
while
rich
he does
I
that,
live in a rich white neighborhood.
wait, while he does that, okay, I gotta say this. I
Did
missed
this
the
nigga
old
move?
Aaron. I missed the old
Hey,
Aaron.
what if Jay Prince get? Hey,
Because
what if
his
Jay Prince
walls
get
look,
shot?
his ceiling look clean. They look different. It look like he moved. This nigga moved.
Hey, what if Jay Prince get shot? Oh hell no!
Where's my fucking $50?
This man his $50.
Yo, shout out to
These are the only
JP, son.
projects over here.
This man his $50.
JP ain't from the hood, yo. JP never lived in the hood. Nah.
That looks like Section 8 housing.
Hey,
Yo, nah,
bro.
JP from the suburbs. Nah, we
That
not.
looks like Section 8 housing. What are you talking about?
What? Them ain't no suburbs. Did you see them projects across the street?
That's a project.
Yeah.
See, damn, I'm from Jersey. I can't
can
tell
have
y'all
a
projects.
suburb
I
with
don't
a
know what
project
the
across
South.
the
That's a
street.
project.
Y'all shit
Because
don't be
y'all
looking
niggas don't got
solid.
trees up there. When you got trees, it kind of looks better.
Our projects are distinctive.
Wait,
We
hold
know
up.
what
So
a project looks
hold
like.
up. Can y'all hear me?
Y'all niggas got
Can y'all hear
rats
me?
and shit walking around in your project.
Yeah, we can hear you,
Hey,
Jacob.
All right.
hey, hold on.
So
Hey,
listen,
Aaron, wait,
It's
hold up,
crackheads
what,
just running around.
I'm finna make sure that hey, make sure y'all get Jay Prince his money. Aaron, I'm gonna send you $50. Can you make sure you get the Jay Prince?
Where's his cash app?
I mean,
I,
Jay Prince got
I ain't got no cash app over here. I only got Apple Pay.
Okay, bet. I'll take care of it for you.
Yeah, no, but no. The other nigga who said they gonna get Jay Prince his money better give him. This something different.
Where's his cash app?
Oh, I don't know.
You don't got a VPN logic?
What's that?
You can't use a VPN?
Let me go.
Well, I ain't got it yet. I ain't got
don't
my
do that.
real
Like,
internet
you're gonna
yet.
lose your Cash App account. You're gonna lose your Cash App account if you do that, bro. Don't do that.
No. I ain't got cash app. I'm gonna Apple Pay to Aaron.
Listen,
yeah.
Aaron, I miss the old Aaron who used to say this. Who used to say that we gotta have losers.
That's a fact.
Like the thing is, all these
That's my
protections
cash
that we're
in
trying
right there,
to
y'all.
listen. All these protections we're trying to apply, right? All these fallbacks.
That's the only project that we got in the city.
Listen, all these.
insane.
Hold up. Listen, all these protections we're trying to apply, and all these fallbacks for people. Like I said, I understand somebody, get cancer. I don't want them to die because they can't afford it. Like that. That to me is awful, right? But all this other stuff, like I think some people gotta suffer. Some people gotta lose, right? I was 16 years old and I was doing internships after school. I was leaving school and going and doing internships. I was trying to figure shit out. But there's niggas who was just hanging on the block. They don't deserve the same results as me. They just don't. They don't deserve the same results as me. Like I was out here trying to figure shit out. I was trying to find programs to get into, right? Shit that I didn't even know I had access to. I was trying to find that out. They wanted to hang on the block. So why should they get the same results as me? Because we want to have this, this equal society where everybody has a fallback. Nah, this is one of the things I actually think, despite what people feel about this, it's actually one of the things that makes America great is that as long as you push hard and you actually go out there and you put in the work, right? You at least have a chance. You at least have a chance at getting the results that you want to get, right? And you can actually go, and it promotes it promotes having like the hustle mentality. It promotes you being ambitious, et cetera, et cetera. If you just have all these fallbacks, why do you got to do anything?
So JB, I actually agree with most of what you say. I don't think we should have as many fallbacks as they have or safety nets. I think what should happen is you should reward people for actually trying to do better for themselves instead of just the people that just want to lay up and do nothing. And that's where the downfall, where these fallbacks and that stuff comes.
I think that's cap. I don't think people just want to do.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
People.
There's there's females out here that listen. I know females that had 10 kids, ain't had a job in 20 goddamn years. Come on now,
man. I know people.
It doesn't matter because only 20% of people have more than 3 kids. Women.
It doesn't matter. It's just the point that it's the fact that we have to pay for someone to live because the choices that they made in life to not do better for themselves.
Niggas in the ghetto do work their butt off.
Yeah, but
they're the exception and not the rule.
Jay Prince, can we get a guys? Jay Prince, can we get a clarification on your Cash App, brother? Because I'm having difficulties locating it.
$ Jay Prince, JAYPRINCE 2024.
Damn it, Jay Prince, you have one job.
He's not good at that either. He's horrible at
Yeah, but see, I want to ask everybody a panel question. Would you rather be able to have free?
I'm gonna send you requests.
Would you rather have free will to take care of people that need it, or be forced to?
Oh no! Oh Lord! No!
I think the logical. I think the most selfish answer would be to be forced. Because if it's forced, then you must do it, and that will automatically help everyone. But that's not what we doing. But
it won't automatically help everyone.
Take a break.
Yes, it will. If they force everybody to give up 40% of they checks, I'm
not paying. Listen,
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Ain't nobody arguing to that.
That's not what we saying.
We only argue for the 1%, and they were shooting that down.
No. What I'm saying,
they want to die. Let them niggas fall by the wayside. That's what's wrong with people.
This is what I'm really trying to get. Unlikely. Would you give up 20% of your income? No, I'm sorry. Like 40%, 40 to 50% of your income, and then now also have to pay a 20% sale taxes on everything you buy. Just to make sure.
You should already know my answer. I don't like guns. I don't like people getting killed. If we all were forced to do it, of course I would do it. Yes, I would do it.
That's stupid as fuck.
If that means that I know it's stupid, I get it. Right. I know.
That's insane.
But
I'm answering your question honestly.
Y'all motherfuckers work hard to give motherfuckers else money. That's insane. They don't want to do
money for all of us.
Shut the fuck up.
It's for all of us. Why are you pretending we aren't going to benefit from these? Why are you pretending we aren't going to benefit from these government systems? Like the wealthy does, we all benefit.
Why don't you go to one of these socialist countries that you're talking about then?
I'm not trying to go anywhere. I'm not trying to change us to a socialist country.
Exactly, because you don't.
I'm not trying to change us socialists. I'm still pushing capitalism. I'm not trying to capture your money. Make your money, nigga. Make your money.
Fuck no, you're insane.
I'm not trying to capture
your question though. We just
answer his question.
No, he's just trying to make me a socialist.
Hey, look, Fantasy. My neighbor said you too loud, sweetie.
That's a fact.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. You coming in, but I'm saying is this right?
I want to apologize to Fantasy before now.
I want
we ain't doing all that. You apologize over her channel, but look,
for the record, what Fantasy is pushing for is actually literally socialism.
Thank you.
No, you guys. No. Just because you take an aspect from a system does not mean the entire system's going to turn into socialism.
That's not what I said.
Cut it out.
I didn't.
There's only going to be one system that is going to be socialist.
I didn't say that.
And
I
that
didn't say
is
the whole system is going to change.
oh,
I said that specific ideology is a socialist ideology. It is.
Okay, it's just one, you guys. I'm not pushing for the whole country to be socialist.
That's bullshit, because as soon as you start pushing for one, here comes the rest.
Okay, yeah, you're right. There's a few that I'm advocating for, but I'm only pushing one right now.
Fantasy. There's
a few. You guys, why would you guys root against universal basic health care? Universal. Wait. Come on, you guys. Universal housing. That's affordable. There's only a few things that I'm arguing that we should all have.
Okay, listen, Fantasy.
Well, they should strive to get it then. How about that?
Hey, hold on. Hey, Uncle Tar, I got one question for her. Don't you think
stop though is the problem?
Don't you think
the question that Logic asked?
But no, don't you think by encouraging this type of shit, Fantasy, that we'll kind of create like a mediocre society where nobody
what did you say?
really,
he said,
I
do
said,
you feel like that would create a mediocre
these different
society?
things, we will create a mediocre society where people is just they coming in, they're living, they're surviving because they know all these safety nets is already embedded in the system. So now it's nothing for nobody really to go out and get it. In America, we can really say, hey, if you fucked up, if you on welfare and food stamps, you fucked up because you got opportunities out here to do it for yourself. I mean, don't you think that all these social safety nets, put like this, look at how the social safety nets did to the black community.
Wait, but look at how these safety nets have helped the wealthy.
Fight back! Fight back! Fight back!
The end of the Aaron Show has arrived. I appreciate you guys for tuning in. This may be a conversation that trickles over to the Fight Club, but for now, I came, I saw, I conquered. Fantasy Island Girl was conquered during this show because I defeated her argument, as I always do. Her 1% tax on income was destroyed. She should have kept it on wealth. I thank you so much for tuning in. And she cursed up a storm up here. Okay. Only person that was acknowledged to curse up a storm today was Uncle Logic. And he ain't even fire no weapons. Okay. Trashman says Chris J can't stand his own neck. That is not nice. Chris J gonna be looking for you on Fight Club. Diamond. Hello, Miss Diamond. For the water, Aaron. Everybody stay blessed. Love y'all. Thank you, Diamond. Thank you very much. Timeout says, make sure you leave the analyst work at work, Fantasy, because you don't know what you're talking about. According to Timeout. DB says, happy Friday, Aaron. Thank you, DB. I appreciate it. Happy Friday. Hopefully I'll make it through this Friday. Tresh said, want to live nice, start slinging glizzies. I did a show just the other day on how much they was making 160 bands a month selling sandwiches. So you should be jealous of the glizzy gang, okay? Never, ever trust people who say force. And we're not trusting nothing Fantasy say about forcing people to pay for other people's lifestyle. We're not going to do it. Uncle Logic is right. How dare you force us to pay for somebody else's life? It's ridiculous. And I refuse to do such a thing. Fantasy, if you come up with any more ridiculous ideas, fan, we will have another show about this nonsense, okay? Do not make me do it, okay? Thank you guys for tuning in to the Aaron O Show. We will see you guys later on.